Round 2. Let's see if we can mess up again. Crazy, man.
Starting off the show strong.
They can hear us, y'all. They can hear us. So keep it G-rated.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Positivity, y'all. Positivity. Can't wait for the second round and the third round. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, man. Because, like, we knocked the first one out of the park.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Detroit.
How long is the intro? Because those are on the clock. Run the intro, but they might pick. We'll just run it.
They may trade down too. But that's been some of the speculation that that's what they're gonna do.
With the Chiefs again?
I know. Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness.
What? Make sure to clock in. Don't forget to hit that like, comment, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. It's a lot to be excited about, man. The draft is still going, man. There's a lot of options, man. Let's get this show started.
Yes.
There once lived a king who reigned over a prosperous empire for many years, driven by an insatiable hunger for conquest. He amassed a formidable army, striking fear into the hearts of all. However, malevolent forces led to his downfall. Now, a promising regime has arisen to reclaim the kingdom's former splendor. On this day, dreams come true and nightmares are born. There are many fan bases, but only one nation. Welcome to the best football show on earth.
And our coaches and our players for buying in. It wasn't easy. It was something that probably many people didn't think would happen, as you say, overnight. But when you have good people in the building, when you have the belief, you have the trust, you have the accountability, you earn respect, you do it the Raider way, you buy in, you understand that nobody's bigger than the shield and the patch, and that you play for a lot more than just the name on your back. Raider Nation, stand up.
We are live.
What's good?
Nation, we are live, man. Live in Vegas, day two of the NFL draft. Man, I know yesterday was might have been shocking to some people. But we're Raider fans, man. If you've been following this team long enough, man, you shouldn't be surprised, man. Appreciate everybody coming through. We see everybody pulling up in the chat, man. So make sure to clock in, hit that like button, subscribe, hit that notification bell so be notified every time we go live and drop some new content. But let's get the show started, man. Hey, the Bills are on the clock. They got the first pick of the second round. Before we get into it, how's everybody doing today, man? Let's start the show off right, man. How's everybody doing?
I'm gonna let you go first, 805. Let you go first.
Hey, I'm doing amazing. I'm doing great. I'm here. We're at the Ahern Hotel, just off the Las Vegas Strip. So if you guys are in the area, come come hit us up. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a fun day. And we're going to have fun just going through all these picks. You know, obviously we'll get into what our first round pick was, but, you know, let's see if we can improve and make these next couple rounds worth it.
Yeah, man, I'm doing great, man. Just once again, want to thank the A. Hearn Hotel for having us here. Big shout out to John for putting us all together, man, and shout out to everybody that's pulling up that came through yesterday and everybody that came today as well, man. Really, really appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir, man. Space Beast in the building, man. He says unnecessary roughness. After further review, Severe Raider was giving Brock the business yesterday. Hey, man, shout out 50-50, man. Hey, I guess you guys can predict what flag on the play would be.
Oh, man.
Hopefully something different, man. Hopefully we can be talking about some good things, and we are, man. We are. We're gonna be positive today.
But don't get me started already. I'm trying to keep it calm, Space Beast.
The numbers in the building, man. Appreciate you coming through.
Salute.
Dominique in the building, man. My guy, man, coming through, man.
What's up,
Fabian.
what's up?
He simply just says, Raiders, man, I got you. Appreciate you coming through. Daniel Kim, the king of mods. It's going to be a great draft for the silver and black tonight. That's the attitude that I want to see, man. And
Mr.
look,
Positivity.
man. Mr. Positivity himself. Man, my God, man. Appreciate you coming through. Man, so look, man, we see everybody. Austin Avila, man, it's been a minute. Hey, man, he's coming through. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to let Severe get that one right there. Chance Worthy, he says too low, bro. Can't hear you. Okay, hold up. Can y'all hear us?
Oh, me or me's a Pharaoh.
Check.
On the men, ladies.
Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear us, man. We will adjust the volume. We want to have a great show today, and the volume is a big part of that, man. Mark wants to remind you, hit that like button, y'all.
Yes, sir. Shout
Come
out to Jack
on,
Kenna.
man. It's so simple. Just tap the button. Should I give him a friendly reminder?
Man, show him what it look like, man. Show him what it look
Let
like.
it rain.
Yeah, man. I think I need to show him what it look like, man. Look. It's shaped like a thumb. I'm serious. It's shaped like a thumb. Hey, it's all good. We're good. Nothing's happening. You know what I mean? These thumbs ain't gonna do anything to us, man. But hey, look. Like I said, hit that like button. Mark, man, appreciate you, my guy, coming through, giving the nation a friendly reminder. But let's get the show started, man. Let's talk about, our early. We talked a little bit about the first round. Obviously, yesterday, Brock Bowers was drafted number 13 overall. But Tom Telesco was able to talk yesterday.
Yes.
What were your
he
first
was.
reactions after that pressure, Severe?
That he's full of it.
You said
Man,
that he's full of it?
He's full of it, man. He is full of it, man. It did not inspire confidence. His justification for the pick wasn't good, in my opinion. It just wasn't. It wasn't a good showing, man. It just wasn't a good showing, man. So, like I said, man, it just wasn't. It didn't make me feel any better about the pick, man. To be honest with you.
That's the hardest part, right? We didn't expect Brock Bowers to be there. I don't think anybody expected Brock Bowers to be there. And now we kind of know what his path is going to be. We have to look at best player available on the board. But to the question itself, when you watch that press conference, he gave that vibe of, I had to take him. He was the top guy on board. I had to do it, even though we have Michael Mayer. Even though Michael Mayer is a very good tight end, and we traded up last year to get him. I understand it's not the regime guy. Tom Telesco didn't draft him. Luke Getsy wasn't the offensive coordinator at the time. But I feel like it wasn't as confident as a pick that you would want in the first round.
Yeah. I mean, he had some noteworthy things to say. I mean, some of the beat writers did ask him about trading up and his effort in trying to trade up, and he pretty much came out and said, I didn't really try too hard to trade up, and obviously we don't believe that.
Exactly.
But it is what it is. He's going to give us that the politically correct answer. He doesn't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Facts.
We all know what it is. But I thought it was interesting. I think 808, you mentioned this earlier about when they asked Telesco about Antonio Pierce. What was said was they asked him about Antonio Pearson his thoughts on the pick, and Telesco had a response, and his response was like, "Well, I'll let AP tell you when he gets here."
Yep.
How did you feel about that, man?
I felt I wondered why AP didn't go up to the podium and talk. You know, Tom Telesco, he was asked, you know, how does AP feel? And he said, I'm going to let AP give you his opinion. And unfortunately, we didn't get his opinion because we didn't hear it from him. He didn't come up to the podium. And to me, that's a big question mark. Usually you will hear from head coaches to talk a little bit on picks, but unfortunately, he was a no-show.
Yeah, man. That was interesting that AP didn't show up. But look, as you see on my thumbnail, man, he wasn't happy. You know what I mean? And I think part of it has to do with the head coach not being, you know, he doesn't have really a large investment from Mark Davis. We didn't hear the contract details, but I don't think it was that big of a contract. I don't know if we had the details came out, but you would think that like getting a quarterback, he knows that his success as a head coach is going to be attached to the quarterback that he has. And
Indeed.
Right now he doesn't have it, or he doesn't feel like he had it. I thought he thought he had a chance to get it, maybe with Jaden Daniels. Did you see his reaction? Man, it was crazy.
Yeah, man.
They had it on the team's website or YouTube channel.
Not happy at all.
He was not happy.
Jaden
at
Daniels
all.
looked like how Antonio Pierce looked when we picked Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. It is crazy.
Yeah,
But
man.
hey, man, at this point, you know, the Bills are on the clock, and they got about 5 minutes before they pick. But
Let's go real quick.
Yeah. So
Real quick, who are the biggest winners, guys? From day one, who are the biggest winners?
biggest winners for me is Minnesota Vikings. I understand that they earlier in the offseason, they were able to get a second first-round pick. So everybody was under the impression that they were going to get the top quarterback in the draft, and they're going to use that first-round pick to get the top spot. But as you can see, no one was able to trade up into the top 5 or top 3 or, in the top 10, basically. I mean, if you really think about it. And that should tell you how big a price that was, because Vikings were in prime real estate. They were in a good spot to get their quarterback in the future, whether it was Drake May or whoever, but the price was just too high. But they were able to go trade up one spot and only give up a few mid-round picks, 4th and 5th round picks this year. I mean, and then they were able to get a quarterback, which we can argue if McCarthy's that guy of the future or whatever the case may be. But what we can say is that McCarthy's going to a great situation. Kevin O'Connell is a good offensive mind, good play caller. Justin Jefferson, you got another receiver out there. It's a lot to like. And then with the 23rd pick, they were able to replace Danielle Hunter with Dallas Turner, a guy that was projected to go top 10, arguably the best pass rusher in the draft. Some people might say it might be Latu, but Dallas Turner was up there. He was that guy that was projected to go to, to Atlanta, and I'm not done with them. So that was the biggest winner for me, the Vikings.
Severe, go for it.
Yeah, man, the biggest winner to me, and I hate to say it, man, but the Chiefs, man, the rich get richer, man. After losing Tyreek Hill, they still won 2 Super Bowls, without having that kind of deep threat at wide receiver. They won a Super Bowl last year with Valdez-Scantling and Rashay Rice at wide receiver. They brought back Mecole Hardman. But now they add, possibly the best deep threat in this draft in Xavier Worthy at the expense of another team in the AFC conference, man. So it just seems that, you add that weapon, the guy that's going to take the top off of defense, and you allow a guy like Kelsey to work underneath. I think this, and then that's going to open up the run game even more for a guy like Pacheco. And we already know how Patrick Mahomes operates when he has a deep threat. We saw it already, right? We've seen this movie before, man. So it's just, like I said, man, the rich get richer.
Yeah, no doubt. But who's your biggest winner?
I'm going to go real quick. The pick is in, so I'm going to go pretty quick. But I think the Eagles. I think the Eagles did a great job of understanding the board and knowing how it was going to fall. And they found themselves in the 22 spot, getting arguably the #1 corner in this draft, but in Quinyon Mitchell. I mean, they have Darius Slay on one side. They did bring in James Bradbury. That hasn't really worked out, I think, how they wanted it to. but they bolstered that defense with 2 potential lockdown corners. You know, in the division that they're going to have to play against the Cowboys, and you got Washington sitting over there. I really think that they bolstered that defense. They got a great pass rush, a great D line, a good linebacker core, and now they got 2 lockdown corners.
Right.
And they were able to sit at 22 and get that Quinyon Mitchell. I think they nailed it. I think they definitely are a winner in round 1.
Yeah, man. So let's get straight into it, man. I think Jack Kenneth is going to just kick this off right here. Jack says ATL screwed the Raiders. Penix's pick makes little sense after paying Cousins. The pick is in, and looks like they're going to get ready to announce the draft pick for the Bills, man. I think we all can agree, like, most likely they're probably going to go receiver here. But who knows? But look, let's get into the biggest losers after the first round. You know, I could easily say the Raiders for a few different reasons, but I'm going to keep it positive. I'm going to go with the Falcons, man. The Falcons. Jack kind of alluded to it right here. And they're kind of, it's like the same kind of situation with the Raiders.
Yes.
You love the player, but you hate the pick.
Yes.
Being that, like, you just gave a quarterback 4 years, 180 mil,
Yes.
100 million guaranteed. And I'm a little biased because I'm kind of mad that Penix went to Atlanta and kind of ruined the chances of the Raiders getting him. But
Yeah.
it's just I don't know, man. And they needed to make some upgrades on defense, and they just announced Keon Coleman just got drafted by Florida State.
Keon Coleman.
Yep.
Interesting pick.
That's a very interesting pick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, big receiver, physical. So it gives a target for Josh Allen, who obviously lost Stephon Diggs this year. But Severe, man, who's your biggest loser after round 1?
So my biggest loser after round 1 are the Minnesota Vikings, man. You know,
Let's hear it.
You look at a team that needs a quarterback, right? Then you go up and you get, first of all, you trade up only one spot. So you give, however little you traded, you had to trade up one spot in front of a team that likely wasn't going to draft a quarterback. So you give up those additional assets. And for a team that needs a quarterback now, you draft quite possibly the least pro-ready quarterback in this entire draft, right? He's not a guy that is good at really going through progressions, and he's not a guy that has great instincts. He has good athleticism. I think he's going to a good situation, but if the Vikings expect to win now, that's not the guy you go with. And furthermore, the Vikings, they don't have a running back really. So you go from a guy who's used to being able to lean on a defense and a good running game, he's going to a team that has no running backs.
Right.
And essentially was one of the worst rushing offenses in the league last year. So you're asking a guy who couldn't carry a college team via the air to try to carry a professional team via the air this year, probably. Man, I just think that was a bad pick, man. And I'm not really that high on Dallas Turner either. He's a guy that's kind of light in the pants. But since they went up and they traded and got J.J. McCarthy instead of
just a little breaking news. Chargers just traded up with the Patriots, so they're on the clock right now.
Very interesting. Maybe Cooper DeJean here?
Possibly.
No, receiver.
Or receiver.
Receiver, they need it.
What if Jim Harbaugh traded up and took Blake Corum? I'll laugh. Maybe his guy from Michigan, Roman Wilson, possibly.
Maybe.
Possibly. What about you, 805? What is your biggest loser?
So my biggest loser, again, I'll make pretty quick. I think it's the Buffalo Bills. I understand that they just picked. Yeah, they didn't. They traded out of the first round, and you can't necessarily knock them for trading out of the first round because they have a lot of needs. They need to stockpile some more picks. But I think it's who they traded with. They traded with the Kansas City Chiefs. What team have they struggled to beat to make it to the promised land, to make it to the championship? Mm-hmm. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. And they just helped them out by getting Xavier Worthy. Again, Severe, to your point, probably the best deep threat coming out of this draft, and that's exactly what the Kansas City Chiefs needed, was a deep threat to open up everything else underneath, open up Travis Kelce, and they just gave them the weapon they were looking for. So the team that you got to beat, the team that you have had troubles trying to pass up, you now just create them another powerhouse. So I just think that was, and the tough part is they were consciously aware that they are trading with the Chiefs, and so you accepted that trade.
Yeah.
And so to me, it kind of boggles my mind that you allowed the Chiefs to come up and get their guy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And the pick is in for the Chargers, so they're getting ready to get their announcement in a second. But let's get into like the top prospects for the Raiders, man. They haven't picked yet, obviously. And there's some players, man. Like, hey, look, the draft ain't over. We weren't super excited about Brock Bowers. We know he's a good player. We're not taking away from that. I think the biggest thing was like, hey, man, like we could have went somewhere else with it. We could have possibly traded down. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. We actually have a little bit of Ian Rappaport talking about possible trade downs possibilities for the Raiders that they passed up. And I actually, before I even get into that, man, the Chargers are getting ready to select their player. Who cares about the Chargers? But hey, they are a divisional opponent, so
yes.
we got to pay attention to the moves, man.
Exactly.
Depending on what they pick, it could dictate where we go. So
exactly.
Right. So they're getting ready to announce.
But
who is this guy right here?
I have no idea.
Is this the all-time punter,
receiver?
Lad McConkey.
Lad McConkey. Okay.
Another Georgia guy goes.
I like that.
I don't hate that at all.
I like that, man. I like that.
A slot receiver. He has some athleticism.
Yep.
It's not a bad pick, man. They need weapons on the outside. They need some weapons on the outside. So it's not a bad pick for them.
It's not a bad pick at all.
This is a big pause on Lad McConkey. They put Juicy as one of his it's one of his strengths. I don't
know what that means.
I don't exactly. I'm not gonna look.
But
teach his own, bro. Teach his own.
What Lad McConkey brought to Georgia was honestly one of the best route runners in college football. I mean, that's what he was touted on. You watched him to the Senior Bowl. When he would go against those corners, those one-on-ones. I mean, he just understands. He's like a Hunter Renfrow. That's kind of how I compared him when I was watching some of his film. Is that he just understands how to run those routes. He understands body position. He understands how to separate from the defenders, and so. That's a really good pick. And you look at what the Chargers have now. Quinion Johnson, Lad McConkey. They did acquire Gus Edwards in free agency. So, and their first pick, Joe Alt. You're protecting Herbert. It's not bad. So that's gonna be very interesting to go up against.
Very
2
interesting.
times a year.
Very, very interesting. And I like to see some of these receivers go off the board. Hopefully that keeps Telesco from drafting a receiver in the second round.
Right.
Hey, draft all these receivers. Push down some of these tackles, push down some of these corners. Gives us the ability to draft. Hopefully, we draft a position of need. But look, with Telesco, man, you never know. So some of the guys I'm looking at in the second round, I personally, I don't think we need this guy. But Cooper DeJean, he's one of the highest rated players left on the board. Kind of a hybrid safety cornerback. And it's Rakestraw. That's my guy at corner. Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, right? Very athletic linebacker. Some big upside in pass coverage as well. Big Mike did a 30 prospect on the guy. He has like a 80-something pass defense grade at linebacker. I think that's very impressive. Jackson Powers Johnson, a guy a lot of people thought would be a first-round pick, still on the board. Blake Fisher, tackle, still on the board.
So breaking real quick, there is a trade at ATL Atlanta.
Atlanta traded back up.
I hate Atlanta Falcons from now on. I'm not. I never had any issues with Atlanta Falcons, but now I do. They're on the clock right now. They just traded up from I think pick 43 because they picked ahead of the Raiders. I think Raiders are picking pick number 44.
Could we see a linebacker off the board here?
Okay.
Or corner. They can possibly go corner. They do need help at corner. Is there maybe help at pass rusher? Man, that was a guy,
They gave up kind of a lot. They gave up their second and their third. Oh man, their GM is their GM, bro. I don't know what this guy's doing, man. They gave up a second and a third to move up. Man. Let's see what they do here, man. But their GM, like Arthur Blank, must have said something to do like, "Lo, you better fix what you did,
right?
By any means necessary." Because
they're having right now, the best edge rusher on the board right now is Marshawn Neal out of Western Michigan.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's the #1 edge rusher still on the board.
Could this be Braden Fisk?
Possibly.
Could this be Braden Fisk?
Could be.
Braden Fisk was actually one of the guys I was looking at possibly, because now that we have insight in Tom Telesco's mindset of taking best player available.
Yeah.
You know, at pick 44, he could obviously take anybody. But pass rusher, when you're in a division with Patrick Mahomes, you can never have enough pass rushers at the end of the day. Like, you got to make this guy uncomfortable. And I know we got Christian Wilkins. I know with D tackle spot is kind of solidified. We got money invested, but you see that doesn't matter to some teams. We just seen the Falcons just draft Michael Penix Jr. after giving Kirk Cousins a huge contract. So Braden Fisk is also one of my guys. I agree with you with Jackson Powers Johnson. That would be a huge pickup, because that was a guy that was projected to go at least late first round. Now he's in the second round. So I think inserting him into like the offensive line, maybe at that center spot, he has experience playing all three positions on the interior O-line. So he doesn't necessarily have to play center, but hey, you automatically kind of have a replacement for Andre James.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, a guy that a lot of Raider Nation probably would agree, like, hey, it's time to replace this guy, but, you know, just based off the market, the Raiders made a cheap contract with him. So there's a lot of different options. And then we'll talk about later options too. And I'm gonna give it to my guy 808, man. Real talk, Raider Nation, man. What are your thoughts, bro?
So I think for myself, if we look at what we want to do in the second round, I'd like to see us to address the corner position. We got Enos Rakestraw still on the board. I think he's a great ball hawk, great instincts at the corner position. TJ Tampa is still sitting there. If we did, I wouldn't be completely upset if we looked at D tackle. I do like Braden Fisk. Johnny Newton still on the board.
Yes.
But I do think we need to address the offensive line. You know, there's still some top guards sitting there, and we didn't really address a true starter at the guard position, and so there's definitely some guards that we could look at.
All right, Falcons getting ready to announce their pick. Who do they get right here? Who they traded up for?
Rukaroro, D tackle. I think that's a reach, in my opinion.
Wow.
Man.
I think that's a big reach.
Man.
I hope their GM gets fired. I just hope we're taking Michael Penix Jr. I hope he gets fired, man.
So, like, look, Rukaroro, he was on my radar. I did like him, especially looking at him in the combine. But the thing is that he's inexperienced. He doesn't have a lot of experience. I don't believe he was born in this country. So he came over. He started playing football really late.
Yeah.
But his upside is huge. Don't get me wrong. He's got a huge upside.
Yeah.
He's extremely athletic. But the problem is that
they traded up too. They traded up to get him.
They gave up their third-round pick to move up.
Like, how did he go before
Braden
Zerhan
Fisk
Newton?
and
How did he
Zerhan
go
Newton,
before Braden Fisk? I
Right.
mean, one guy that I'm big on is Severe. You and I talked about him, the boy out of Michigan.
Oh, Chris Jenkins.
Chris Jenkins.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I'm really high on Chris Jenkins. So for them to trade up to get a Rukaroro, I'm pretty sure he might have still been around when it was their time to pick. That's really interesting.
Right.
Yeah, man. That's two potential reaches for Atlanta, man. You know, I think Pharaoh labeled them as a loser. I think the losing may continue in Atlanta, man. But some guys still left on the board, man. Zach Frazier, he's a guy. I think he has experience both at center, at guard. Kingsley Suamatea, that's a tackle. I think we took him in one of our mocks. I think you know, he's a guy that should still be there when we pick. It's still some value left on the board, man. Tom Telesco can still potentially salvage this draft, man, after a very underwhelming first round pick, in my opinion. Not because of the player, but because of, you know, the pick and what we needed on this team.
Yeah, that's one great thing to touch on, because as we wait for Washington the Commanders to make their pick, you know, Brock Bowers was hands down the best tight end in this class.
Yes.
And you know, he's one of those guys that you can say he could be an automatic Pro Bowler. You got guys that will coin certain players in the first round every single year. Last year it was Bijan Robinson that was kind of coined as that instant Pro Bowler coming in, and he could be. But the thing is that we have so many needs on this roster Why would you do that, especially when you have some question marks at quarterback? Who's going to throw him the ball? You have question marks on who's going to be protecting the quarterback. And if we can't get the ball to him, what good is he?
Exactly.
And we have a bunch of other receivers out of Trey Tucker, which I think a lot of us on this panel understand that he's got some questionable hands at times. But we have a bunch of receivers that are going to live underneath that 25-yard area, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of comeback routes. It's a lot of dig routes, a lot of timing routes. And now we have nothing but receivers that are going to live in the underneath routes.
Yeah.
And so there's only so much room, for everybody to kind of run in the same area. So we just don't have the deep threats. Could we get deep threats later on? We could, but it's just a very questionable move based on how many needs we still have on this roster.
Mm-hmm. Nah, man, I completely agree, man. And I understand. I mean, I know a lot of Raider fans were very happy with the pick. I think he'll be a good player. I think he's going to be a very good player. But you know what? We talked about him being a can't miss guy, right? There's a guy that came out 2 years ago, played the same position. He was also labeled as a can't miss guy, right? He was also labeled as best player in the draft, regardless of position by some people. His name is Kyle Pitts. And what has Kyle Pitts done in Atlanta? Nothing. You know why he's done nothing? Because they don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
So, it's when you have as many needs as we have, especially on the offensive line, especially in the secondary, especially depth at linebacker, you cannot afford to make these luxury picks, man. And I think that there were guys on the board that at positions of need that wouldn't have been reaches. So I can understand, hey, you know what, you people talk about best player available, and that to some extent you want to do that, but it has to be within reason. If you have guys that are similarly valued, right, you go with the guy that you need. And I don't think we did that, man. I do not think that we did that, and I think that it may not hurt us next year, but I think that eventually down the line, when you keep making these mistakes, drafting in the first round of these drafts, that's going to affect you, man. And I'm just, it's a lot. It's a lot I have to say about this pick, man. But I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Pharaoh. I ain't trying to filibuster too long.
Yeah, man. Hey, look. So we spoke about Tom Telesco, and the pick is in for Washington, and they're getting ready to make an announcement here. Who do you think what do you think the Commanders take right here, man?
I think they got to look at the edge rushers.
They got to look at edge rushers, man. They traded both of theirs last year.
Braden Fisk wouldn't be a guy that would be an edge rusher. He'd be an interior rusher.
They have Allen and they have.
Yeah. So that wouldn't be a guy. Even though he's versatile enough to play outside on certain packages, but look, it looks like Adele's announcing it right now.
No, you got to look. You probably have to look at the best edge rusher.
No,
I mean,
you
you offload Vontez Sweat. You offload. What's his face over to the Niners?
Chase Young.
Chase Young. I mean, you get rid of those guys. You better prepare to pick somebody. Get somebody. They didn't really address it in the free agency. So
at all.
You got to take a look at an edge rusher. Got to get off the quarterback. When we look at the most important positions on the football field in this day and age, you got to have someone coming off the edge.
Definitely.
Quarterbacks are dropping back, 40 times, 50 times a game sometimes. You got to have someone that's going to get after that quarterback. And so I definitely think they focus on edge rusher.
So you think they go Marshawn Ely?
Yeah, as of right now, he's the best one on the board. Because edge rusher wasn't necessarily a huge need for us, I wasn't looking at some of the top guys, so I don't know how much how well he performed. And if he's a good fit, but he is the top. He's the top one on the board as it stands right now.
Yeah, let's see what happens. My guy Darryl Green, one of the fastest guys to ever step foot in the football field. Man, that guy was a speed demon.
Speed demon.
Crazy. Even in his later years, that guy was one of the fastest guys in the league, man. So he could probably still get out there and run the sub, 4.9 40 at his age right now, man. So yeah, man. I mean, I really don't know a lot of edge rushers in this draft either. I know Braylon Trice is a guy out of Washington. He's probably more of a third-round pick if they were going to go edge. Mm-hmm. It's not a guy you want to take in the early second, maybe late second. But yeah, I think they definitely need help off the edge, man. But they need help all over the defense, in my opinion.
So they're getting ready to announce their pickup. Daryl Green got a lot to say.
Yeah.
It's been a while since someone he's been waiting to talk to somebody right now, and he's got a ton to say right now.
As soon as he gets done, the next team will have their pick in already.
Nah, for real, man.
Oh man,
but look, so after this pick, I'm gonna pivot real quick back to Tom Telesco. And
ooh, they went defensive tackle, Jer'Zhan Newton.
Defensive tackle.
That is a Tom Telesco-esque pick. Man, he was probably the best player on the board, but you know, do they really need a defensive tackle? Not really. But he's a guy that, you know, at one point, you know, he was projected as like a top 10, top 5 pick. He's a guy with some huge upside. He's a heck of a defensive player, great hands, knows how to get to the quarterback, and we know that, you know, teams are always looking for those defensive tackles that can rush the passer, and he's a guy that can definitely do it. But
they were comparing him to Aaron Donald.
Yeah,
they had that comparison for quite a while.
Yeah,
you know, up until kind of it almost felt like the combine. It's almost like the combine was when Braden Fisk, some of those other guys really started getting that conversation.
Yeah.
The other boy out of Texas.
Murphy.
Yeah, you know, so, but it's interesting why he fell. But this is a great pick.
So Jack Kennett says, "What is Bowers' 40 time?" Anyone knows? He ran a 4.53 at his pro day. 4.53, 4.55, had a 40-inch vertical according to Draft Buzz. So, you know, take that for whatever it's worth, man. But you could tell that he's an explosive player, athletic. Hey, the player ain't the issue. It was just the pick and where they took him. Not to say that he shouldn't have been taken in top 15. It was just we have so many different needs. And it was interesting because Ian Rappaport talked about two teams that were, and I'm going to go ahead and share the screen right here. He talked about two teams that are willing to trade up. And Ian Rappaport says, worth noting, the Rams and Colts, among others, were calling about trading up. The call stopped when Brock Bowers went. Yeah. So the Colts picked number 15.
15.
Yes.
And the Rams picked, believe 19.
Yes.
So you're telling me that you can't get some picks, if you, and it's worth noting too as well that I believe Tom Telesco's never traded down ever as a GM. So you got that on your resume, and on top of that, we now know that Rams and Colts were trying to trade up, and you said no.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
While we have other needs like offensive line and you know what I mean, defensive back
and corner.
You know what? Maybe you weren't comfortable taking a corner at number 13, according to your draft board, but you could easily trade it down and maybe made sense of it. But you know, I thought that was interesting, and we kind of knew this at the time. We're like, you know what, this something ain't it don't smell right. You know what I mean? It's something. It don't make a whole lot of sense. But what are your thoughts on this tweet by Ian Rappaport?
It just further lets me know that Tom Telesco. Look, man, Tom Telesco might be a psyop, bro. He might be a plant. He might be a plant, bro, because one of the things he talked about, right, pre-draft was, hey, you know what, you would always love to trade down. You could trade down and pick up some extra draft capital. Oh, you'd love to do that. Well, he's never done it. He had an opportunity to do it here in two prime positions, right? 15 is when the first defensive player went, and 22nd is when the first corner went. So you would have had your choice at whatever defensive player you wanted at 15, whatever corner you wanted at 19, and you still could have had a chance at a guy like Troy Fautanu at 19, and you still had a chance at Amaris Mims and Troy Fautanu at 15.
Okay,
so,
the pick is in.
Yeah, Jalen Polk went to the Patriots.
The Patriots drafted a receiver. Makes sense. They just drafted a quarterback. Maybe give another weapon. And I got some breaking news, man.
In this retro?
No, not at all. A guy that we thought that was probably going to drop a little bit, defensive tackle, Devondre Sweat went to the Titans.
Wow.
They're getting physical out there in Tennessee. They went offensive line, J.C. Latham. So they went T'Vondre Sweat.
That's nasty.
They got a nice little 1-2 combo.
Man, next to Jeffrey Simmons.
Yep.
That's nasty. Jeffrey Simmons, depending how you feel about Christian Wilkins, I know us Raider fans are a little bit biased. We want to say Christian Wilkins is the best defensive tackle in the league, but man, there is a chance. I mean, some people's mind, Jeffrey Simmons is that guy. So, man, that is going to be a nasty tandem for Tennessee, man, in the middle there. So, man, interesting. But that's cool, man. We don't need defensive tackle. So let all these players in positions that we do not need. We don't need wide receiver. We don't need defensive tackle. But what do you guys think about this, though, right? I'm going to ask you guys, at our pick, because at this point we might be getting desperate for quarterback. And the Raiders were supposedly, they supposedly loved the guy out of South Carolina. And that guy, he ran a pro-style offense at South Carolina. And, and it was speculated, by members of the media that we could go for him in the second round. What would you guys think if we drafted Spencer Rattler at 44?
I wouldn't be. I don't want him. Third round.
Yes.
Third round, or at best, I should say. But in the second round, I think we should probably go somewhere else with it. Maybe some of the players that we mentioned, corner, offensive line. I know 808 mentioned a lot of guard options in the second round, possibly, that we can go after, man. So I feel like we can go somewhere else with it. Spencer Rattler in the second. It's going to be interesting if they go Spencer Rattler in the second, and they went Brock Bowers in the first.
Yeah.
Because their whole mindset with taking Brock Bowers in the first was, we're taking the best player available.
Yeah.
But did you really take the best player available in the second if you went with Spencer Rattler?
No.
You see what I'm saying? You got to stay consistent. You can't change up. We'll see.
If we go back to what we were talking about, the potential trade back, right? If Tom Telesco was receiving calls at the 13 spot, and we could have traded back, let's say with the Colts, and still was able to get an offensive lineman, and then maybe that trade included a third rounder. Give us that second, third rounder. As much as we don't need a defensive tackle, the thing is that James Jenkins, that we brought back on, we re-signed him to a 1-year contract. He's that 4th and 1, 3rd and short goal line type of D lineman, right? Adam Butler, he had a great motor. He did very well for us last year, but we still need to find another true D tackle. Yeah. Now, again, I'm not saying address it in first or second round, but if you could trade back, acquire a pick, and still have some of those top offensive tackles on the board, and you address a need, you acquire another third, now you have another, that extra third that if a good D tackle drops. And again, we just saw Quinyon Mitchell drop. We just saw a good, solid, a lot of people thought he was a number 1 corner that dropped to number 22. You could see someone like a Braden Fisk drop. You can see somebody that is touted as one of the better guys in their position drop, and we could have got him with possibly an additional third round. So, I understand Brock Bowers was the guy top on their board, and he probably was. If you think about just how you place the guys on the board, Brock Bowers is probably top overall on a lot of people's board. It's just tough when you don't necessarily need him and you have a lot of more needs. So, it's tough.
Yeah, man. So we're 6 picks away, right? The Tennessee Titans, they're picking currently at 38. Pharaoh broke the news for y'all early, man. That's why y'all here. You want them picks early? This is the place to be. The Titans are going to roll with T'Vondre Sweat, a defensive tackle, to pair with Jeffrey Simmons and give them a great 1-2 punch on the inside. So, I'm curious, man, because the way these quarterbacks are going, right? That's why I asked, because the way these quarterbacks are going, 6 in the first round, it could be a situation where, we're playing musical chairs and we're left without a chair. So if we were, kind of hell bent on getting a quarterback, like we might not get that chance. And I know a lot of people like Jordan Travis out of Florida State, but he's a guy that's smallish, played kind of in a gimmicky offense, and he's coming off a devastating injury. So and he's older than Michael Penix. So we talk all this junk about Michael Penix being old and being injury prone, But Jordan Travis is older, smaller, less accomplished, and played in a less pro-style offense. But yet we're pawning for us to grab him. So I mean, this quarterback situation could get nasty. You might end up with a guy like Joe Milton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the hard part is the first big wave of quarterbacks went, right? They've come and gone, and now it just takes that one team.
Yes.
To pull the trigger on one quarterback, and now you get teams to kind of panic a little bit. They might feel like they need to jump up and get somebody because now it's that next wave that's going to start to go. So I just don't want to see us panic. I want us to stay true to the board, as much as Brock Bowers was on Tom Telesco's board, and that's what we went with.
Oh,
but
Tom Telesco will stay true to that board.
It sounds like it. But that's the thing is, it just takes one pick, one team to kind of reach for a quarterback, and if Spencer Rattler or someone like that is on our radar, the domino might fall. We might find ourselves, kind of panicking a little bit.
Yeah, man. It looks like the Rams just traded. So, man, even though the first round didn't have a whole lot of activity, it looks like this second round is starting off with a bunch of activity. And one of the guys that they speculated going to the Rams was a guy we just talked about, Pharaoh, right?
Yeah, Spencer Rattler.
So,
and it makes sense because, obviously Matt Stafford is up there in age. That makes more sense to pick a quarterback maybe in the later round when you got a Stafford, a 35-year-old quarterback who's still good. He's still good, just like Kirk Cousins. Then what the Falcons did, it was super aggressive, which I don't agree with. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm trying to hook y'all up real quick.
Trying to get this draft tracker ready for you guys.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I don't know if they would go quarterback because if you look at the teams behind them, you got Washington behind them, don't need a quarterback. Green Bay, don't need a quarterback. Houston, don't need a quarterback. And then you got Arizona.
Yeah.
And so I don't think any of those teams are threatening to pick a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why you would trade there, but.
That's true. That is true.
Hey, you never know. Could trade up to find themselves an interior lineman.
That's true as well. So speaking of interior linemen, could this be Jackson Powers Johnson?
Man.
They just lost Aaron Donald. Could this be Braylon Trice? Not Braylon Trice. Could this be Braden Fisk?
Yeah. Because who's the Rams' first-round draft pick?
They
picked up. Let's see. The Rams' first-round draft pick was Jared Verse, edge rusher.
Jared Verse, and they went Braden Fisk.
Braden Fisk, maybe replace Aaron Donald, man.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, it makes sense.
Does make sense. And Braden Fisk is an absolute beast. He was, in my opinion, I was on him back about a couple weeks before the college season ended. I watched him, and the motor that he had, what he played with, how he got after it. He had that energy like Max Crosby does.
Yeah.
Like that's what he brings to the table. And one of the things that I saw is he doesn't miss tackles. No. When he gets a hand on you, you're in the ground. He puts you in the dirt, and he may not be the most athletic, but he can go sideline to sideline. I mean, that motor carries him through the game, and he is not just a first or second down guy or just a third down guy. He's an all-down D lineman. He will be on the field for every single snap. And so that's what, he rose his stock after the Senior Bowl. He balled out in the Senior Bowl. He had a great combine, and he just rose his stock over the last couple months. And so it's good. I think it's a great pick. I think that he could be arguably the best defensive lineman to come out of this year's draft.
Right.
So great pick by the Rams.
And they paired him with his guy, Jared Verse, right? Those guys played together, and now they're playing together once again. So let's see, man. The Rams added a pretty good defensive tackle last year. And now they follow up with another one right here. And it looks like the Eagles are on the clock. They had a great pick, or the pick is in for the Eagles.
Yeah, do you think they go corner again? Just based off like the age showing in the secondary? with Bradbury and obviously
Big Play Slay.
Big Play Slay.
Darius
beat.
Slay's still playing good.
Darius Slay's still playing well. And then they just got a guy who they picked up last year, or the guy was suspended all of last year that plays corner. I think he got reinstated by the NFL this year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know if they go corner again and double dip.
I don't know how well their offensive line is as a whole, but is this where the first guard comes off?
Possibly.
Because they picked up
Kelce.
Saquon. They don't need a running back.
Yes.
They just re-signed all their receivers. Kelsey retired.
Exactly. Kelce retired, and they drafted a guard not long ago, and that guy is supposed to slide over and take Kelce's spot at center.
Damn.
So they could be going to guard here. So at guard,
I think Jackson Power Johnson. Or no, you know what? We spoke to Sanjeet a few weeks ago, and there was a center that he's talking about that they drafted.
he played guard. He's going to slide over to center. So it could be a same situation, right? That guy was drafted as a center. Jackson Power Johnson is a guy that has both experience at both guard spots, I believe, and playing center. Yeah. So generally, guys that play center, they can play guard. It's harder to transition from guard to center than it is from center to guard. So, so it could be a situation where, hey, if they see fit, man, they could go Jackson Powers Johnson here, man. Maybe Christian Haynes might be a little early for him, but
I think they got to replace that center position. I don't know if they addressed it at all in free agency. I don't believe they did. Mm-hmm. So we may see the first center come off the board here.
Hey, Austin Villa says he'll pass on Spencer Rattler.
I think we'll all pass on Spencer Rattler.
Well, in the second, I don't want Spencer Rattler in the second, but
I don't either.
In the later rounds, I'll be open to it. Add some more competition to that QB room. Let the best man win. We weren't able to get our guy in the first round, but it is what it is. But I just don't want us to reach for Rattler. And it'll be very interesting if Tom Telesco goes Rattler in a second and gets a QB and goes against everything that he basically stood for. It's taking the best player available instead of trading down. But
they'll spin it. They'll spin it. He'll say, "Oh man, we were high on him throughout the whole process."
Yeah, that's what they'll say too.
They'll spin it. You know how that goes.
Yeah, they always say that.
Oh, man,
but and that's the one thing I'll say is in Tom Telesco's presser. Usually you would get, and if you guys watched it, you viewers out there online, if you guys watched it, usually when you get a guy like that, when you get the top player in his position, Brock Bowers was the top, by far, without question, the top tight end in this draft. And you go and look at Tom Telesco's presser, I didn't see much excitement. He basically said, well, that's how it fell. That's how the board fell. Yeah. And to me, it feels like he did it because it fell that way. Not because it was necessarily a need or they were targeting him. It just fell that way.
Yeah.
And that's where it's just hard to swallow.
Yeah, man. Hey, D Snow, we picked 44.
Yeah.
We picked 44 right now.
Yeah, man. We picked 44. I don't think we're gonna move. We know for damn sure we ain't moving back because so it could be a situation where we move up, but Christian Haynes is a guard, guy out of UConn, very impressive guy. Cooper Beebe, we know we talked about Cooper Beebe in the past. We've taken him a few times ourselves in some of these mock drafts. That's a guy that's available. Zach Zinter, maybe it's a little high for him, but if they love the player, we saw that defensive tackle from Clemson go higher than expected. So
you know who would love this offense with the two tight ends that we have now? Gruden.
Yeah,
I could see Gruden loving it.
Know who else would love it? He who should now be named.
God, don't say his name.
He who shall not be named. Oh, he would be. Oh my goodness.
Mike McDaniel's cousin.
Exactly right. So yeah, man, it is, man.
So Eagles are about to make a selection here, pick 40. I think they just made a trade. Did they make a trade with? I
don't think so. But the comment on the screen, Jack Kenna, yes. I do.
Wow.
We're going to see a lot of two tight
Wow.
end sets with Luke Getsy does like his tight ends. He really does. If you go back and look at his offense, Luke Getsy likes his tight ends, and so we're definitely going to see two tight end sets.
Cooper DeJean.
Wow, double up. Hey, and I made that.
You did say it. You did say it.
I
You
knew
did
that
say
they
it.
were going to, because they had some issues in the back end, and they're getting a little bit older, and now they got some young
Well, I think I see
young
Cooper,
options.
Cooper DeJean being
Yes,
transition to safety.
Exactly. I
Okay.
feel the same way. I
Okay.
feel the same way. But they did pick up Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and who was a guy, but Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is kind of a similar mode of player. He's kind of a safety, nickel hybrid type of guy. He left for Detroit last year, trashed the Eagles fans. I think we had a flag on the play about that, and came back, and took it all back. So,
Hey, Jackson Powers Johnson still on the board. Los Angeles Raiders says with so many good corners dropping, might be best to go O-line round 2 and corner round 3. So I like that. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
But
man.
we'll see how it shakes out, because we got it's not just Jackson Powers Johnson. If we're going tackle, Kingsley Sumateo might be an option too as well. So
Patrick Paul is also an option.
Yep.
We got Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame, another guy that's an option right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he'll fit. I think he's a scheme fit. 6'6", 310, not a big guy. Should be pretty agile. So I think that might. The Saints just traded up.
Yeah, the Saints traded up.
Traded up.
Spencer
No,
Rattler.
Don't.
Spencer Rattler.
I mean, shoot, take him.
Derek Carr. Well, you know what? Hey, I think the Saints might look at corner, because we've heard about trade talks with their top corner,
Marshawn Lattimore.
Marshawn Lattimore. So maybe they go cheap at the position, find a young replacement, and trade Marshawn Lattimore. You know what I mean? Because he's been on trade block from what rumors have been saying lately.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was nice. That was nice right there.
Could they go receiver?
Could they go? Nah, maybe they have Chris Olave.
They have Chris Olave.
They lost.
Michael Thomas has just been an issue over there.
Is Michael Thomas still there? Is he a free agent? I think Michael Thomas might be maybe a free agent.
Is he a free agent?
Yeah.
I think he's a free agent.
But he's not there anymore.
Not there
right?
anymore,
So
no.
you got one Chris Olave, and that's really it over there.
But they got that speedster. I forget his name.
Oh yeah.
It's the small guy.
Yeah.
Crazy athletic. And then they use Taysom Hill. He's a weapon.
But the Saints are getting ready to select.
Maybe Kool-Aid.
Could be.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, if they want to go corner.
I think it's
There it
Kool-Aid.
is.
It's Kool-Aid corner.
Oh, yep.
Kool-Aid off the board.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid, yep.
Kool-Aid is off the board. So I was right about the corner, but
Yes.
maybe not the right corner. Because now I think NX Redshaw might be a guy at the Raiders.
That's my guy. We'll see. Let's see.
He could possibly be there.
Bro,
Hey, the options are kind of well right now. Look, so it's pick 41. So the Raiders pick at 44.
Yes.
So let's look who's up next right now. The Texans,
The Texans are next.
Texans, Cardinals, and then it's the Raiders.
So the Texans don't really need a corner. They have Derek Stingley. Oh, but they lost the other guy though. They lost the other guy. I forget his name.
They need a D tackle. That is one of their needs.
They do need a corner because they lost.
They do.
They lost. What's the name of that corner they lost? The older guy. I think we looked at picking him up. I forget his name. And they didn't pick up a
Isn't that where
Steven Nelson. They lost Steven Nelson.
yeah.
So I mean, so there's a chance they go corner here. There's a
Could.
chance. Could they go Ennis Rexhaw?
Indus Rickshaw is I think he's the top corner left.
I think he's the
without
top corner
question.
left. Yeah, in my opinion.
You still got some good detail. Chris Jenkins is still on the board.
Maybe Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter is a guy that he didn't make a lot of plays on the ball in terms of picking up interceptions, but he's a guy that he's pretty good in man coverage.
So we all found out that like Tom Telesco has his own board, right? So he took best player available in the first round by picking a tight end after Michael Merrick got taken last year in the second round. So he takes the best player available. In the past, he's taken linebacker
In the second round, yes.
in the second round. So Edgerrin Cooper might be an option.
Edgerrin Cooper is definitely an option.
Yeah.
I personally I don't want to see it in the second round. Maybe in the third round. I don't want to see that in the second round. Honestly, I'd wait till like the fourth or the fifth round before I go linebacker for us, right?
Yeah.
We have bigger fish to fry. We need to address the offensive line. We need to address. I'd take a second corner before I take. Before I take,
I like Jackson Power Johnson, man.
Yes.
I do like it too, man. I'm not gonna lie, that would be a huge pickup because Andre James ain't need to go, man.
Kamari Lassiter.
There you go. You called it.
Yeah.
He's a ball hawk. He really is. He's got amazing ball skills.
But he's a nickel corner, so like that's probably what they need. You know what I mean? So
I think he can play inside and outside. He's a guy. He's great at man coverage. He didn't pick the ball. He made a lot of plays on the ball. Didn't get a lot of interceptions. I think he had like one interception over like his 44 games at Georgia. But he's a guy that he knows how to attack the catch point. He makes, like he said, he makes plays on the ball, but doesn't get a lot of interceptions. So I think that was kind of one of his flaws. And he's a guy that will play in the run game as well. But similarly, Ennis Rayshaw is that same kind of guy. Ennis Rayshaw is a guy that will come up and he makes plays on the ball, right? I think 805 talked about that before. He's a guy that will pick the ball off. He has good instincts, good in man coverage, tough guy, and he will come up and run support. So we'll see what the Cardinals do right here.
Do the corners corner as well?
Do they go corner? Do they go receiver again?
Hey, the pick is already in, so they know who they want.
A.D. Mitchell? Could this be A.D. Mitchell right here?
Double up with receivers?
Double up with receivers. We just saw the Eagles double up with corners.
Man, that's crazy. The Bills, they just keep trading down, and you would think that Mitchell, you would think that the Bills would be getting a receiver. They did. They
got Keon Coleman.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. They did get Keon Coleman.
So I'm saying right here, man. Do the Cardinals do they go wide receiver again?
Do the Raiders get Mitchell?
Bro, if we pick up a receiver, bro, I am. Bro,
best player available.
Bro, if we pick up A.D. Mitchell, bro, I'm flipping this table over, bro. It's gonna be the last live we ever do.
Hey, man. I'm just saying, man, like, I was shocked, just like everybody else, that we went tight end after going tight end in the second round last year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Michael Mayer looks like he could be a good player in this league.
Yeah.
But I get it. They went. We got a talented player, but did you see the face of not just of Brock Bowers, but his dad, his pops.
Man. Yeah. Oh yeah, but because reporting live, breaking news. I mean, it's not really breaking news. He talked about it in his presser. But Brock Bowers grew up a 49ers fan.
His family's a
49ers family. So,
right.
And it's not like Jaden Daniels where he has that connection to the Raiders through Antonio Pierce and through Marvin Lewis, right? So that's why Jaden would have been happy to come here because of that connection. Mm-hmm. But the look on his dad's face, that spoke volumes to what he thought about his son getting drafted by the Raiders, man. So, make the best of a bad situation. Guy's a very talented player. He's a very good player. I think he'll be a weapon. He's a move tight end. He's like a Y. Will be like a Travis Kelce type of guy. He improved as a run blocker, and later on in his career, he's a guy that they handed the ball off to sometimes, right? So he's that kind of weapon. But I think we had enough pass catchers already. I think we had enough playmakers on offense already. Tom Telesco said himself that he has great faith in the development of Michael Mayer. So if you have that great faith in the development of Michael Mayer, why make that kind of move, man? It's not adding up to me, man. Not adding up to me.
It'll be pretty disappointing, I'll be honest, if the Cardinals do come up and pick up Ennis Rayshaw.
Well, the Cardinals, they lost two receivers, right? They lost Hollywood Brown and they lost Rondell Moore this offseason. So I'm thinking they could go up and get another receiver, maybe A.D. Mitchell.
They did let go
I'm
of
thinking
Rondell
A.D.
Moore.
Mitchell.
Raiders, there's a little. I got some. I'm just gonna let it play out, man. Okay.
Oh man,
The pick is in. Cardinals are gonna get ready to announce their pick.
Do they go?
If it was already announced already.
Do they go Jackson Powers Johnson? They need some help on the interior line as well.
No. Hey, the Raiders have. I'm just gonna say, O-line is gonna be on the board.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
So I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
O-line is gonna be on the board.
Thinking A.D. Mitchell. Maybe, yeah, thinking A.D. Mitchell. Do they go edge here, though? Because Neyland is the best edge on the board. So do they go edge here? I would assume they want to give Kyler as many weapons as possible. They picked up a wide receiver early. Maybe they double dip. I don't know, though.
Didn't they pick up Zaven Collins? Right? They drafted him, right? The Cardinals?
So the Cardinals.
When?
Oh, man, I'm not going to make the announcement. I'm going to make y'all wait, man. If y'all don't know already, I'm going to make y'all wait. All right, man. But yeah, I think the Raiders have some options.
Yeah.
The Raiders have some options at
No,
corner.
they only have one option. It's best available.
Exactly.
That's true. That's true. Best available.
That's available. Let's see. Let's see who these different publications have as the best player on their boards, right? According to ESPN, the three. Oh no, let's see. Now that's I have it set to wide receiver. Let's see overall. Overall, the best player on the board, according to ESPN, is Adonai Mitchell.
Yep.
The second best player on the board left is Ennis Rakestraw.
Yep.
So if we go best player available, according to them, it would have to be A.D. Mitchell or Ennis Rakestraw. I'm a big Ennis Rakestraw fan. You guys have known that. I've talked about it, tons of times. So I wouldn't be mad at that pick. But that being said, man, it's offensive line is getting dicey, man. It's getting very dicey.
All right. So technically the Raiders are on the clock right now. Arizona is getting ready to announce their pick. If they haven't announced it already, they did. But I'm gonna make y'all wait.
Bro, if the Raiders trade down right here, bro.
The Raiders have options. I'll just say that the Raiders have options. So we'll see who the best player available is on their board. So the Cardinals take Max Melton, corner out of Rutgers. So look, hey, at the end of the day, man, we got Rakestraw on the board. We got Jackson Powers Johnson on the board. There's different options they can go with. I think take the best O-line or corner that they feel that's on their board.
Yes.
I mean, it's not just Ennis Rakestraw. You got TJ Tampa. TJ Tampa
And
is a tall corner.
What?
You're just getting updates like crazy over here. That's what you're doing.
I got sources, man. I got sources. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I got sources.
But
Yeah, sources?
look,
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
look, the Cardinals, they take Max Melton. I liked Max Melton. I did like him out of Rutgers.
Our pick is in
and so-
already.
The pick is in, and
That was quick.
you guys won't be surprised by the pick because we talked about him already. So like,
Good.
hey,
Okay. Let's see. Then I'm thinking
Let's see it in real
thinking
time.
Powers Johnson, or I'm thinking Ennis Rakestraw. So if it's Ennis Rakestraw, I will be happy with the
I'm about
pick.
to say,
hey, salute to Marty Moises. I'm not there to spoil it, Pharaoh. All good, man. I appreciate you coming through, man. Hey, man.
Severe. If it is Ennis Rakestraw, does it kind of make up for that Brock Bowers? Your feelings of Brock Bowers?
I will be happy with this pick, man. Like Ennis Rakestraw, that's one of my guys, right? I know a lot of people wouldn't talk about him. When nobody was talking about Ennis Rakestraw, he was the guy I was talking about. If it's Ennis Rakestraw, I would love the pick. I'm still concerned because we don't have offensive line.
Got Jim Plunkett
The guy,
there you
the
go.
GOAT.
Let's go.
One of the G's, 2-time Super Bowl winner, needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Get that fixed, NFL. Or did he get already? No, he didn't go yet, right?
There you go.
Okay,
we
Jackson
got
Johnson.
Powers.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Hey, man,
Man.
I talked about this guy. Hey, look, he was an early
Love
winner
it.
in the process. Senior Bowl,
Okay.
Love
a guy
it.
that killed it. Center
Love it.
position is. I ain't gonna lie. I thought we were gonna replace the center position this year.
Yes.
But we still kept Andre James.
Yes.
But we
Yes.
seen that guard market, and I understand why they went and signed Andre James to a pretty manageable deal.
Yes.
And now they got the replacement in Jackson Powers Johnson. Hey, look.
I think he's going to play guard.
He's versatile enough. He's
Absolutely.
played all three positions.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play guard.
He might play guard starting out and then eventually move over to center.
Yes.
I really like this pickup because of the fact that obviously it's a huge need. It fills a
Man,
need.
yep.
Huge need.
I would have liked us to see potentially address it in free agency, but the guards were getting paid this
Yeah.
year. I mean,
Yeah.
the top guard in free agency made $20 million a year,
Yeah.
which was crazy.
Yep.
And so us going after a guard, solidifying that interior, protecting the closest line of sight to the quarterback is right up the middle. And we're going to be seeing guys like Chris Jones twice a year.
Yes.
So
Hey, man.
anchor that inside,
Yeah.
and I think it's going to be.
And Powers Johnson is he's a big, powerful guy.
Yeah.
So those interior defensive linemen that have given us problems in the past.
Chris Jones.
Chris Jones, namely Chris Jones.
Yep.
I think that he's a guy that he'll be able to hold up a lot better against those guys than our previous guys have been able to. So whether he's playing guard or he's playing center, I think this is a solid pick, man. I think
so the picks are flying off the board. The picks in for Green Bay. Carolina just traded from 52 to 46, and I just forgot, man. Like, hey, I could have been doing this, man. Oh man, my bad, y'all, man. There's a whole lot going on over here, man. I could have been done that for y'all, man. That'd have been a nice little touch, but it's all good. The pick is in for Green Bay.
Green Bay. Who do you guys have Green Bay going with?
Well, hold on real quick. What are you guys' thoughts on Thayer Mumford, right? We haven't addressed the tackle position. I understand it's fairly deep. Do we think Thayer Mumford will end up being that right tackle going into next season?
Well, if we got Austin Powers Johnson, right, and we kind of all can agree that he's most likely going to be guard starting out, and then eventually moving over to center. Are you putting on the left side or right side? Do you want to ruin that chemistry that Dylan Parham has with Cole Miller?
I'd like to see him on the right side.
The right side.
Keep Dylan Parham, even though Dylan Parham did succeed and had a really good games and success on the right side.
Yeah.
But I'd like to keep that side intact.
And Green Bay goes with Edgerrin Cooper, a guy that we talked about. Like, hey, man, I really like him, man. Super fast, good in coverage. I mean, I feel like the Raiders could have got linebacker too as well, but not as big of a need compared to corner and obviously our offensive line. But yeah, you see him going to right guard. Easy.
Yeah, I'd like to keep the left side intact. Dylan Parham and Colton Miller, they really thrived. They really anchored down that left side, and place them at right guard.
I would say it kind of depends on. For me, it would depend on what we do at right tackle. If we keep Thayer Mumford at right tackle, then I wouldn't mind seeing Powers Johnson play right guard because Thayer Mumford has some experience on that side. But if we end up taking another rookie tackle, and we're going to start a rookie tackle on the right side, then I would like to see Dylan Parham slide over to that side just to have a veteran presence next to the guy. Mm-hmm. So and you stick Powers Johnson between two vets himself, between Colton Miller and Andre James, and allow him to kind of develop on that side. So. And for me, it just depends on what we want to do at right tackle. I don't know if Thayer Mumford has the requisite athleticism to play consistently in a zone scheme, right? That's one of his struggles was he's kind of slow-footed.
Yeah.
And in the zone scheme, you have to have quicker guys. So.
You got to get to those linebackers.
Yeah,
you got to get to that second level.
Yeah, and so he's going to probably have to drop some weight. I don't know what he's in at right now, but if he can drop some weight and be effective on that right side, and we didn't, Illuminor didn't get a lot of money, so if we really wanted him back, we could have got him back. So maybe they have faith in Thayer Mumford on that right side.
All right, so Panthers are on the clock. They're actually about to make the selection at pick 46. They traded up from number 50 to 46.
I think it has to be a wide receiver, right?
Weapons.
Adonai Mitchell, maybe? But
Adonai Mitchell, you pair him up with Xavier Legette. Whoo!
Yeah. Oh, they picked
Legette. I think it was the last pick of the first round.
Oh, yeah, but, man, they need receivers, though. They do need receivers, man. You know, they have Thielen. He's kind of old. They let go of DJ Chark. So I think they need more weapons, but do they go? They have offensive-minded head coach as well.
Right.
Yep.
So it's a situation where I don't know.
Yeah, man. The Panthers interesting, man, because they're about to select it right now.
First running back off the board.
Jonathan Brooks.
Wow.
Ooh,
Interesting. We talked about it, too. We were like, hey, man, if Jonathan Brooks is available in the third round, man. Like.
Yeah. But I knew. Like I said, man, even after he got hurt, I had a conversation. It was me, Big Mike, shout out to Big Mike and my guy Kane Town. And we were saying, like, who was going to be the first running back off the board. And I said, man, it's still going to be Jonathan Brooks, man. despite that injury, is still going to be, and this was months ago.
Yeah.
He is, in my opinion, by far the most talented running back in this class.
He is coming off an ACL injury, though.
He's coming off an ACL injury, but that's what I'm talking about. This is after he was still hurt. And I said he's still going to be the top guy because he's too good of a player, man. And when people were scouting Bijan, a lot of people were saying like this Jonathan Brooks guy, he's a first round talent as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that that they need weapons on that team. We talked about a running game being a quarterback's best friend. They have a rookie quarterback. You add another dimension to that offense.
Mm-hmm.
Allow him to hand the ball off. Jonathan Brooks can catch the ball out of the backfield, and he's a guy that he's a big play waiting to happen.
Yep. Yeah, no doubt, man. So Jonathan Brooks, man, he gets off the board, man. Did you expect him to go this early though?
I did not expect him to go that early.
I don't know if because he's hurt. I know he's super talented, but he adds another element to the Panthers offense because I know their running back is solid. I don't know if he's a game breaker.
Yeah, the guy out of
Breaker.
He's a guy that went to OK State, right?
Right. Yeah.
Chuba Hubbard.
Yep. Yeah.
Hubbard.
So this is a guy maybe that can complement him. You know what I mean? Brooks a little bit more explosive.
Yes, definitely.
Home run threat.
Definitely.
So I get it. And their offense last year was terrible. So, terrible, right? And now you got a young QB, obviously, in Bryce Young, who now has a lot of weapons all around him. So this is good. I like the Leggett pick too. In the first round, I was hoping that possibly the Raiders can get him maybe in the third round or trade up into the second and get him. You know what I mean? But that was just me. I'm a little biased. I like the receiver position a lot. But that being said, the Giants are on the clock, and they're still deciding. And this second round kind of been moving smoothly. To be honest with you, like
it's been back to back, man.
Yeah,
teams ain't wasting no time, man.
Hey, so it's weird. First round, I know they got like 10 minutes or whatever to decide who they want, but like at the end of the day, like why?
Take the entire time.
They
every
take the
single
entire time.
Single time.
You know it's planned out because one, look, you want these young guys to kind of get their TV time. You also need to get your commercials in.
Yeah.
Definitely. And so and it's a moment, that they'll never have again. So they like to draw it out. Yeah. Definitely. But and here's the thing is that a lot of times these teams, they know who they want.
Yep.
They know exactly who they want. So
Facts.
And this is where things just start rolling. Picks come in real quick. So
hey, Sandy just caught some Bowers and Powers, man.
Bowers and Powers, baby. That's gonna
Bowers
be
and Powers.
Bowers and Powers. Hey, I love it. I love it.
Trademark it.
They should, man. Especially if they become like stalwarts on the team. You know what I mean? If they develop into great players, for sure. Yeah. No doubt. So now the Raiders, the next time they pick is pick 77. Yeah. Now, we talked about this earlier. We said quarterback, right? Do you look, if the Raiders value Spencer Rattler, do you think that they should trade up into the second to get him, or do you think?
They may have to. That's the thing. They may have to, man, because all it takes is for another team that wants a developmental quarterback to make a move up.
Yeah.
So, and we all know that New Orleans, they took Jake Hayner last year, but they're I don't think Derek Carr is long for that team. I think after this season, if he duplicates his performance from last season,
right,
he's gone. And the rumblings were they wanted to get rid of him this year, and if it wasn't as cost prohibitive as it would have been, he'd be gone already. So
right.
So I mean that's a team I would keep an eye on moving up for a quarterback.
Yeah.
But if one of these teams with an established start, if a team like the like the Los Angeles Rams, they want a guy, you talked about it, behind Stafford, who's 36 years old, who's also in the news saying that he wants his contract restructured because he wants some guaranteed money.
Or even the Saints. You know what I mean? There's plenty of teams where they can take a guy like Rattler and be like, you know what, let's stash him. We got a quarterback right now, but this guy going to be the future. And you would think maybe, okay, I would understand if the Falcons did that in the later rounds, but obviously they did that in the first round. I don't even remember that. Has that ever even happened? When was last time?
Man, what?
Brett Favre. That happened to Brett Favre. Happened to Brett Favre.
There was this team, right, that had just drafted a tight end the year before, and then they had needs on offensive line and a cornerback, and then they drafted a tight end in the first round. What is that? What is the name of that team? It's gonna come. It's gonna come to me.
Yeah.
If I remember, I'll let you know.
I'm sure you'll get it shortly.
Yeah,
I'll let you know.
Get back to this, man.
Hey, here's my thing: is I don't want to trade up into the third or into the second for Spencer Rattler.
Exactly, man.
I mean,
ideally, you don't.
because there is so much depth in this draft.
JJ McCarthy's biggest fan.
You need some of these. You need some of these
Tiki Barber.
late round picks for the Raiders, because we not only do we have positions that we need to address still, right? Corner, right tackle potentially,
Right,
but
right.
we need depth.
Yes.
We need receiver depth. We need linebacker depth. So we need these later round picks. So I definitely don't want to see us give up this year's picks to get a guy like Spencer Rattler.
No doubt.
What did the Giants do? A.D. Mitchell?
Safety Tyler Nubin.
Oh, Tyler Nubin.
Out of
Man,
Minnesota.
know what? I was watching something, and the former coach for the Cardinals, Shaw, he was saying that was going to be his steal. Like that was going to be the second round steal. Whoever got Tyler Nubin was getting a steal. Talk about how the guy was instinctive, athletic, like made plays on the ball. Like he really loved the guy.
Yeah.
So the Giants go up and they get some help on defense, man. So
He looks like he's got range.
Yes.
Going sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
Right.
And you know what? The last Minnesota free safety turned out to be pretty good in the league.
Yeah, man. And hey, shout out to Space Beast, my guy with the super chat. He says thanks to 805, Pharaoh, and Severe for the draft. Hey, appreciate it, man. That means a lot, man. Hey, man, we're going to give you a salute.
Appreciate it, man.
We're going to give you a Raider salute, man. Appreciate it, man. Next time we do this type of event, man, you gotta make it a way. You gotta make a way to come out here, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. All you guys, man. As many people in the chat as possible, man. We love to have you guys here.
And just a friendly reminder, make sure to hit that like button, clock in, subscribe, hit that notification bell, all that good stuff, man, so you'll be notified every time we go live. But yeah, man, hey, Raiders don't pick until pick number 77, so we got some time. But
Is there a player outside of quarterback that you would want to trade up back into the second, potentially for?
well, you know who hasn't been picked yet? Your corner, Rayshaw.
Enos Rayshaw.
Yep.
Could he go here to the Jaguars? Could he go to? I think Enes Rayshaw will make a lot of sense right here.
Right.
I think that he is, it's both a position of need, and I think that he's, one of the best players on the board right now.
Right.
I can see the Jaguars going corner. They haven't had a lot of success drafting corners.
Yeah.
Oh, they went defensive tackle, Mason Smith.
Hey, so defensive tackle has been a position where teams have been drafted in the second round. From Arroyo, well, I can't even say his name. Rook. I'm gonna go Rook.
Aurora.
Say that 3 times.
No, I'm not gonna try.
We got Newton from Illinois. We got Brandon Fisk, Tavondre Sweat. Obviously Mason Smith just got drafted right now. So look, D tackle has been a position that the second round has been all about so far.
And know what, man? Corners haven't been going off the board.
You know what position hasn't really gone off the board? Receiver. I thought receivers would probably go off the board a little bit, but
the corners even less though, man. I think maybe 5 corners, right, so far?
corners by the next position. Cooper DeJean, McKinstry, Lassiter, and Max Melton.
So
four
all
straight
in the
corners.
second round, all in the second round.
Yep.
So it's a little bit of a run on corner, but my guy Enes Rayshaw, man, I think his testing numbers are what's pushing him down the board. He only ran a 4.5.
Right.
So I think that could be pushing him down the board, but I think whoever picks him up is going to get a heck of a player.
And I was surprised though, because I didn't know if Enos Rayshaw or TJ Tampa would even be around.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to get a shot at either one of those guys in the second round, and come to find out, both of them are available.
Yeah.
And it's a deep corner class, so I'm surprised that guys haven't at least just taken a shot at some of these top guys, because what corners have come off, right? It's Quinion Mitchell. He's off the board.
Terrion
Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry. So we got 3 off the board. Enos Rayshaw, man, he's got to be sitting there just hoping his name's called pretty quickly.
Right. And then Kels 22 says Travis Jordan is up next.
Oh yeah.
So I mean,
got that Jordan Travis.
I think he got.
Hey.
Hey, man.
We know what you was talking about.
We know you drinking a little early today.
You know, it's just like,
A little early, got an early drink today, man. You was drinking all day today, huh?
Travis Jordan.
Travis Jordan. He's probably thinking Michael Jordan. He's like, you know what? Jordan Travis don't sound right. Travis Jordan, man. That's.
What do the Bengals do here? They don't.
Yeah.
They lost Chinadu Awuzie.
Yep. So Bengals are getting ready to announce their pick right now. I think this might be like a
Chidobe Awuzie. I'm talking about Chinadu.
President and CEO Urban League of Greater Southwestern Ohio. Okay, so so she's getting ready to pick the Bengals selection. So in the first round, they went offensive line. They went O-tackle in the first round.
Yes.
I think your guy, Marius Mims, went to the Bengals, I believe, in the first round. So what did they get?
I like it.
The trenches.
The trenches.
So Bengals, Titans are a couple of teams that mentioned that they went offensive tackle
That makes
and now
sense.
D-tackle.
Makes sense. They lost DJ Reader, even though they picked up Sheldon Rankins. They did lose DJ Reader. So, hey man, it's D tackles are at a premium, man.
Six D tackles.
D tackles are at a premium right now,
Six
man.
D tackles getting taken.
And that's not a position that people thought would go off the board like that, right?
Right.
So it's crazy. I mean, people assume that, but maybe it's a situation due to the depth at wide receiver and corner that teams are saying, hey, you know what, we'll wait.
Right.
And that's pushing those guys down the board.
Hey, you know what? Now let's throw another possibility. We talked about quarterback. We talked about corner. Now in the third, right? What happens if there's a speedy receiver that's available in the third right now? Would you go? Would you
say no, man.
You gotta say no to a speedy receiver.
Gotta say no, man. At some point, I think we still need to address the other cornerback position. And unless they have a lot of faith in Jacorian, maybe they have a lot of faith in Jacorian Bennett. He did perform well through the offseason program last year. I'm sure he was there for the voluntary OTAs. Maybe he's performing well there. Maybe they gave him a little faith that, hey, you know what? He's coming back a year better, stronger in his technique, a little more confident. So, maybe they don't address corner. If we get into the third round and Spencer Rattler is still on the board, we got to go Spencer Rattler. We got to go Spencer Rattler there.
Yeah, no doubt.
What are your thoughts on that?
I for myself, depending on who's on the board,
Troy Franklin hasn't been drafted. A guy like
Adonai Mitchell still hasn't been drafted.
Adonai Mitchell has been drafted. Burton from Alabama, another speedy receiver.
Yes.
So I'm thinking one of our biggest complaints with the pick yesterday was the fact that we got all these receivers that are going to be clogging up the same part of the field.
Yeah.
So do you add a receiver that can at least create some space for some of these guys at some point? I mean.
At some point, but not in the third.
Mike Sanistril, I like that pick. He is a guy that, man,
he's a ball hawk.
Man, he's a baller, bro. I didn't have us targeting him because he's strictly a nickel, in my opinion.
Amik Robinson Jr.
But he's a dog, man.
Amik Robinson Jr.
He's
a nickel corner, right?
He's a smaller guy. He's a nickel, but he's a dog, man. If we needed a nickel, I would definitely. That would have been one of the guys I would have wanted us to target. But like I said, in my opinion, he's strictly a nickel. I don't think he can play outside. But man, he's a dog, man. He's a dog.
I think the way that this draft has gone so far, we got tight end, we got an interior lineman. I don't know. I wouldn't want to go Spencer Rattler in the third because I still want us to address the tackle position. I still want us to address the corner position. Mm-hmm. I understand that there's a lot of people out there that aren't high on Gardner Minshew and all that, but because we do have major needs, and I'm not a big Spencer Rattler fan. I do think he has a chance in the right system to possibly succeed. He did some really good things in South Carolina. He proved that he can learn multiple systems because he did jump around from university to university. So he has the ability to grasp onto a system and produce in that system. But because of how our draft has gone so far, I'd definitely like us to see, depending if some of these corners drop, like Severe, you were saying, if they drop, I'd like to see us address the corner position in the third round.
Got you. Because we all know Telesco likes to take the best player available.
Man.
We found out yesterday, man.
We found out yesterday, for sure.
Like,
For sure.
Tom Wild Card Telesco.
man, he's never traded down ever, and I don't think he ever will.
Then why didn't he take A.D. Mitchell, man? I think A.D. Mitchell was the best player on the board. Why didn't he's all about best player available? Why not take Ed Mitchell, right? So like
Interesting,
I said, man.
Yeah, but then we said it earlier. Oh well, he wasn't the top player on our board.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That'll be the excuse. That'll be the excuse. And we had the opportunity to trade down and pick up extra picks, man. We could be picking twice in the second round or twice in the third. If
Twice in the third. That's what I was thinking.
But what's kind of interesting is like, all right, Brock Bowers was a clear cut their best player available on the board. But when it's close, you want to go need, right? You would go whoever you need the most, right?
It goes back to Severe's comment about you can go need when you have the luxury to do that, right? When you're one player away or what have you.
Best player available?
You can go best player available if you want to revamp maybe a pass rushing group or what have you. But we're not in that position to have that luxury to just go best player available. We have so many holes. We have so many needs. Everybody's talking about quarterback. Everybody's talking about tackle, cornerback. We had to address the need. We didn't have the luxury at that time to just go best player available, especially when we just picked up a tight end and traded up for him in the second round last year.
Exactly.
To all of a sudden just get another tight end. So.
Yes, sir.
That's tough.
Daniel Kim with the super chat. He says, my guys putting on a great show. Appreciate y'all. Hey, man, appreciate that, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Super.
Man, appreciate it, man.
Mod extraordinaire, Daniel Kim.
Man, Daniel Kim for sure. Daniel, man, hey, man, next time we do this, you definitely need to come through, man.
Man,
for sure.
For real, man.
Man, appreciate the support. King of mods, hands down.
Facts.
Hands down, king of mods.
Hands down, bro. Hands down. Dude is dedicated mod, man.
Appreciate you. Consistent, coming through.
Bro.
And that's another thing, too, man. As this thing is growing, we are looking for mods, but trustworthy mods. You know what I mean? So we're okay with taking our time. But, hey, hit us up on social media and let us know on the back end and let us know if you're interested. Obviously, PharoahNFL and Severe Raider, hit them up. Yeah. Twitter or IG, yes. And we'll give you the details on what it takes to become a mod and all that good stuff, man. Appreciate you, Daniel.
So the Steelers are back on the clock. What do we think the Steelers do?
Steelers, before we get to that, Raider Ray says JPJ, Jackson Power Johnson, is an elite center. I don't care about Andre James at this point. He better learn how to play right guard because JPJ is better day one.
That is true.
Hey, look, Lil. Right there. That was a shot for Andre James right there, man. He just took him out right there,
man,
with that.
That was a sniper shot.
Yeah.
from a distance. But look, I will say this.
that was a shotgun right
man.
there. Get off my porch.
well, I agree. I agree that Jackson Powers Johnson is a better center than Andre James day one, right? But you have to also think about the combination that you want to put.
Yeah.
So is this team better with Jackson Powers Johnson at center and Andre James at guard? Andre James, who's never played guard ever, or better at Andre James, who's been a center already, and Jackson Powers Johnson, who has experience playing both guard spots? I think it's the latter.
I think it's about making sure the transition to the NFL is the easiest as possible.
Zach Frazier went off the board.
Oh, to the Steelers.
Steelers went center.
I think making it as easy as possible for the transition to the NFL. And because Powers Johnson does have that history of playing guard, Andre James is solidified. I think he's going to have that center spot. You don't re-sign him to a contract to I don't see it. I mean, Andre James doesn't have guard history, so it'd be basically it'd be Andre James on the bench.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I don't see that happening.
So, but you want to put your best 5 out there too.
Exactly.
So
that's the point.
That's the main thing. You want to put your best 5 out there.
If someone were to replace the center position at this point, I think it'd be Parham. Parham would end up be moving to center if we moved anybody to center instead of Andre James.
And remember, that was part of the calculation. And the only reason they didn't do it was because of how crazy that guard market was, with guards getting $20 million a year. Yep. So that was part of their calculation was Parham might even be a better center than Andre James, but they want to keep their best 5 out there. So I think this is the same situation. Now when we move, and this is like a Travis Kelce situation, like we talked about earlier. When we get up off that Andre James contract, maybe that's a situation we move JPJ.
All right, so I got the contract details here. I'm going to go ahead and share the page real quick so everybody can see. As you can see, hold up, let me give y'all a better view here. Let's see. All right, so it's essentially, give me 1 second here, so y'all can see this a little bit better. So it's essentially it's a 2-year deal, the 2-year deal, because they have an out after in 2026. So if they were to cut him, it's only going to be a 1.7 mil dead cap hit.
Not bad.
So the next 2 seasons they got Andre James.
Exactly. I agree.
But if they really wanted to cut him, like, man, we need a roster spot. This dude is trash. Then
they'd have to eat some money.
Yeah, they're gonna have to hit. It's gonna be a cap hit of $8 million if they cut him after next season.
Yeah. I mean, that's not horrible.
A $6 million cap hit if they cut him this season, but
Yeah.
But I don't know, man.
I mean, yeah, that would be stupid if you signed it for the season.
Yeah, I know,
they
man.
cut him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, $8 million is not horrible, but that's definitely
not good.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to take. The Colts go AD Mitchell.
AD Mitchell, I like it.
Man,
I like
it.
Anthony Richardson gets a weapon.
Yes.
Did Michael Pittman resign?
I believe so.
Michael Pittman
or did they franchise him?
Man, hey, the Colts, man.
Colts got 2 basketball players out there, bro.
Yeah.
Ed Dodds, if you out there, man, hey, man.
Man.
One of these days, man. One of these days, you're going to be the GM of the Raiders, man.
AD Mitchell is crazy athletic, too, bro.
Right.
He's like 6'2", ran a 4.39.
Man.
And off the line of scrimmage, but we talk about Xavier Worthy. There may not be a faster player off the line of scrimmage than AD Mitchell, man. That dude explodes off the line of scrimmage. Crazy fast.
You look at that receiver core now. You got Michael Pittman Jr., you got Josh Downs, which is showing a lot of promise. Alec Pierce. Now I know he hasn't produced like some thought he might be, but he is a fast receiver. Alec Pierce is a 4.3 guy. So now you got a lot of speed sitting on that field.
A lot of speed.
And then you have Anthony Richardson that is touted as where
look,
he could use his legs.
Look at that squad,
it's going to be interesting.
That squad. Anthony Richardson, Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman Jr., AD Mitchell.
Yeah.
And then Josh Downs, another receiver that I like.
But want to know why they can do? Want to know why the coach can do that? Because they address the quarterback position. So you can, when you have a quarterback, to get these guys the ball, you can do that.
Right.
You can do that kind of thing. We didn't have that luxury yet. For some reason, that's what we did.
So Ray says, I don't want to see Chris Jones put in Andre James in QB's lap anymore. Yeah. JPJ will make that much harder, especially if we're rolling with pocket. So what do you do with Andre James?
But that's the point, though. If Andre James is playing guard, he's gonna be putting him in quarterback's lap too.
Right.
Even worse, because he's playing a position he's never played before.
Right.
Using footwork he's never used before.
Yeah.
So I understand Andre James. It was a little questionable last year. A lot of people were on the fence on whether or not he was going to be good or not. And I don't take the stance of agreeing or disagreeing, because you did see some moments where we may wanted to let Andre James walk and address it in the draft or free agency. But we didn't. We signed him. I don't see him going anywhere else. I think he's going to be our center, kind of like it or not. And we're going to find Jackson Powers as our guard.
Right. So. Right. And AJ Simpson's Colts are building a bully.
Man.
Ray says
Latu first round?
Yeah, Latu first round. AD Mitchell. We just seen like a well, a list of all the skill position players they took within the last couple of seasons.
Yeah,
they're building something over there, man.
And then Josh Downs is the player that people say, once Drake May lost him, that's part of the reason he fell off so hard this last year at North Carolina.
Yeah.
So they already have him. They add A.D. Mitchell and they have Michael Pittman. But know what they did in the first round? They addressed the need. They had a need at edge. They picked possibly the best.
Didn't Josh Downs play pretty well against the Raiders?
He did play pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
But that's one of the guys. But before that game, I said he was a guy to kind of look out for because I thought he would play well.
Right.
And he had a pretty good game. And so but in the first round they drafted Leo Tulatu, right? Mm-hmm. Best player, probably the best player on the board, and I think that was the need for that team. So and in the second round they were able to go and get a luxury pick, but it's not really a luxury pick because you have a young quarterback. You want to give that guy as many weapons as possible. Then you also have a little bit of Josh Downs. Now you have two outside guys and a guy in Josh Downs who can play in the slot. Mm-hmm. So I think that they're building this thing right. We know A.D. Mitchell fell a little bit because he had some attitude, some attitude problems. I think that might be probably part of the reason why he transferred away from Georgia as well.
Right.
But he's going to a team that has some leaders. Jonathan Taylor is a leader. Michael Pittman's been there. He's been a leader.
Man. Hey, man.
It's going to force them to have that. Any defense that faces them is going to have to cover the entire football field because once you drop deep, once your defensive backs have to fall back and get those receivers that can take you deep, then guess what? Anthony Richardson might kill you with his legs.
Right.
So,
hey, let me ask you this, man. All right, obviously yesterday we were kind of looking at Telesco a little bit kind of like crazy.
Yeah.
Now, we talked about it too. Out of all the spots on the team, whether, a lot of people talk about, we need a quarterback, we need a head coach, but we need a GM.
Yeah.
And hopefully Telesco is that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's still time. He just became GM. But that being said, a guy that I really like was Ed Dodds.
Yeah.
Assistant GM for the Colts.
Yeah.
And he was part of building the team's, the Legion of Boom with Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's been with the Colts for years now.
Yes.
What does he have to do to get the GM role, man? Like, come on, man.
Because I don't know, man.
I really don't know.
Does he have a lot of impact on some of these guys going to the Colts, or is it just all Chris Ballard?
I mean, I think Chris Ballard is probably the driving force, but he's been sitting right there learning from Chris Ballard, and we see this is we talked about this a little bit last night, right? With the GM that went to San Diego, how he kind of learned at the hip of Ozzie Newsome, and so like generally when you have a guy that you've been learning from those very experienced GMs, like they pick up some of those pointers. And they're able to take that to the next organization, especially teams that draft well, right? The Colts, for whatever you want to say about them, they've drafted extremely well. Mm-hmm. The Ravens, they've drafted extremely well. So why not pick some guys from that tree? We do it all. They've been doing it with offensive coaches for years with the 49ers. Why not take that kind of same approach to general managers?
Right. And Commanders just drafted tight end Ben Sinnott. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Y'all know I struggle with names.
I have no idea who that guy is. I'm not even going to hold you, man.
Tight end from Kansas State, 6'3", 250, ran a 4.68, strong hand, solid blocker, elusive. Not a strong tight end class
6'4",
after.
6'4", second tight end off the board.
Yeah, man, this is a very weak tight end class.
Yeah, outside of Brock Bowers.
We got the best one. We got the best
Yeah.
one.
We did get the best one,
Best
man.
one.
We got the best one for sure.
Last year had a pretty good tight end class, right?
Oh,
There was a team that drafted one last. The team that drafted one last year, they came back and drafted one this year too.
Real quick, but to your point, right, Severe. Joe Ortiz, he's the GM over with the Chargers, and he's coming from a tree. He spent, I think it was 20 plus years sitting under Ozzie Newsome and DeCosta over there over with the Ravens, and it starts from the top down, and that's the hard part is that we've gone so long without a solidified GM, and we've missed in free agency, we've missed in the draft so many times, and that's where you got to build. And it's been a tough go not having a good GM. And obviously, look, Tom Telesco, it's his first draft. We've seen only 2 picks. The verdict is still out. We got to let him do his thing in hopes that everything does. You know, when people say trust the process, sometimes you do. You got to sit back. You got to trust the process. But unfortunately, as Raider fans, we've tried to trust the process for so long, and that process has screwed us.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to trust the process when we've experienced what we have for the last 20 plus years.
Yeah, man. And I don't know what, what we have to do, man. I hope Tom Telesco's the guy, but it's just, man, it sometimes get frustrating, man, to watch drafts and be like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? It is what it is, man.
Yeah.
Raider Ray says, get Audric Estime. And he also said
running back.
Yep, running back. And then he also mentioned Jalen Wright. So are you saying in the 3rd round, Ray?
No, but I'm not drafting a running back to the 4th.
Are you saying in the 3rd round, or at what point are you trying to draft these running backs, man? Let us know.
I would take Tyron Tracy in the 4th over. But Estime is a good player. Estime is a better player. Jalen Wright too, but I would rather address a different need in the 3rd and get a guy like Tyron Tracy in the 4th than take a running back in the 3rd round.
Okay. And I think we're going to see running backs really drop because we're already halfway through the 2nd, right? And so there's still so many good running backs sitting on the board. You got Trey Benson. Trey Benson's still out there.
Another D tackle goes off the board. The Browns select Michael Hall Jr. out of Ohio State. So, man, D tackles, man, has been the theme of the 2nd round for the most part. Like, that's what, the 7th or 8th D tackle taken? Yeah,
man. But I will say this, man. The Washington Commander, before they took Ben Sinnott, who I had no idea who that is. It's not a guy I really looked at because I didn't look at tight ends in this draft. Because you know what, we drafted one last year in the 2nd round, so I didn't think we needed any.
So M-Easy says, y'all are so negative. God damn. man, golly. Why are y'all so damn negative?
Oh, okay. Well, I think Raider Ray's saying the 4th.
The 4th? Okay.
I think he's saying the 4th. Yeah. If we can get Audric Estime in the 4th, I think that's fantastic value. I'd love that. That'd be great value. Right as well. If we can get either one of those guys in the 4th, I think that's excellent value. That's where we want to draft the running back at this point. I mean, we have Zamir White. I think when he took over the job, from the time he took over to the end of the season, he averaged 6.5 yards a carry. We just picked up Madison. We got some guys that are kind of on the back burner. I know everybody's in love with Sincere McCormick. Britton Brown is yet to really play. So, you know, we have some guys kind of waiting in the wings, and we brought back Abdullah for a reason. So, yeah, 4th round, I think that's kind of a sweet spot. But as I was saying before, man, the Washington Commanders are having a hell of a draft, man.
Right. And I want to address this comment, though, real quick, man. M-Easy, bro. Look, at the end of the day, you calling this negative, but at the end of the day, like, if you want to hear something super positive, you want to hear exactly what you want to hear, then you can go to the Raiders YouTube. They'll tell you everything that you want to hear, bro. They're going to tell you everything what you want to hear. We're just giving you our humble opinion.
Yeah, man.
We're being honest. We're letting you know what it is. Obviously, you know what I mean? We want the Raiders to do well, but if we don't agree with it, we're going to tell you we don't agree with it.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And obviously, if you have a difference in opinion, I understand completely. Yeah. But, you know, don't come here and tell us that we super negative, bro. Because you could easily go to Raiders.com because that's all they do is tell you everything that you want to hear. You know what I mean? Like,
go read Vinny Bonsignor and he'll tell you.
You know what I mean?
Hey, but let's be real, in that 2nd round, we really liked.
That was a great pick.
We really liked our 2nd round pick. So.
Raider Ray says, would you take Javon Baker in the 3rd if we don't take tackle?
I'm focused on tackle. I'm focused on tackle right now. If he's on the board, a developmental quarterback like Spencer Rattler, but I want, if for nothing else, I want a backup plan.
What's the upside though with Spencer Rattler though? Do you feel like he can be a guy that you can hand the keys to and be like franchise? I know he's getting picked in the mid round, 2nd round, who knows? But like, can you actually see Spencer Rattler maybe possibly with his talent be a guy that you could count on to be the franchise guy for the Raiders? I don't know. And then, you know, Raider Ray, he talks about some later round quarterbacks. Pratt or Milton, laugh aloud. Let me know. Man, at this point, bro, Like Milton, my problem with Milton is he's just not accurate.
No, exactly.
And he's
Exactly.
he's an older rookie coming into the NFL. It's
Exactly.
like he has all the physical ability though.
So
Super athletic.
go look back at him playing at Tennessee. That Tennessee system really did not help prepare a quarterback for the pro level. I mean,
Okay.
it was, if you go back and look at the films, and I did because, look, I wasn't high on Milton when he decided to throw that 80-yard bomb in the combine. Everybody got all high because he's got a massive arm.
You got a
and
crazy
does.
arm, bro.
But the thing is that they ran probably the most receiver screens I've ever seen a college team run. I mean, it was insane how many receiver screens they ran day in and day out, game after game.
I think it was it's the second most I've ever seen. I think Bo Nix ran more. I think Bo Nix had 900 yards. 900 of his yards were for passes that traveled less than 1 yard or were behind the line of scrimmage.
Lot of screens out of Bo Nix?
That's like
I don't know.
If 900,
I watched those games. He did not run a lot of screens.
900 of his yards were for passes that traveled less than 1 yard or that were behind the line of scrimmage.
They were. I broke down his film, and he did not have, one, a lot of screens, and two, not too many just plain dump offs. I mean, he played within the system that he had.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, and my thing is that if you're, a lot of people said he dumped off the ball a lot, and if that's your take on it, that's fine. But he must have made the right reads if he threw for 4,500 yards. That means you're making the right read, you're continuing the ball downfield, and you're making sure that offense continues to move. So, in my opinion, I think he played within the system, and so that's why I think he's a great fit with the Broncos. I think Sean Payton is going to provide a platform for him to succeed.
Ray asked about Javon Foster. Is that how he asked about?
Javon Baker.
Javon Baker.
Javon,
Okay.
He's the safety.
Javon Baker. But he's
Javon
going
Baker.
back.
I thought it was Javon Bowler. No?
No, he said this was a question earlier. Yeah, Javon Baker. He said
Javon. Yeah, Javon. I think Javon Baker.
Baker. I don't know who Javon Baker is, to be honest.
I think he might have meant Javon Bullard. Maybe he meant Bullard.
Bullard, the safety out of Georgia.
I think that might be who he meant, possibly. But Pratt is a guy who a lot of people like. If I'm choosing either Pratt or Spencer Rattler, I'm taking Spencer Rattler. I think Spencer Rattler's his main issue that people had an issue with was his maturity. He's a guy who has basically been like, he was the one since he was like in high school, right? He was the number one prospect coming out of high school that year. He went to Lincoln Riley. And at one point he was a projected number 1 overall pick in the draft. Now he got humbled,
right,
and lost his job. But then he went to South Carolina, who ran a pro-style system. And he's from everything I've heard, he's a guy that kind of has rehabilitated his reputation as a leader.
So I don't know if you, not to cut you off. I don't know if you addressed Patrick Paul just went off the board, offensive tackle, right? So
Patrick Paul, okay. I think he's a guy that was mocked to us in some of these second-round mocks. I think we picked him up one year, offensive tackle out of Houston. Huge. He has huge upside. He has some of the longest arms I've ever seen. I think he has like 36-inch arms or something like that. Something wild like that. So,
AJ says Javon Baker, the receiver. He was a transfer from Alabama. Has a lot of untapped potential. Pause.
What round were we looking at?
No short. Don Fain says no short QBs, please. No Spencer Rattler. Much rather have Jordan Travis. Okay. But
they're like the same height.
Jordan Travis, they're the same height.
I think they are. Jordan Travis, he's 6'1", right?
And Spencer Rattler is way bigger than. It's like in terms of weight. I think they're like the same height. They're like.
So hold on, let me. So I'll give you the final numbers, Don. I give you. Don't worry, man. I give you the final 6. So Spencer Rattler is 6 foot. Oh man, let me. Spencer Rattler is 6 foot, 211 pounds, 31-inch arms, 9 7/8 hand size. And let's go to Jordan Travis real quick. You know what I mean? Let's see what.
So he's 6 feet 211, right?
You said it again?
He's 6 feet 211, right?
Oh, Jordan Travis is only 6 foot?
No, that was Spencer Rattler.
Spencer
Oh,
Rattler.
yeah.
6
I
foot.
thought.
No, he's
Yeah.
6 foot. So let's check Jordan Travis.
Jordan
Yeah, I
Travis
thought Jordan Travis was 6'1".
Jordan Travis is 6'1".
Oh, Don Fane might be on to something, man.
What happened?
Bigger QB.
Oh man, yeah, exactly, right? Like man, you know. But he's slim too. He's like only 200 pounds.
I mean, going into last year for Jordan Travis, going to last year for Jordan Travis, I mean, he was touted as a top pick for the Heisman.
Right.
You know, so prior to him being injured, and he really thrived at Florida State. So it's not a bad pick if you can get past the injury history and what he's coming off of. He's not going to be a day one starter. He's probably not going to play season one. You know, so, but there is his ceiling is very high based on what he did in Florida at Florida State. You know, but he's got probably a really low floor because of some of the knocks on him coming out of college and not really being prepared for that pro type of system.
Oh, so Rose Garden is still available?
Rosengarten, yeah.
Rose Garden is still available? Kingsley still available?
I would have Blake Fisher above both of them. Blake Fisher's above both of them.
Over Kingsley?
I would have Blake Fisher over Kingsley, yeah.
I would.
I would have Blake Fisher over Kingsley. I would have him. Well, like Rosengarten, he played right tackle, so he was the right tackle. So everybody who talked about Michael Penix needing like this great right tackle, he played right tackle in college. No, their best offensive lineman was Troy Fatanu, and he played on the left side. So he would come and slot right in at right tackle.
Right. Right, man. My guy M Easy's back in the building, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. He said, did Cam Hart, cornerback, or Elijah Jones get drafted yet? So
No.
did Cam Hart and Elijah? Okay.
No, I like Elijah Jones. I like Elijah Jones. Blake Fisher played right tackle too, I believe, at Notre Dame, because Joe Alt was their left tackle, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Blake Fisher, he had to have played right tackle as well.
Yeah.
So he's a guy that as well that you know would come right in having experience on the right side.
So Raider Ray says Pratt's 6'2", 270, 20-ish. Okay. So he's a bigger quarterback. Bigger guy.
We're getting taller.
Yeah. But he's more
taller,
like fourth, fifth round option, right?
Yeah, and he doesn't like behind Michael Penix and Joe Milton. Spencer Rattler probably has the most arm talent in this draft. So, you know, and Caleb Williams, too. I forgot about Caleb Williams. But, you know, like, Spencer Rattler is right there in terms of his arm talent. He has one of the best arms in this class, and he ran a pro-style system. Marshawn Elam finally went off the board.
Yeah, off the board, yeah,
finally off the board. So, man.
And they took their time with that pick.
Yeah, man. My guy, Ennis Rayshaw, is really falling, man.
I'm telling you, like, you keep going. He's the top one on the board.
So what's the issue? Why is he dropping? Is he not? Did he run well?
He didn't run well.
He didn't run well. Okay.
He didn't run well. But if you look at him on tape, like he ran a 4.5 at the combine, but on tape he's moving faster than 4.5.
Right.
And I want to say he's undersized because he's like, I want to say he's 5'11" at corner, so that's good size for a corner. So it just has to be him not running well.
And the thing is, like, it doesn't matter. You can run a 4.5, but the way you make up with the lack of maybe the elite speed, the 4.4 speed, is you have great instincts. And that's what Ennis Rakestraw actually brings to the table. I mean, his instincts, his ball skill is top notch. You know, and that's why he was touted as possibly a first round, maybe really early second round pick. So I maybe the 40 has kind of knocked his stock level down a little bit.
Definitely. That's the only thing I could think of, man. Just look at the tape. Tape is clean, man. Tape is clean. So that's the only thing I could think of, man, is that they don't think he has a requisite athleticism.
Abel says, best birthday gift I got last year was the Raiders giving them Chargers an ass whooping.
Man.
It's always a good birthday gift.
Hey, man, that's a great birthday gift. Hopefully, hey, you know what? Hopefully we can be in L.A., man, watching the game. Chargers Stadium, meaning the Raiders Stadium. That's a home game for the Raiders, man. That's what I really mean. So
just our second home game for the season?
Exactly. Our extra home game for the season, man. And you know, LA is Raider country at the end of the day. So
all day.
Man, Man, definitely. That's gonna be a good game. I gotta definitely check out because I've never been to the LA Stadium. By the way, like how is it? Like, is it nicer than the Raiders Stadium?
I want to say it's nicer. It's nice. I want to say it's nicer. I would say like the outside of the stadium.
Yeah.
Is nicer.
Okay.
The outside they have like a reflecting pool. It's super nice.
Okay.
Inside, I would say Allegiant.
Okay. Yeah, Allegiant, bro. That
Allegiant
shit
is clean, bro.
Man, it's just
Allegiant
you feel real close to the field.
Yeah.
Anywhere that you sit, you feel like you're.
It's a good seats everywhere in the house.
Exactly.
But I will say at SoFi they have that crazy ass
The Tron, like that.
the crazy ass screen in the center.
Yeah.
That thing
That
was
is
like
legit.
$500 million by itself, something crazy like that.
Damn. So they best be watching the Super Bowl over there, right?
Man.
If we ain't going to it, we gonna watch it over there.
Man, exactly. So we got Tampa Bay on the clock right now. Tampa Bay, could they go tackle? Could Tampa Bay go tackle here? Could this be Blake Fisher?
It's a possibility. I mean, look, let's see. We got where are we at right now? Pick number 57.
Mm-hmm.
So just a little bit until the Raiders pick. So I would say let's just focus on the Raiders real quick, man. So obviously you feel like the next pick has to be defense.
I would assume so, man. But man, you never know, man.
Best player available, you know what I mean? Tom
that's best player
Telesco.
available, bro.
Hey, from now on, when we say Tom Telesco special, we already know what that means, man.
Bro.
Hey, man, that's that Tom Telesco special, man. Best player available, man.
I think with the way that the draft is kind of playing out, I don't see why we don't go corner or tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, unless there's some
either.
surprises in the next maybe 12 picks or so.
You know what? I got a question, man.
Off the tackle.
I got a question. Champ Kelly's the assistant GM, right?
Yeah.
I think he kept the same role that he had with Ziegler.
Yep.
What is the impact of Champ Kelly, especially in the later rounds? Do you think he has any impact on or input as far as who they should get? Because we know that Tom Telesco has a lot of success in the early rounds, because best player available, right? Yeah. But like in the later rounds, we haven't seen as much success.
No,
we understand like, hey, the later rounds, they're later round prospects for a reason. But you would think like if you've been a GM for 10 years, you would have like a little, man, you found a nice diamond in the rough there.
Yeah.
Like he really didn't have too much of that. So do you think a guy like Champ Kelly can come in and maybe help out in that area, maybe to identify talent in the later rounds?
Possibly, man. Tom Telesco's still living off that Keenan Allen third round
round pick.
The third round pick. Hey, man, look, like Tom Telesco, you can't draft in the later rounds. What about Keenan Allen?
Yeah.
Huh? That's his fallback to best player available.
Yeah.
Like, remember that time we had all them receivers and I drafted Keenan Allen in the work?
I would like to think, man, Champ Kelly got some input, man, especially in later rounds. If Tom Telesco calls it a day after the first couple of rounds, then you would hope that like maybe a guy like Champ Kelly, who was obviously a guy that we thought that was possibly going to be the Raiders GM at one point with AP, you would think that hey maybe he has a little bit say, but who knows, man? I don't know, man.
Well, we had a lot of feedback from a lot of people around the league about Champ Kelly, and he had a lot of respect across the league, and so we thought that Champ Kelly was going to be that guy that's going to be put in that position, but unfortunately, the verdict is kind of still out, because we only had Champ Kelly for 2 off seasons when he was matched up with Dave Ziegler, so it's tough. It's really hard to see just what type of stamp Champ Kelly can really put on this Raiders front office.
Yeah, so, I would think all of these guys have some kind of input into it, right?
So the Bucs are getting ready to announce their pick here.
Got William Golston announcing the pick for the Buccaneers, man. I wonder what the Buccaneers do, man. They have Chris Braswell. Ooh, he was the next best edge after Nealon.
Hey, it works out like that, man. When players get picked, especially at the position they get picked, there's always like a run. Especially teams get kind of nervous. They're like, this is the time to take him. But there goes another edge, and you know what? It's been a lot of defense.
A lot of defense, man.
A lot of defense in the second round. A lot of D tackles taken, but a lot of defense been taken, especially after the first round, where like a record 6 quarterbacks get taken in the top 12 picks. which is crazy. And that's why Tom Telesco took best player available. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fact.
So I mean, so with all the teams that are kind of coming the next 5, maybe 6 picks, and you just talked about, runs on players.
Oh,
There's got to be a run on corner at some point.
Remember the Buccaneers? They lost Shaq Barrett.
Yeah.
Okay.
They lost Shaq Barrett, so it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense.
And Shaq Barrett, from what I remember, he had like a little resurgence.
Yes.
When he went to Tampa Bay, he just exploded and got like, I don't know how many sacks.
Yeah.
And was that with Todd Bowles as the defensive coordinator? I know he's the head coach now, but like,
I believe, yes, he was defensive coordinator at that time.
When he first came to the Bucs, he was defensive coordinator, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he got a whole bunch of sacks, man.
Yeah.
So
but what do you guys think? You got Green Bay, pick is in. You got Houston. You got the Bills. You got Lions. Is there a team in the rest of this second round that could start the run on corner?
Possibly.
Well, Packers, they went offensive line, right, in the first round.
Yeah.
Then they went. Did they go corner in the second round? Early second round?
Adrian Cooper.
They went linebacker, so they possibly might go corner here.
Possibly.
Yeah, they might go.
Javon Bullard.
Javon Bullard.
The safety we were just talking about.
Okay.
Speaking of safeties, man, I wonder if we're gonna speak safeties from Georgia. As a matter of fact, I wonder if Chris Smith is going to get some run this next year, man. He's a guy. He was a late round pick. I think a lot of us, kind of like his instincts, like what we saw from him at Georgia, being one of those leaders in the backfield. So, be interested to see if he gets some run this year. But
I thought he was going to get. I thought we were going to start to see him a little bit more. But I think Trayvon Merrick and Marcus Epps, man, they held it down so well throughout the season that it may not be that he's not productive or can't find himself as a starter. I just think we have some 2 really good safeties right now.
Yeah.
No, facts, man. I was. I'm not gonna lie. I was out on Merrick early, man. After that Bills game, man, I was ready to throw Merrick in the trash, bro. But he recovered late in the year, man, and he turned into by far his best season as a pro, man. So
I think they were saying that. I think he ended the year with no touchdowns thrown on him at all.
Hey,
maybe the rest of the year.
Hey, Ray makes a good point here, man. If Rakestraw is getting close to that, end of the second, and we're picking pick 77, is it? Would you say trade up candidate right there?
I wouldn't do it, man, because like that. What kills it for me is that since we didn't address those needs in the first round, I don't want to give up extra capital because in a situation like that, right? Like when you address needs.
So Texas just took Blake Fisher right there. So that's your tackle went off the board.
That's great because that's a great pick for the Texans, man. Because you think about last year, they had so many injuries on the offensive line, man. People talk about what C.J. Stroud did, man. You think about it, they lost multiple starters on the offensive line early in the season. He was playing with 3rd and 4th string guys. Yeah. So and he still turned in the best rookie season at quarterback pretty much of all time. So but back to what we were talking about before, we see that essentially that Brock Bowers pick was the trade up,
right? Because
we wasted a pick on a player that wasn't a position of need. So that was like so you can't afford to lose out on any more picks when you have these other needs. You have to use these picks to address needs. Yeah. So at this point, you kind of got to stick and pick.
Because they took a luxury pick with their first pick.
Exactly.
You take that pick and you now need to address the needs of this team. You have to address it.
So the pick is in for Buffalo. Do they double up on receivers here? Troy Franklin, I believe, hasn't been drafted.
I actually am surprised he hasn't gone off the board just yet.
Hey, and receiver is a position that the Bills probably need to double up on because they lost Diggs and Gabe Davis.
This could be you want to know who Ennis Rakestraw's pro comparison is?
Who?
Tre'Davious White. Who did Buffalo just lose?
Yep, they lost
Tre'Davious White.
They lost White.
But they also cut Poyer as well, right? Did they lose 2 safeties? Did they cut both of their safeties?
Jordan Poyer didn't go back. They let him go. They let him go.
Did they lose another?
Both. I don't know.
Did they lose another safety?
They lost a lot of players in free agency. I know that. So that's why they traded back to get more picks.
Yeah.
So it made a lot of sense, especially because everybody thought, they're going to take the best receiver on the board in the first round. But they felt like they could wait, and they got a guy in Keon Coleman with that first pick in the second round.
Yeah.
And also, they might double up on receiver, man. Troy Franklin's on the board.
Yes, but I don't know, man. They need corner help, man. I think they could go.
Hey, man, I'm trying to be positive here. I'm trying to push this corner to the Raiders right now, man. I don't want to put that in the universe.
If Rakestraw does go, or just any corner, could be a TJ Tampa, could be somebody else, but that could start the run on corners.
Yeah, man, they could, man. Like I said, the pro comp for the pro comp for him is Tre'Davious White, man. So
Yeah.
it could be a situation where, could be a situation they go corner here, man. Especially like they didn't have Tre'Davious White most of the year anyway because he had that injury.
Right.
So maybe they feel that if they were able to get by without it. But look, they just gave their arch rival a receiver.
Yeah, you better find someone to guard him.
So you better find somebody that's going. And even though he's not the fastest guy,
Yeah.
Ennis Rayshaw is uber competitive.
Right.
Uber competitive. So
Raider Dev 75 says Brock is a need. We just didn't know it yet.
exactly.
Hey, man, it is what it is. We just didn't know it yet, man. It is a need.
My bad. My bad.
It is.
Shout out to Raider Deb.
Man, shout out Raider Dev. Well, One. My guy, One. Hey, man, One, you got to upgrade the name, man. I appreciate you always commenting and coming through, man.
Yeah.
We got to upgrade the name so you can stand out a little bit, man, so we can give you a name. But One says, I think Rayshaw is getting the Kalo Ringo treatment like
Keely
last
Ringo?
year.
I wasn't high on Ringo, though, last year.
I wasn't either, actually.
I know. Devin Witherspoon was by far my top guy. Christian Gonzalez was my second guy.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Forbes was another guy last year who I wasn't high on either. So.
Oh, you felt like he was a reach?
Emmanuel Forbes was a hella reach.
Yeah, because Commanders traded up to get Forbes, right?
they picked Forbes in front of Gonzalez too. I liked Witherspoon. I liked Gonzalez. I liked Joey Porter Jr. last year.
Yeah.
I wasn't as big of a fan of Keely Ringo. I know some people had him as a first round guy. I personally didn't, but yeah, he was or early round guy. I didn't, and he did end up falling. But another guy that ended up falling. But a lot of those Georgia guys fell last year, right? Well, was it last year? I don't know if it was last year. That N'Kobe Dean was a guy that's supposed to be drafted high. He fell. Nolan Smith was a guy that's supposed to be drafted high.
Hey, AGT got something for you, man. Hey, man, he wanted to give you that Raiders salute, man. Appreciate you coming through, my guy, man. But the pick is in for the Bills, and I'm guessing I'm going receiver, but you're going corner.
I think it might be Rayshaw.
Think of Rakestraw?
I think it might be Rayshaw.
I'm hoping that it's receiver so we can possibly get Rakestraw.
Because Rakestraw, my comparison to him was Devin Witherspoon.
Oh.
I think they both have very similar play styles.
That's lofty right there, man. Hey, I can't disagree with you though, man. I can't disagree with you on that one.
All right. Come on, Bills. Do something dumb, Bills, please.
So Bills are getting ready to announce their pick real quick.
Do Bills continue losing?
Ray says at this point, if someone is jumping off the board at 77 as obvious player, probably going to be our pick.
Exactly, fact.
Nice.
Cole Bishop. Okay, cool.
Bills.
Safety Cole Bishop goes to the Bills. You see how I'm speaking things to the universe? Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Yeah, you see how you did this last year, or not last year, yesterday.
What you mean?
If the Raiders,
man, hey, look, this dude set me up with a question. He asked me, "What do you want? What's the worst thing that you don't want to happen to the Raiders?" And I told him picking a guy that is not a need.
Yes. And look what happened. Yeah,
just don't ask me that question.
Nah, man, Cole Bishop, I think is a good pick for him. I know. 805. You like their other safety from Utah, right? I forget his name.
Yeah. As a seventh round,
as a late round guy.
Sione Vaki, man, he's just you want to talk about a guy that does it all. He played safety. He can come up into the box. He played running back for them.
Right.
So he's a great option to possibly play safety, be kind of a backup, but then special teamer.
Right. And then we got K's over here. Spencer Radler.
I wouldn't be mad at it, man. I wouldn't be mad at it. We're at 61. At 61, Radler hasn't gone yet, man.
Well, if Rayshaw goes off the board, a top corner that we feel like could be a big addition to the team, then would you start looking at all right, quarterback? You know what I mean? Quarterback could be a possibility. So we'll see how it goes. Some guys, some people mentioned, Michael Pratt. Obviously, Ray mentioned Michael Pratt, Joe Milton, the Jordan Travises. Those guys are kind of like later round options, obviously. But it looks like the Bills are getting ready to announce their pick, and Barry Sanders in the building.
Barry Sanders, the
All-time
man,
great,
the myth,
man.
the legend.
Man.
My personal favorite running back of all time. I think a lot of people's favorite running back of all time.
Super shifty, man. Dude, like, embarrass people on the football field, man.
Embarrass people, man.
That's kind of why I liked Reggie Bush at USC, man. Because he was so excited. He was super shifty.
Yeah.
You did.
You guys Heisman back.
We all know Severe is a UCLA fan, so he's gonna keep his.
Unfortunately, a UCLA fan. So I haven't seen a lot of. I've been a Raiders fan and a UCLA fan, so I haven't seen a lot of good football being played.
Man.
When the Lions took Amik Robertson from us, so they got a corner there, and so. Damn it.
Man,
wow.
Man.
Ennis Rakestraw Jr. goes to the Lions are killing the draft right now. They went Terrion Arnold and Eric Rakestraw with their first round and second round pick. 2 corners.
Man, this is.
They're trying to make a run, bro.
Ennis Rakestraw.
They're trying to make a run, man.
Yes.
Hey, can we say the Lions are Super Bowl contenders?
Oh yes, man.
Without question.
They were a second half collapse away from being in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, man.
So,
I just hope with a former player, head coach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That they got over there with the Lions.
Yeah, man.
I just hope the Raiders can follow it, like just go in that footstep, like you know what I mean. Somehow, AP can be that guy for us too as well, man. But they have built a really good team, really good team.
Man, look at him. Where you going? Where you going?
It's all good now. Look, hey, Rexstraw's off the board thanks to Severe, and no, I'm just playing. Hey, but now we start looking at other options now. Look at this point, 3rd round, pick number 77. K, you called it right now. Spencer Rattler, is he gonna be an option in 3rd, or
I think, man.
You know what I mean? Are we? Who knows, man?
Even with Ennis Rakestraw off the board. We go 3rd. I mean, me personally, if he falls to us,
man,
I like TJ Tampa.
Look at this right here. Aiden Hutchinson. They got Carlton Davis in the trade. This is the Lions. Ennis Rakestraw in the 2nd right now. Taron Arnold in the 1st round. And Brian Branch last year.
Yeah,
in
Alabama.
Yeah, man. Alabama.
I forgot they got Brian Branch. Man, so look, so they got Taron Arnold.
Yes,
that's a scary secondary.
Ennis Rakestraw, bro.
Man.
And with Meek in the slot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
That's
nasty.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. That's going to be a mean defense, bro.
That is.
It is what it is. Baltimore's on the clock, and their pick is in, I believe. So we'll get ready.
Can we say that's a really good example of building through the draft?
Yeah. Definitely.
I mean.
Definitely. And, did their offensive coordinator take a head coaching job? Did the OC?
No, he stayed.
Man, the
Ken
commitment.
Johnson.
The commitment from the OC, that's crazy, man. That he returned.
Yeah.
But I think he knows that they're building something great, and I think he wants to leave.
That's what he said. He said that he wanted to stick around one more year, one more season, because he knows they're that close.
I respect it.
Yeah.
I respect it, man. I respect it. I'm tired of these OCs leaving teams after 1 year. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you build a team, have some success, and win?
Did the Lions end up giving him? Didn't they give him a raise? Did they give him a raise?
Probably. They probably gave him a raise. They probably gave him a raise.
I'd hope so.
But also, you got to look at it from his perspective. You don't get opportunities like that all the time.
No,
you know, the NFL
Roger
is a year
Rosengarten. Damn. So that's Blake. So 2 guys. Thanks, Ray. Thanks a lot for that, Ray. So Blake Fisher and Roger Rosengarten go off the board. Thanks to Ray.
Oh man. Raider Deb says, I've been saying Rattler for a minute, just a weird feeling. Started watching his film since I had doubts about us getting our boy JD5.
Yeah.
Let me move this right here. But goddamn Lions, stay back.
Man.
Now for real, man.
So if we don't go corner here, a guy I like in the 4th is Elijah Jones. Right? Elijah Jones, big corner. Much like TJ Tampa, Elijah Jones, 6'1.5", only 185, but the guy ran 4.4, and he jumped 42.5 inches. So he's a guy, like say, he's a taller corner. Mm-hmm. Who did they pick up?
Casey's making moves.
Who was straight? Wait, hold up. Weren't the Ravens on the clock?
No, the Ravens.
No, Ravens
drafted the offensive tackle.
Oh yeah, they
Rosengarten.
drafted Rosengarten. Okay,
And then
okay.
KC just traded up to
They traded
pick
with the
number
Bills.
6. Did they trade with the Bills again? the Bills just got no shame, no shame in their game.
I don't know who they traded with.
Man, the Bills got no shame in the game. How are you gonna trade with a team that you play in the playoffs year in year out and they beat you?
Every year.
Man, are you helping the enemy?
They trade. Hey, hold on. They kept their number, their 63rd and 64th. They got back-to-back picks right now.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Ah man. Hey, KC right now.
What's KC doing?
Okay, wait.
What that's
with
another.
the 49ers. So hold up. So the KC
So they moved up one spot.
Okay.
They moved up one spot. They
Oh,
gave
that,
up a 6.
yeah, that ain't nothing.
Man,
But
why?
But they kept their 60.
No, the
64th.
64th is going to San Fran.
Oh.
so
Okay,
let's
it's
let's
not
hope that
updated yet.
KC gets the worst player in the draft right now. I'm just gonna call it out right now, man. Oscar Schlatter, man. That
No,
dude just-
hey, is it TJ?
Let's go Joe Milton. Joe Milton, come on, baby.
Hey, is this corner because Sneed left?
Could be corner. Maybe this is TJ Tampa.
This is the run. Is this the run on corners?
Maybe.
Hey man. They're getting ready to pick the Chiefs. The Chiefs are getting ready to make a pick right now.
TJ Tampa.
TJ, hey,
the run on
corner,
corners.
yep. Mhm.
TJ Tampa. Like we
Yep.
was talking about.
There you go.
Let's see. Jamal Charles, a guy who I personally despise.
Kingsley.
Kingsley.
Oh.
Suamataia.
Hey, the tackles are going off the board quick.
Board,
Yep. Mhm.
man. Tackles are going off the
Yep.
board, man. That's we
Inconsistent in pass pro. Max Crosby is going to eat, sir.
Man.
No, you better not. Max Crosby and Kuntz are going to eat, man. I don't want, but they do get a tackle here. This is actually a guy that I thought like the Raiders could possibly consider maybe in the second round too as well.
He's a big boy.
But but man, like Jackson Powers Johnson, that's a situation where need met value at that point, right? Jackson Powers Johnson was, man, facts, man. Ray, thank you for that, man. Dang, Ray Jinx and stuff, man. We still got the guy with that. Ooh, that's athleticism right there, bro.
Oh, out of the pool.
Out the pool, bro.
Damn, he just jumped out of the pool.
And that's an offensive tackle, bro. Look how that dude is built, man.
Man.
That's how that dude is built. That's explosion right there, bro. If anybody's ever tried to do that, you know how difficult that is.
Maybe I'll try to find a clip, but there's a clip of Kingsley. They're showing him jumping straight out of the pool, just vertically, just jumping straight out of it, man, just like a monster. I don't know how to describe it, man, but I'll try to see if I can find that clip for y'all.
So this is the last pick of the second round, being made by the 49ers.
The stinking 49ers. We don't like the 49ers over here, man.
Nah, man. Despise the 49ers.
We hate both these teams that pick.
Brock
you know
Bowers' team.
Exactly. Brock Bowers is his favorite team he grew up rooting for.
But to be fair, Jane Daniels' favorite team was 49ers, which you know what might have been the reason why we didn't trade up to get him, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. Oh man, but Felix says Kyrie Jackson.
I like Kyrie Jackson.
Kyrie Jackson.
He's a tall physical corner.
He is a tall physical corner.
Yep.
But I think he might go. In the third. So that's why I'm saying if we want to go Spencer Rattler in the third, I think Elijah Jones is a guy in the fourth that I would target. Like I said, he's a man corner, loves playing in man, has the requisite athleticism to thrive in man, in my opinion. So he's a guy that I wouldn't mind taking in the fourth round.
I mean, I like TJ Tampa in the third, but this corner class is deep. There are some guys, like two guys that I like that we could probably get in the fifth or sixth round if we did try to take Spencer Rattler in the third. You got Dwight McLeathern out of Arkansas, tall, lengthy corner, closes extremely fast onto the ball. And then you got Kamal Hadden out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He is extremely underrated because he got hurt last year.
Yeah.
It was a pec or shoulder injury that
I think it was a shoulder.
and it's not going to affect his mobility or anything like that. And he was, I believe, he was leading college football interceptions at the time when he got injured.
Yeah.
And if you go back and look at his film, I mean, he was locking down receivers day in, day out, but he got injured, and so I think that's why he's dropping a little bit. But those are two guys that we can still get in the 5th round, possibly 6th, to put the way the corners are falling. So if we do go Spencer Rattler, then there's still some options. But I'm afraid that the offensive tackles are starting to fly.
Yeah, man. Facts.
QB, the locker room. America.
QB in the locker room already, bro. Minshew like Stabler.
Okay. I feel you, man. Trying to stay positive.
Yeah,
I hope Minshew is the next coming of Stabler, or the journeyman version of, or not the version, but another coming of a guy like Rich Gannon.
Richie Rich.
A journeyman quarterback come in and be productive.
Yeah.
Once given an opportunity to compete. So I hope that's the case. But do you want to bet on it? I don't know if I want to bet on that.
Exactly, man. Minshew did have the coach one game away from the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
So hey, he's a guy that, and kind of went 5-5 last year. I want to say.
Yeah.
5-4 with Antonio Pierce. So he's a guy that hey, we're expecting some development out of him. Like I said yesterday, man, Aiden O'Connell better be somewhere wearing a trash bag and with a jump rope. Getting in hell of a shape, man, because he could be the guy that we depend on to be our starting quarterback next year, man. And he has to do something about his mobility. The easiest way to get faster is to drop weight. That's one of the easiest ways to get a little bit faster, a little more agile. But I'm thinking that the 49ers, they lost 2 defensive tackles, right? They let Javon Kinlaw walk, and they let Arik Armstead walk.
Mm-hmm.
So, but with defensive tackles going off the board, like is it too much of a reach right here to try to go defensive tackle? So another need, do they go corner? Is this where TJ Tampa goes off the board?
Yeah, it's a possibility, definitely a possibility.
With all the talks of Ayuk, if something happens with him, is there a receiver on the board that they might want to target?
Did they take a receiver? I believe that. Did they take a receiver? I believe.
Did they take a receiver?
Let me go ahead and double check here. I think
they did. They took.
Did they take Ladd?
No, I thought it was Ricky Pearsall.
No,
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, they took a receiver.
The other light skinned receiver.
So is that it's severe, man. Hey, is that a sign that Debo's on the way out, or Brandon Ayuk is on the way out? Because we heard rumors about Debo being on the trade block.
I would say Debo, just because right now he's more expensive and he's injured all the time and he's older. Brandon Ayuk is younger, and I think who would have thought that right now? Oh, so Renardo. So they didn't go T.J. Tampa. They did go
Renardo Green. Hey, my guy, one in the chat actually. I think I seen this here somewhere. He actually mentioned this right here. So the 49ers just drafted cornerback Renardo Green, and he asked, what are your thoughts on Renardo Green, cornerback from FSU, 6'1" man corner?
Yeah, he's good, man. You see him right here, man. Coverage right there, man. He's a guy that's sticky in coverage.
I didn't have much on him
right there. That was a pass interference on that one. But
he had him on the headline.
They're gonna call that in the NFL, bro. You ain't gonna get away with all that stuff in the league. So,
Hey, man. Hey, we appreciate everybody coming through, man. Make sure to clock in. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, hit that notification bell, all that good stuff, man, so you'll be notified the next time. Every time we go live and drop new content, man. Hey, we are live in Vegas, man, so make sure to show some love, man. Hit the like button, all that good stuff, man. So, yeah, getting back to it, man. We got, who's next on the clock here? Hold on 1 second.
It's officially the third round. The Jets are on the clock.
The Jets just traded up. The Jets. So Jets just traded up to the top of the third. Who do you think they go with? Because they went. Pick is in.
Could this be Spencer Rattler? They don't have a backup quarterback. They traded Zach Wilson. And they traded up.
Oh.
Could this be Spencer Rattler right here? I don't even know who their backup quarterback is. Do they still have that one guy that filled in for Zach Wilson? I forget his name.
Was it like White something?
Yeah, Mike White or Matt White. Mike White
like that.
or Matt White. Is he still there? Could this be a developmental?
Hey, that's crazy. Like, one was talking about Ronaldo Green. He said could get him like in the 4th or 5th round.
Yeah,
and your guy just went in
went in second, bro.
Just went in the second, late second. It's crazy.
Man. That's one corner that went earlier than expected.
Right. So the Jets are getting ready. They got a whole thing going on right now. So they're getting ready to make a announcement on their pick. But let me get back into the chat, man. Anthony Provencio says, best player available, 3rd round, regardless of position.
Hey, man,
Here we go.
That's Tom Telesco. That's a Tom Telesco right there.
Hey, man, Tom Telesco special. That's what we call it, man. Tom Telesco special.
The best player available, man.
Hey, man.
You know.
But Severe, that's a good call. I mean, the Jets don't have a backup quarterback, at least as far as we can tell. Don't have a backup quarterback, and if you trade up, you're trying to get your guy. You're trying to make that splash a little bit.
Yeah.
And if Spencer Rattler comes out, that's
so they went offensive line. When they traded down with the Vikings, they traded down to number 12, and they picked Fashanu. Only Fashanu. So they might be able to take a quarterback here. You know what I mean? Or do you give another weapon for Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, you picked up Mike Williams, right? You have Garrett Wilson already, who's one of the best.
But Mike Williams is injury prone, bro.
That is true.
No,
it might be a receiver because they picked up Tyrod Taylor. I forgot the Jets have Tyrod Taylor.
Okay.
So they have a backup quarterback.
But he's not the future, though.
He's not the future. But they have a competent backup. If they want to plan for the future, they go with Spencer Rattler at quarterback, maybe, and he's a guy he can sit behind. And Tyrod Taylor is like actually a pretty good comp for Spencer Rattler. You know, like a low-end comp for Spencer Rattler, Tyrod Taylor. Mm-hmm. You know, on the high end, maybe a less mobile Russell Wilson. But you know, so I ideally, if you're on win now mode for the Jets, a 3rd round pick, you would want it to be a starter. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Do they have a running back? Who's their running back?
Yeah, Breece Hall.
Diva Tamer says Rattler is not Raider material. He's a me first kid. He'll clash with AP like oil and vinegar. Okay.
I think that was a book on him early.
This would be a reach.
I don't know.
Hey,
there's a guy in front of us. This guy is dressed like a Nazi. Like, look, keep it cool, y'all. Keep it cool, y'all. You know? The Third Reich just entered the building. But
this would be a reach. But what if Brendan Rice came off the board?
Oh, I mean,
to the Jets, because Aaron Rodgers wants to win now. He wants weapons. They got him a tackle to help protect them. I think it'd be early, but Brendan Rice.
Is there an edge player worthy of being drafted right here? Is there somebody on the edge that's worthy of being drafted here? Do they need another edge rusher? They have Quentin Williams in the middle. Is there a guy off the edge that they can say, you know what? I think maybe this little bit to Jalix Hunt. I know that's a guy people know about. A guy Braylon Trice.
Braylon Trice hasn't been
Braylon Trice
drafted
is a guy, and I mean Braylon Trice he's a guy that's very effective on the edge. He's a big-bodied edge guy.
Yeah.
Could it be Braylon Trice?
I'm actually surprised he's still on the board. I mean,
Me too.
So the Jets
they went receiver.
So they went with a weapon. So I was right. So they went ahead and got a weapon for Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
They went offensive tackle 1st round. So obviously,
they're win now.
They're win now move. They're not trying to look. They're not thinking about the future right now.
And Malachi Corley is a guy that Steve Smith talked to, man. And Steve Smith really liked this guy. So you know, he called him the Yak King, but according to Raider fans, that's Brock Bowers. So he can't be the king. He got to be the
Hey, bro, I don't know
prince.
anymore at this point. Watch we draft Troy Franklin. Hey,
Bro.
man.
Troy Franklin's still on the board.
He's still on the board, man, and we do need a deep threat. But is it? Look, I understand, but Tom Telesco special.
Man,
We
best
know
player
that
available.
Tom
Best
Telesco
player.
special is a real thing, so it might happen.
What
might happen.
Look, hear me out. What if the best player on the board when we pick is Jatavian Sanders? That's a tight end out of Texas.
Stop it. Stop it.
Hey, man.
Todd Collector's up there like, look, look, you guys, I don't control how the board falls.
Hey, you know what, man? Hey, OJ,
Ooh.
Cooper Beebe is still available.
But he's a guard, though. Man.
Yeah,
I'm about to say, I don't know if we go back.
He's guard.
I mean,
man.
I won't put anything past Telesco, but I don't know if we go
guard,
back to back.
Right. Right. And you probably can find a guard in the fourth.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
But we drafted Powers Johnson. So unless we're going with Ray's plan, right? And we're sitting Andre James down.
Right.
We're starting Jackson Powers Johnson, and we pick up another rookie guard. Unless that's the calculation, I don't think we go guard. Man.
Oh, that's right. That's right. They did draft edge last year in the first round. They did. Round 1.
Who would they get last year?
Let me go look that up real quick. I remember it too. It was like in the 20s. They picked them in the 20s. Before NFL draft. But right now the Cardinals are on the clock. Right now they're getting ready to make their pick. Let's see what they take right here. Let's see. Trey Benson, running back. So the running backs are probably going to go off the board now. This might be the beginning of the running backs coming off the board. Trey Benson is off the board out of.
They went Will McDonald.
Yeah.
Will McDonald. That was the guy that was kind of a reach. He was shooting up draft board.
Yeah.
But he was kind of. I think he had like a crazy combine.
Right.
Trey Benson. I know
explosive.
That's the guy. A lot of Raider fans kind of wanted us to take a look at. I think in the 3rd round as well. I'm gonna say that's a guy. Him and Ray Davis were some very popular choices for us to draft in the 3rd round.
Trey Benson's a damn good running back. He had the injury history, but he's a damn good running back.
I can see Raider fans being hyped up about Joe Milton, man. If we get him in the 5th.
In the 5th? Oh, I'm not saying I wouldn't be hyped up about it, but I'm like, okay.
No, I'm just saying
I
overall.
understand
Because Milton is super athletic.
Yes.
Supremely athletic, has a great arm. But the issue is obviously his accuracy, his age. Like, what does his development look like?
Yes.
Does Lou Getsy have a plan for him? We seen what he did with Justin Fields.
Not fact.
So it's like, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't want to go that route.
I don't know either.
So, but look right here. We got a Diva Tamer says Cooper Beebe was listed as low first, high second. He got injured and people got scared. Look at his tape. The dude is Richie Incognito 2.0.
Now Cooper Beebe is he's a nasty customer, man.
Shout out Big Mike. That's his guy.
Yeah. Big Mike really likes Cooper Beebe, but the calculation you make is that what is the difference between if you want to go guard again, you want to go interior offensive line again, what is the gap between maybe you want to go Spencer Rattler, right? What's the gap between Spencer Rattler and Jordan Travis, and what's the gap between Cooper Beebe and a guy like Zach Zinter? Hold up.
I gotta look this up. Sometimes I just rely on the chat sometimes, but don't tell me that I can't trust y'all no more, man. Don't lie to me. We're going to the 2023 NFL Draft real quick. Just real quick, this so we can confirm the pick that Jets made in the first round. Let's see this here. So the Jets, New York Jets, were able to pick up, let's see, Will McDonald.
Yeah.
Will McDonald. So
that's what we said, right?
So AJ Simpson was like Jermaine Johnson was the edge pick last year for the Jets. I don't think it was last year though, bro. It was probably years prior.
Look at this. Brandon Coleman off the board, so Cooper Beebe
guard
still there.
Guard, yeah. So guards are coming off the board right now. Christian Haynes is another guy that might get drafted here too. So if there's a run on guards, man, it's gonna happen here. But do the Raiders join in? That's the question. Do the Raiders join in, man? Because, man, I don't know if they should make that pick right now too as well. Because like if Austin Powers Johnson is gonna go play that guard spot, and then you get most likely if you're gonna get O lineman, it might be an O tackle over guard.
We O tackle or corner. I feel like these are two positions we have to address at some point.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Well, the question is, can you get a quarterback later, or can you get a corner right now, or a corner later? Like
I said, I think I have Spencer Rattler as a much higher prospect than I have Michael Pratt or Joe Milton or What's the other guy that went to Kentucky? I think
Devin Leary.
Devin Leary.
That's
I have him much higher than Devin Leary. You know, after Spencer Rattler, there's a significant drop off in terms of talent. Much higher than Sam Hartman. Like I said, in the 4th round, I like Elijah Jones, right? Kyrie, I mean, the way things are going for Kyrie Jackson, I mean, he's a guy that could potentially be available in the 4th round.
Man, Anthony says, Pharaoh, who's the starting QB going into camp and who's the starter week 1? Man.
I think the answer to both of those is the same, but he asked you, so what do you think?
Man. No, I'm just saying, like, oh, you think it's straight up Minshew probably. You know what? If we don't draft a QB this year, we don't draft a QB because it's a really high chance that we don't draft a QB. I think AOC, man. AOC might come in there. He's lost some weight.
Has he?
Has he lost weight?
Has he?
You know what I mean?
Every time he looks,
he lost about like 2 pounds. You know what I mean? So
Pharaoh's gonna be mailing them trash bags. Wear this, man.
Out there, man. Work out the trash bags. That's old school.
There is a possibility that a rookie quarterback drafted in the 4th round could get better. There's a possibility.
Oh yeah, definitely a possibility.
And there's a great possibility. And AOC drafted in the 4th round, just with the circumstances that he was dealt with.
Yeah.
You can possibly say, like, you know what?
Yeah.
Imagine a full offseason
Yeah.
in an offense that maybe will be tailored to hit him because he's going to be one of the quarterbacks competing for that starting role. And now the team is going to be expecting them to be that. Now he's going to be more comfortable, 2nd year in the NFL. I think AOC might have a good chance. You know what I mean? I'm going AOC. I'm getting AOC. If we don't draft a QB.
All right, look here, Matt Easy. You might want to cover your ears, bro, because it's about to get real negative. Nah, I'm messing with you. Like that, there is a reason that the Raiders tried to trade up to the number 2 overall pick.
Right.
There's a reason why the Raiders tried to trade up with Atlanta to take Michael Penix. Is because they know they have some issues at quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there's a reason why when they talked about, when AP was asked about how are they going to address the quarterback position, right? He said worst case scenario was going with Aiden O'Connell. So, I mean, you know, that you know.
He did let that slip.
He let that slip, right? So that gives you insight into what he thinks about Aiden O'Connell's play.
Right.
And I don't think he dislikes or hates Aiden O'Connell. And I think, you know, Aiden O'Connell, he can get better with the full offseason with these weapons. We added it and we gave him another weapon. So I'm not saying he can't get better, but I'm just saying that ideally you want to upgrade at the position if you can.
I think at the same time,
but
you've got to look at Aiden O'Connell as a rookie because he truly is. I mean, the situation he was thrown in last year,
right?
And Josh McDaniels did a horrible job of preparing him for the moment. He was thrown into that Chargers game to start with no preparation, and then all of a sudden he's fired, and now Aiden O'Connell is now our starter. So he didn't have that preparation. So I think, and we had no offensive coordinator. Bo Hardigree was a interim offensive coordinator that shouldn't have never been calling plays in the first place. So I think just look at Aiden O'Connell as a rookie. If he sits behind Gardner Minshew and learns and earns a spot halfway through next season, that's fine. If he battles his way and becomes a starter, good for him. But I'm saying just look at him as a rookie. He's a 4th rounder. Let's let him battle and learn, and we'll see what we have.
I think that's an interesting take because he played last year. He played a good amount.
He played, but who was leading the way? A guy that never should have been there. An offensive guy that wasn't even an offensive coordinator. He never called plays in the NFL. He wasn't supposed to be calling plays. And so he didn't have the ability to get coached up by someone that can actually make him better. Right. And so just – I know he played, but he was in such a horrible situation that I'm going to view him as a rookie. I'm just going to view him as let him learn, let a system establish or be laid out for him. And if he gets the whole entire offseason to kind of work his way into a system, then cool, we'll see what we have, what he has. But it was such a bad situation for him last season that I just look at him as like, he's a rookie, and we'll see what we have as the season goes on.
And the Patriots are getting ready to announce their pick in the 3rd round, pick number 68. Raiders are around the corner. We'll see what they go after right now. I think in the 2nd round they drafted a receiver. Obviously, first pick they drafted Drake May. Drake? I need to get that sound effect, bro.
So man, with Aiden O'Connell, man, You know how old Aiden O'Connell will be when the season starts?
He needs to play right now.
Hey, as a second-year player, Aiden O'Connell's going to be 26 years old when the season starts.
Not as old as your Michael Penix?
I mean, he's older than Michael Penix.
Well, you know, if the competition is Minshew, then AOC has a good chance of starting.
He has a very good chance.
I'm gonna keep it real. Now, what you were mentioning about AP, talking about worst case scenario AOC. Guess what? We are in worst case scenario.
Yeah, actually.
Let's be real. Like the plan was to get a quarterback early.
We're there now.
Caden Wallace, dang, another tackle.
Another tackle gets off the board.
Tackle.
Caden Wallace gets drafted by the Patriots. So
Who's left? Let's see.
A tackle.
let's take a look, man. Let's look at the tackle position real quick.
Matt Conclaves. Matt Conclaves is a guy that's there.
There's a kid.
Kieran,
I like that kid.
Amigaji.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Amigaji.
Kieran,
Yeah.
I think he's a project, but he's got all the tools to be a good tackle in his league.
No.
Mm-hmm.
But will he be the best player available? That's the question.
So the pick is in for the Chargers.
Okay, they're flying. They're flying through these picks.
Chargers, yeah, they're going through it right now.
Do you think it's another wide receiver? You think it's another wide receiver? Jalen McMillan is on the board. Troy Franklin is on the board. Brendan Rice is on the board. Roman Wilson.
Or Corum? You think they go Corum?
Or Blake Corum.
Blake Corum?
But
They might.
I'm
this
telling
might be
you,
another running back.
this might be Jim Harbaugh right here.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh all over this pick right here.
Blake Corum or Roman Wilson.
Yeah, former Michigan player.
But both values. I think Roman Wilson is a little bit. I don't know. Blake Corum might be graded out as better, and he's a leader. He's a lead. He was one of the team leaders on Michigan. So people say he's one of the best leaders they've ever seen.
But the Chargers did pick up a running back, former Raven, in
Gus Edwards.
Not just Gus Edwards, the other running back too, that was hurt.
J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins got picked up,
right.
so they might not need to go after.
They may not. Yeah.
That's
a good point.
So it might be Roman Wilson.
Let's see. Does he grab his guys?
All
4 of the Charger fans are in attendance.
4 of the Charger fans that have been found, and they are in Detroit as we speak, holding up Jim Harbaugh face. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, bro.
It is what it is, man. All right, man.
Junior Colson, another Michigan guy.
Man.
Another Michigan guy. You know what? And he's a guy who I was going to talk about. He's a guy that super athletic at linebacker, sideline to sideline guy, pretty good in pass coverage.
Yeah.
He's a guy who I would, if we were going to go linebacker in this round, depending how things fell, I wouldn't have minded him. He's athletic, sideline to sideline guy, like I said, and he's good in coverage.
Casper says if Rattler is at 3, it wouldn't surprise me. AP and Edwards were recruiting him to replace Daniels at Arizona, and due to miscommunication, it didn't happen. AP loves Rattler.
Yeah, I did hear that. I did hear that.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so AP might be in Tom Telesco's ear, like, hey, we got to trade up at some point, right?
Yeah, man. Junior Colson is a guy who I like, man.
So let's look at the teams. Let's look at teams that's ahead of the Raiders right now. Let's take a look here.
Damn. All the guys who I pegged in the second round for us are gone, and a few of the guys who I pegged in the third are gone as well.
And man, the linebackers, it's crazy how much linebackers have been kind of devalued. You got guys like Jeremiah Trotter still on the board, Peyton Wilson.
To pivot real quick, we'll get back to talking about Rattler, obviously. But what do y'all think about T.J. Tampa?
I love T.J. Tampa.
He's still available.
Yeah.
Still available.
Still available.
Chris Abrams-Drain still available.
I like Chris Abrams-Drain.
That's a guy who GM Watt loves. Kyrie Jackson still on the board. Matt Conclaves, I think he's still on the board as well. Did Christian Haynes go?
I don't think so.
How do you guys feel about Peyton Wilson, linebacker, NC State?
I like Peyton Wilson. He's super athletic too.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't gone yet.
Super athletic.
So
I saw one mock where he was like mocked in the back end of the first round.
Right.
Like, so yeah, for him not to be gone yet.
So Peyton Wilson is still a linebacker. I know nobody probably wants to hear linebacker right now, but hey, look, it is what it is. Defense needs to get upgraded. Still need talent. T.J. Tampa's still on the board. Man, we got some players on the board. Blake Corum. I don't know if I want to take him in the third, just based off our needs. Marshawn Lloyd, running back. Are we looking at running? Are we waiting till the 4th, 5th for running back?
Yeah, I'm not touching the running back right now.
At this
man.
point, I think you got to wait.
I'm not touching the running back right now. I mean, I think Zamir showed enough right there where you want to give him a chance. I think Madison is a guy that he didn't succeed as the lead back, but he's a guy that was very effective as a complementary back. And I think Amir Abdullah fills his role as a third running back very effectively. So, man, I'm waiting.
So Giants are getting ready to make their selection, pick number 70. Raiders are around the corner. We are like less than 10 picks away, so 7 picks, I believe. Pick number 77.
Giants go running back?
Do Giants go running back to replace? Yeah, that's actually a good one, man. I like that one.
Maybe this is Blake Corum.
Yeah.
This may be Blake Corum
This
right
may
here.
be Blake Corum. Or Marshawn Lloyd.
Ooh,
No.
Andrew Phillips.
Cornerback, Andrew Phillips.
That's the Kentucky kid.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay. Man, so see, it's crazy, man. When the draft rolls around, it's so crazy how like everybody has these big boards, they rank these players, but teams have their player, and that's what it is, man.
Yeah. But it's
crazy.
The thing about it is that it only takes one team to like destroy.
Throw everything off.
So like we were talking about it before, right? And I said, I know we're talking to you in 805, and I was saying like it might be actually a good thing that we didn't pull off the trade to number 8, right? Because had we pulled off the trade to get to number 8 and drafted Michael Penix, imagine all of Raider Nation would have said, "Why'd you trade up for him?" Like we could remember we traded for when we on our mock draft, we traded up to 9 for him. Hell, we didn't trade up high enough because we went to 8, and everybody was saying, "Oh, that was a reach. Why'd you reach for him?" Right? So you know, if we would have consummated that trade and drafted Michael Penix, people would have been mad and said, you know, that was a reach. So you never know what these teams are thinking, and it only takes one team to reach on a guy. Everybody either had Christian Gonzalez or Devin Witherspoon as their 1 or 2 corner, right? Somehow Emmanuel Forbes went before Christian Gonzalez, or they had Joey Porter Jr. too. And you know, Emmanuel Forbes for some people wasn't even up there, and yet he somehow got drafted in front of, you know, all of those guys except for Devin Witherspoon.
So pick number 71, Cardinals are getting ready to announce their pick. Anthony Preventious, I'm legit 50-50. Shout out 50-50.
Shout out 50-50.
Man, if y'all don't know, y'all need to know, man. We go live every Monday at 8, man, so make sure to check us out.
We need a drop for that.
Huh?
We need a drop for that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Another guard.
On
Isaiah
AOC,
Adams.
so he's 50-50 on AOC and Minshew, man, for sure.
So he can go either way. Isaiah Adams out of Illinois, man.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah. Oh, we did, though. Remember old dude?
Yeah, but just like a single one.
Yeah.
Just a single one, like, you know.
No, he did do one.
He did just a single?
Yep,
Okay,
he did,
okay, for sure. Yeah,
All right, man, we have a little inside conversation, but don't mind us, man.
Yeah.
Hey, man, but I feel you. AOC, Minshew, 50-50. I get it, 100%. Like, it can go either way, but I low-key want them to maybe look into a younger quarterback. Maybe just add a little bit more competition to that room and let the best quarterback win, whoever that is.
These picks are fine. So Isaiah Adams to the Cardinals. So hey, man, this year they're doing what they need to do to ensure that that Kyler Murray is in the best position possible to succeed, right?
And they're saying you better.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Facts,
like,
man.
we're giving you your weapons. We're going to protect you. So you better turn out to be that quarterback we thought you were.
They picked up Marvin Harrison Jr. Then they built on the defense. You know that they got Darius Robinson and Max Melton. Then they picked up Trey Benson, and now they give him a guard to kind of protect him.
So we missed the pick. Isaiah Adams, another offensive tackle goes off the board.
Offensive, I think it's guard.
He's a guard.
I think he played guard.
So I'm seeing they're listing him as offensive tackle, but he could probably be a guard too as well.
All the highlights that were showing were guard.
We're guard. Okay. I don't know. I'm looking at the wrong thing then, I guess. Let's see. So he started 14 games at left guard, 10 at right tackle, 1 at left tackle over the past 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So he's played inside and outside.
Yeah.
So a little bit of versatility there. So obviously the Cardinals go offensive tackle. Where do you think the Panthers go here, man? Tom Telesco special?
Tom Telesco special, man. Like when you were as bad as the Panthers were, and you gave up your first round pick, you got to go Tom Telesco special, man. You got to. You got no choice, man. Who have they gotten so far? They got Xavier Legette. So looks like, you know what? Do they go O-line? Do they go O-line here?
Oh, man. Hey, man. AJ Simpson, my guy, man. You know you're my guy, bro. Hey, he says, Pharaoh doing me dirty. It was Will McDonald. Jermaine Johnson was someone I wanted for us. They have him.
Oh, that's the player they have.
Okay. My bad.
Nah, don't be trying to clean that up now, man.
He's
There's a cleanup on aisle 3.
He tried to rewind. He's like, hey, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, nah, AJ, I'm going to take your word for it, bro. I'm going to take your word for it, man.
Facts,
Appreciate the support, man. My guy, man, came through with a super chat. But yeah, man, hey, look, hey, we are 5 picks away from the Raiders picking. Is there a chance they trade up? Is there?
I think because of the run of offensive linemen, Bryce Young was running for his life last year.
So,
I think that they got to try to address the offensive line situation. I don't know where they're lacking, whether it's interior or tackle, but all I know is Bryce Young was running for his life. So they haven't addressed the offensive line yet, so maybe this is it.
Yeah, they got Bryce Young a wide receiver. They got him a running back.
Okay, so the next 5 picks, teams are going to be picking. Right now, the Panthers are getting ready to announce their pick. Then it's the Cowboys. Then it's the Falcons, the Bears, the Broncos. None of those teams need a quarterback.
No.
But usually when teams trade up, it's usually the teams after the Raiders. And if you're looking at it, are you looking at maybe the Seahawks, the Rams? You know, those maybe that could be a possibility.
Possibly the Rams.
I mean, it's kind of all lining up for the Raiders to basically take, Spencer Rattler, man.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Who's the backup in Dallas?
Backup in Dallas is Joe Shimaloto.
Huh? I know that guy. I had him on fantasy last. That's the guy. That dude.
That was my sleeper.
That's that guy. Joe. Joe was some. Because think about it like this, right? What school did Jerry Jones go to?
Arkansas.
Yes. So he's very familiar with the with that region. Now I'm trying to think who's the coach now. That's not the coach. I'm thinking about Steve Spurrier. Was he the coach of South Carolina? He's not anymore.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, a while ago.
But he's not anymore. Man, so I don't know.
All right, Panthers are getting ready to make their selection at for
That's
the 3rd round pick.
Who was the coach of Arkansas? That I think he got an NFL job and he fizzled out. I can't remember the guy's name. Not Steve Spurrier, somebody else that fizzled out. Steve Spurrier is another guy that fizzled out in the NFL. But I want to say Arkansas.
Steve Spurrier didn't last in the NFL.
No, he didn't last in the NFL. It's another guy though. Remember Steve Spurrier?
Trevin Wallace, linebacker, goes off the board. Okay, so
Wallace.
Explosive. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. So Cowboys, Falcons, Bears, Broncos. We are less than 4 or 5 picks away from the Raiders making their pick in the 3rd round. Do they possibly trade up maybe to secure their guy, whoever that is?
Possibly.
The only reason why I see a trade up would be, I can see a trade up is maybe is Spencer Rattler. I can make sense of it. Anybody else, it's like, it's Tom Telesco special at this point.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Your boy don't trade up.
Man,
he don't trade up, man. He's never trade up.
Peyton
ever.
Wilson is really not. People really not.
That's crazy. So I'm looking at how's Peyton Wilson still on the board?
People not touching Peyton Wilson, bro.
Hey, that might be a guy. So I want to know why some of these guys drop. You know, there's been some guys that have been dropping, like a Troy Franklin. Yeah. Troy Franklin was talked about going at the end of the 1st round at the very least. Wide receiver out of Oregon. So
I mean, the one knock on Peyton Wilson was that he's just undersized. He's extremely athletic, but there was some concern that he was undersized. But the one thing that it's hard when you're talking about all 32 teams is that you also got to think about system. And I don't track them in all 32 to know the systems,
But you think about Peyton Wilson, though, the guy's like 6'4", 230. So he's he's essentially the same size, or basically the same size as Brock Bowers. And he's a guy that he tested well.
Yeah, he did, but
he ran a 4.4.
At 230, I think a lot of analysts said he was
damn, that
undersized.
makes sense. Damn, that makes sense, man. Man, that's a great pick, man. That is a great pick.
Cooper
Beebe, man. That's a great pick, man. That's a great pick. And the Cowboys
just have a history of just drafting
bro,
online, bro.
Yeah, when it comes and guards, bro.
Yeah.
They're man, offensive linemen and guards, especially recently, man. You think about Zach Martin as a guy.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And,
You're right.
And now that he's getting a little bit longer in the tooth. And we talk, Christian Wilkins talking about how Christian Wilkins kind of got his get back on him.
Yeah.
So maybe they bring in a young guy to kind of, hey, you know what? Zach is getting up there. Let's bring in some reinforcements.
Don Fain says Peyton fallen due to the injury history. AP, the linebacker, might want
he did have
that is
injury
true.
history.
That is
Yep.
true. That is true. That is true.
Yeah. Shout out Don Fain, man. Appreciate you coming through. But one in the chat, he says Penix only got selected at 8 because of the tampering. ATL didn't get taxes this year because it's too close to draft, so we'll lose next year's first and decide to grab the future now and not later. Oh, so they don't have a first round pick
Next year?
Next year?
Oh, did they get popped with the first round pick? They lost the first because of that? Ooh.
Oh, okay. So I can see the desperation then.
Yeah. Because
Wow.
you know what? They said they were going to draft the quarterback in the next 2 years. So they like, we got it.
Speaking of Atlanta, they're getting ready to announce their pick, man. Pick number 74.
Andre, the Spider-Man. That was even though I hated him because he played for the Chiefs, that was one of the coldest celebrations. That was one of the coldest. The Spider-Man celebration was one of the coldest.
He played one season with the Raiders, right?
He did play
played
well.
one
He
season
did play
with
with
the
us.
Raiders,
Yeah, he did play with us. I want to say it was before we picked up Jerry Rice.
Braylon Trice.
Braylon Trice goes off the board.
that's
So
a really
yeah,
good
man,
pick.
that is hella. So people thought they should. So hey, look. People thought they should have drafted edge in the first round with Dallas Turner.
Right.
People maybe thought they should have drafted edge in the second round. Maybe they felt they reached on Shamar. But they followed it up with Braylon Trice, who, in my opinion, was like a second-round value guy. He's not like a speed guy, but he's a big body, has pretty good hands, pretty good, the arm length is what you were kind of looking for, and he's pretty productive.
But hey, look, but you can see what the Falcons, they're feeling that they should have went defense in the first. They obviously went and got their quarterback, which I hate the Falcons for that. But yeah, man. So
We ain't never letting that go.
But look what they did, man. Second round, they went D tackle. You probably say they reached. Third round, they got edge.
Yeah.
So they're definitely emphasizing defense after going with quarterback,
No,
which
fact.
obviously wasn't a huge need after signing a quarterback to a 4-year, $180 million deal, $100 million guaranteed. So I got to emphasize that because, and I think, did you look up the guarantee? Like, is it only 2 years, so they can get out of it 2 years though?
They can get out of it 2 years.
26, I believe, right?
Yeah, 26
Okay.
with a very minimal cap hit.
Yeah.
Very minimal cap
So
hit.
after that might be Penix Jr. time.
Yes.
Penix Jr. time, man.
So
But look, man, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, hit that notification, man, all that good stuff, man. Appreciate everybody coming through, man. Hey, the Raiders are less than 5 picks away
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and drafting.
So what do you think we do?
Prediction.
What do you think we do?
Hey, it's prediction time. Everybody, come on. I want to see what y'all gonna say in the chat. Who do the Raiders pick in the third round, man? Do we go linebacker? Do we go corner? Do we go Tom Telesco special? Do we QB? Obviously, Spencer Rattler could be a possibility.
As it currently stands, if we go Tom Telesco special, Peyton Wilson is technically the best player left on the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we go need,
TJ Tampa?
I think
TJ Tampa is still available.
I think he's the best. He's the best value currently on the board of what we need.
yeah, he is the best value in terms of what we need.
But we have to say, Tom Telesco has his own board.
Exactly.
Remember that.
Yeah,
Tom
exactly.
Telesco has his own board. So TJ Tampa might be the best player available, or it might be Peyton Wilson, or it might be Spencer Rattler.
I just wonder how much he's valuing these tackles that are left because there's been a massive run on tackles, and I think we've missed out on quite a few.
At this point, AP might need to do a Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, he might need to step in a little bit.
He might need to do a Mike Vrabel and kind of throw his weight around a little
Sam,
bit.
TJ Tampa is still available.
You
Yeah.
feel me? You know.
Yeah.
So.
Oh man, Aaron Jones, man. I think the shocker. He says running back. Running back Aaron Jones. I think Aaron Jones, the running back, is predicting that we get a running back. All right, cool.
Okay.
No, I'm just playing. All right, man. So he's predicting running back.
I mean, I think again. I hate to hit the
y'all
Brock
clowning
Bowers.
right now. Y'all messing around. He said Thomas thinking
Like,
punter. Man, hey, Thomas is he his inner Al Davis right now?
Man,
Johnny
exactly,
Janikowski
right.
in the
Johnny
first round,
Kowski.
and I don't know, man.
I hate to hit the Brock Bowers thing, but the thing is that Brock Bowers doesn't give us much flexibility right now, right?
No,
we could love running back, but we didn't address the certain needs round one. So I don't think we have that luxury to go running back right now.
Don't, man. So
Yeah.
we got to go corner. In my opinion, we have to go corner or we have to go quarterback here.
Right.
I think it has to be one of those two. So if he likes TJ Tampa, I would go TJ Tampa. I mean, if the Raiders, if it's true what they say and they love Spencer Rattler could be the guy, right?
Right.
And infuse some
Trade up and get Milton.
exactly
Hugh
right.
Jack City says trade up and get Milton. Hey, man. Everybody got different.
Trade Michael Mayer for Joe Milton.
Cham City says linebacker. Charm City. Jay says linebacker.
I can see that, man. Like if he goes best player available, technically Peyton Wilson is probably the best player available.
Yeah.
So Christian Jones is still there.
Yep. Tackle Christian
tackle.
Jones, Marshawn Lloyd, something.
Roman Wilson is a deep threat.
Yep.
Deep threat. I
Yep.
mean, but not at this point, bro. If we take a wide receiver, bro. Troy Franklin. Is Troy Franklin still on the board?
Still on the board.
You know, Jaden Hicks safety is a dog, Los Angeles Raider. Okay.
Okay.
Sam Tanka says B. Allen would be a good pickup. Dude's still young.
Braylon Allen.
Brandon Allen.
I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
Braylon Allen, but he's not really he's not a home run. I don't know if it's
No, yeah. He's a bigger back.
Yeah,
He's a bigger
You know,
back.
I don't know. It might clash with Zamir White. I don't know. I feel like Zamir White he has that physical presence about him.
Braylon Allen is strictly that like 4th and 1 goal line guy. You're gonna bring him in.
Yeah.
You know, Zamir White. Yeah, he can pound the rock a little bit. I think we still need to see more out of it. But
Right.
Braylon Allen's definitely a 4th and 1 short yardage type of guy.
All right, so pick number 75, less than 3 picks away, 2 picks away almost, pretty much. The Chicago Bears are getting ready to announce their pick. Pick number 75, the Raiders pick number 77, round 3. And they are getting ready.
Peanut Tillman,
man, man, that dude.
That dude was a dog, bro. That dude.
I don't know. Yeah. That was like he was like the hit stick special, man.
Bro.
Like he forced fumbles.
Yeah, man.
With
had
ease.
That peanut punch, man. That's what they coined the term. Kieran, they're your guy.
Kieran.
Wait,
I like him.
Uh-oh.
I really like him.
Okay, Ray, are you ahead of us right now? I think Ray might be ahead of us. Okay. If they're on the clock, does that mean that they traded up?
They have to have traded up.
So
I'm about to say.
that means they have traded up. So let me
jumped Denver.
So did this
If
fool
they
trade
traded
up?
up.
Did we
But
trade up?
Why would we
Oh,
need to,
are we witnessing for the first time?
why would
The
we need
first
to trade
ever,
up?
the first ever time Telesco. So Kieran gets. By the way, the tackle Kieran Amajadi.
He's traded up before. No, he's traded up before. He traded up for
I
Melvin
think he
Gordon.
did one. Yeah,
He traded up
one
traded
time.
for Melvin Gordon. So the Broncos pick is in already. That's why.
Okay.
okay.
So Raider Ray might be live in Detroit right now.
It's moving quick.
He's moving pretty fast.
Moving fast. So who do we think the Broncos go with? They picked up Bo Nix, right?
Man, I hope it's a punter for sure.
Man.
A punter.
Hey, man.
Someone that's not good at all, man.
Hey.
Hopefully it's a reach.
Man, I'm hoping the same.
Who are their picks so far? Obviously, Bo Nix.
Bo Nix. They can go receiver.
I think they're receiver.
They go receiver. They let go of Jerry Jeudy.
And
Wow.
Cortland Sutton hasn't reported.
Exactly. So
Wow.
Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson. Are they doing a Giddy? Oh my goodness, that is disgusting. That is. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Bo Nix to Troy Franklin.
Oh man, that is. Hey, you know what? Ironically, there's a Tony. I remember Tony Scheffler for the Broncos.
Two Oregon boys
There-
about to go.
Troy Franklin or Roman Wilson possibly,
Man, so
or Brendan Rice maybe.
I mean, I know the answer of who the Raiders just picked. So
Who the Raiders just picked.
yeah, so I'm just gonna let y'all wait, man, and just suffer.
You say the Raiders?
Oh, damn.
You say the Raiders, or you say the Broncos?
The Raiders.
The Raiders.
Oh man.
I'm just gonna.
Oh man. Oh man. Who would the Broncos go with?
I mean, could you? Because Bo Nix, Oregon, Troy Franklin, Oregon, you can get that tandem back.
That would be Troy Franklin. If the smart thing would be Troy Franklin. Jonah Ellis. Okay, edge.
Completely wrong.
Yeah, man. We And they drafted Edge. Or nah, they didn't draft Edge. They didn't draft Edge. Who drafted Edge? It wasn't them. I forgot who it was. Maybe it was the Cowboys earlier. But all right, so we are on the clock. TJ Tampa is available.
We're on the clock. Let's go.
Blake Corum is available. It's looking like, from Pharaoh's face, he's looking like AP was looking on. I might have my thumbnail for when we go live. I might have to clip Pharaoh's face right now and make my thumbnail for the show on Monday. We're gonna still be here on Monday. Did we just
grab a punter? Is that what you're saying?
Pharaoh don't look too happy,
All right,
man.
come on.
Pharaoh don't look too happy, man. Let's see, man. Pharaoh got the inside scoop,
about it.
Man. Pharaoh got the inside scoop.
Did we pick another tight end?
Jatavian Sanders.
All right, come on. Let's go, Raiders.
Sanders, best player available. Oh, man. One ain't happy either. Oh, damn. If one ain't happy, Pharaoh and one they're both upset.
Come on.
Oh, damn. Y'all sending Jim Plunkett out here?
Send him out here again.
They're sending Jim Plunkett out here to make a fool of himself.
I'm about to be negative real quick, all right? I'm just going to be negative real quick.
Man.
Just for a little bit. Just for one. Give me 20. I'm going to get 20 seconds to be negative real quick.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think.
Bro.
Hold on. I'm trying to think.
Bro. Who can we go?
Who could we go that?
Do we go like a safety?
I'm about to say. Do we go fullback?
Delmar Glaze? Glaze? Like,
pause.
He's a 2023 third team.
Delmer Glaze, man, offensive tackle. He wasn't even projected to go here, man. He was projected to go later in the rounds.
No, Pharaoh. Stop. That's because bored. Dog, you don't know this man's you don't know this man's bored, apparently, Mr. Negativity.
Delmar Glaze.
Damn.
You know? Now we about to be the butt of every joke.
Yeah, man.
Look, AP about to leave, bro. Look, AP bouncing.
AP dead.
Look at him. He just said it. He's like, I'm out.
He leaving, dog.
He said, I'm out.
Dog.
What are they doing?
Yo. AP bounced, bro. I bet he was advocating for Spencer, bro.
Hey, bro. What are they doing?
Bro. AP bounced, bro. He didn't look happy either, bro.
Hey, get Tom Telesco, a.k.a. Charger, out the building, man. Get him out the building,
told
bro.
You, it's a psyop, bro. This is a psyop, bro. This is a straight psyop.
Yeah, why are you hiring? First of all, Mark Davis, why are you hiring a Patriot and then you go hire a Charger? I know it doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, like, it's just, God.
Bro. Delmar Glaze, he had a 6th round projection.
What are they doing?
Nah, bro, you guys are being negative. He was clearly number 1 on the board. Because remember, we only draft best player available, remember? When we said yesterday, everybody was saying we were negative because Brock Bowers is best player and Tom Telesco only drafts best player available. He doesn't reach for need. We only go best player available. Damn. So not only did they reach for need, but they didn't even take the best player available.
I ain't gonna lie, Tom Telesco is disgusting.
Bro,
He's disgusting. He's disgusting. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? I hope I'm wrong. I hope y'all pull this up and be like, hey, Pharaoh, I remember you were hating on it, you were being negative, and look at him. Look at all the players that Tom Telesco. I hope I'm wrong, man. I hope I'm wrong, man.
So I'm reading. I'm reading just kind of the pros and his strengths and weaknesses, and everything is just development.
I'm just thinking right now.
I'm more pissed off right now, man.
I'm thinking. Look, like every time. I gotta be an adult here. Like, I can't even get it out. Like every time he gets beat for an edge, like you just got glazed.
Man, I don't have a.
You've been glazed. You've been glazed. Like, the quarterback got glazed in the sack. Oh my God, it's nasty. It's terrible, man. We about to get adult content warning on this.
I'm debating y'all overreacting, bro. Do you know who Delmar Glaze is? Well, you know what? Hey, look. At the end of the day, I could be wrong.
So look,
I could be
so
wrong.
no, we're overreacting, right? So look,
It's obviously it's going to be overreaction when we first find out what the team picked. It's obviously going to be a little bit of overreaction, especially if it's a guy that's projected to go in the later rounds, goes in the third round.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. So what pick was that right there?
And this is the second year in a row where we were left scratching our heads in the third round. Last year it was Young. Was it Brian Young?
Byron Young.
Byron Young, D tackle. You know who was projected to go in the later rounds as well. So it's like, oh man, I don't know, man.
So look. So
Daniel Kim, man, pause, man. No, did he? I ain't gonna even put that up there, man.
So look.
Aston Avila. Aston Avila joining the party. For sure, man.
Man. What did Aston Villa say? What did he say?
He said, Glazing boys up and on.
Oh man, bro.
Man.
Oh, bro.
Hey, him and Jay Glazer might be
bro.
Cool.
Jay Glazer.
They might be some good ass partners.
That's like, man, that's a good ass. Look, so no, we overreacting, right? So that was pick number 77, right?
Man.
So according to ESPN,
Come on.
Glaze was a 226th overall prospect. According to NFL.com, he's a 5th or 6th round projection.
Yeah.
And we took him in the 3rd.
At pick 77.
That's crazy. How do you go best player available and then you reach? It's like
We don't know Tom Telesco's board. No, remember Tom Telesco said drafting it's not a science, it's an art. See that's the stuff you say so you can be disingenuous with your picks, right? Because of course he can just say you can be disingenuous with your picks, so you can go up and down you can just choose who you see fit to be chosen right there. Because Brock Bowers wasn't a reach, but he's not a position of need.
Man,
Facts, bro.
Man, I'm kind of in shock right now. Like, I know it's the 3rd round, but bro, I've never seen everything that they said about Tom Telesco is true.
That is horrible, bro. Can't even put that on the screen, bro.
Nah, man, we're not doing that.
That's hilarious. Oh man, no Diddy for sure. Oh man, come on, Daniel Kim, let these people know.
Hey, look. Let's talk about this real quick, man. I've never seen everything they said about Tom Telesco has come true. He takes the best player available in the first couple rounds, and then after the first couple rounds, he just falls asleep. He just goes in a coma and just starts pressing random buttons and I draft whoever.
So that was a perfect example of AP right there. I mean, he walked out.
Bro, he walked out and he didn't look happy. It wasn't like no smooth walkout. Like I'm gonna dep everybody up. He was like, bro, I'm gone. I'm done. End of this.
Like I'm not hanging out. I'm not hanging around you people. I'm out.
What are you doing? Why didn't they hire Champ? Why didn't they hire Champ Kelly? Why didn't they hire Champ Kelly? Or
this is
all right. You know what?
This is nasty.
Remember, I said I just needed some time to be negative.
Anybody? Can you find? Let us know. Can you find something good on him and justify?
Matt Conclaves comes off the board. Who's the guy who? Matt Conclaves, in my opinion, was the number 1 tackle left on the board, and we let him go past. And 2 picks later, he gets picked up by guess who? A competent GM.
Oh man, the Colts.
A competent GM, right? A GM that knows how to draft.
Hey, AKA assistant GM Ed Dodds is part of that building. Who was interviewed? Who was one of the finalists for the GM job? But another ugly head of Mark Davis
exactly
goes ahead and makes a terrible decision for the Raiders organization. Hey, like I said, I'm gonna be negative for just a little bit. Just give me a little bit of time.
And we gave him credit for the Jackson Powers Johnson pick, right? That by far our best pick.
So some of you might be like, okay, we addressed the tackle and we picked a tackle, but this is where it's like I would have taken a linebacker.
This is a super developmental guy.
Like I would have taken a linebacker. I would have taken a running back. I would have taken that means that Thayer Mumford is most likely our right tackle. That means that Thayer Mumford is our guy, and so it's it's tough. And then we have we have TJ Tampa still sitting there, right?
Dalton Wagner's still on the roster as well too, I believe.
Dalton Wagner's still there too, yeah. I mean, Dalton Wagner is a hell. TJ Houshmandzadeh, AP's boy.
Man, hey, I'm gonna try to see if I can find the AP live reaction of the pick. I'm gonna put it for y'all to see, man. It says everything. It says everything about the draft. Everything. Go ahead and find it right here. Damn, Antonio Pierce, bro. That sucks, man. His body language in the promo for the Raiders team website. It was on their, I don't know if it was on their social media. Jermaine Burton, the guy that I like, man, speed demon right here.
Damn. That could be their T. Higgins. You know, when T. Higgins bounces, that could be the guy.
Man, I gotta find that, man.
Who was that? Who was that guy that Javon Baker? That was the guy that Ray brought up, right?
Javon Baker, wide receiver.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Man.
He's a guy that's not a speed guy though. He's not a speed guy.
No, he's not. He's got like average speed. I looked him up. He's high point, you know.
And the thing is, look, guys, this is one thing, and this is one thing that pisses me off about the draft, right? Because let's say, for example, maybe this Glaze guy, right? Maybe he turns into a player,
right?
But
I hope I'm wrong, y'all.
Yeah, but the issue is value, right? So perfect example, right? Let's say instead of Cleveland Farrell that year, let's say we drafted Max Crosby at number 4. It would have still been a bad pick because nobody projected him to go that high. He wasn't going to go that high. Even though he turned into probably, you know, depending on how you feel about Nick Bosa and Quentin Williams, possibly the best defender taken in that draft class, but you could have gotten him way later. So the draft is all about value.
Right.
You want to pick the right players, but also in the right spots. So it's not about just getting good players, it's about getting them at the right time. And the fact that we didn't, it's disheartening, man. It's disheartening, man.
And it's severe to your point. Like, we could have gotten Glaze probably 6th round, and we could have gotten a playmaker today. And if Glaze ended up working out, guess what? We now have two starters.
Exactly.
Cool, Glaze worked out, but you got him where he was supposed to go, and you could have gotten a day 1 starter in round 3.
Exactly, man.
You got 2 of them.
A guy like TJ Tampa would have been a great pick, right?
Like, take TJ Tampa in 3rd, and then get Glaze in the 6th.
Yes, man. This is
I mean, you know, I'm seeing some people are liking the pick a little bit. You know, they say he's a sleeper. They liked his tape and all this type of stuff.
Sleeper means you get him in the 6th.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. In the you can see the frustration in AP. Like he wants to get, and I understand it. AP, I'm starting to think too, and I think 808, you brought this up earlier. Does Tom Telesco got insurance that he's going to stay with the Raiders longer? Does he have a longer contract than AP? Because usually it's a tandem, right?
Yeah, I don't know if the contracts are different, but I think what we're starting to see a little bit is maybe the mentality is different, right? AP wants to win now, and every head coach wants to win now, but maybe AP thinks I have to win now in order to basically keep my job, and maybe Tom Telesco has that mindset of I can build. I got 3, 4, 5 years. I could build this thing, and that's kind of what I'm getting, is that he's looking to build over time as opposed to making sure we get these solidified starters right away.
Right, man.
So man, look, we addressed 2 needs. We addressed 2 needs at least, even though we felt there was one of them was a reach. 2 needs addressed. So now we can kind of next round we don't go corner. Maybe we say, hey, you know what? Post draft, we get all this money, we go Xavier Howard.
Right.
Maybe we go Xavier Howard, right?
Or Stephon Gilmore starting out there, right?
Stephon Gilmore, but yeah, maybe. Man, I don't.
But either or, like at this point,
yeah.
it's just maybe we address the corner position between those two guys
Yes.
after we get the post June 1 money.
Yeah, so maybe we just corner draft, and maybe
I'm rooting for AP, man.
I'm rooting hard for AP,
I'm
bro.
rooting hard for AP,
Hey, bro,
man. This time, let's go, Cat, man. I don't know, man.
We have to have to win games on defense, bro. We gonna have to win games on defense, bro. It's gonna be some 6-3, 9-7 type games, bro. You know?
Man, but let's see. I think I'm gonna find the clip for y'all. This is
This is just Brock Bowers.
that's the first. Okay, I'm looking for this clip, man. For that AP, pretty much. It didn't look like he was too happy with the selection. But that being said, it's not like Spencer Rattler was taken with the next pick. It's not like the corner that we wanted or the player the linebacker. Peyton Wilson is dropping, by the way. He hasn't been drafted, has he?
He is dropping.
Let me just take a look at who the best player available right now. Oh wait, no. Let me check this real quick. So let's take a look, man. Who's TJ Tampa's still on the board?
Yes.
Still on the board.
Still on the board.
So what's going on right now with him?
I don't know, man. I don't know why he's dropping, man. Like we know why Peyton Wilson's dropping, right? The injury history.
Right.
TJ Tampa, man, I don't know.
Is he
Christian
slow?
Haynes
Did
off the board.
not run well? Christian Haynes, guard.
Christian Haynes,
Off the
I like
board.
Christian Haynes, man.
Yep.
I like Christian Haynes.
Yep. I think that was the guy that we mocked too.
Yes.
One
I
of
like
my
Christian
drafts.
Haynes,
Yep.
man. I mean, if we picked Jackson Powers Johnson, who's a better player.
Yeah.
You know,
And a lot of our mocks was getting taken in the first or early second.
yes.
So
I mean, but Christian Haynes is the guy we grabbed, man. Christian Haynes is the guy who I like at guard. I mean, if we wanted to do the move like we speculated or like Ray kind of talked about and just start Jackson Powers Johnson straight out at center, Christian Haynes would have been a great pick. I thought, Christian Haynes was a late second, early third round pick, but he dominated at the Senior Bowl. Dominated.
yeah.
Hey, look at dude getting mad.
Hey, that's what a war room is supposed to look like, people. Just letting you know.
Exactly,
Like
right.
when you make a pick, that's what a war room is supposed to look like. You're actually high-fiving, clapping, congratulating. Your head coach doesn't just walk out the room.
Bro.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, what is AP side of the story? Because I don't want to see that too as well. Like, because you look, 808, you pointed this out earlier too. You said that, during the presser, and I heard it and I seen it when they asked about what was AP's reaction to the pick, and Telesco didn't want to answer the question. He was like, "Oh, you pretty much said." I'm paraphrasing here. You just ask him. He'll be here to answer the question.
And did we get to hear his answer?
And we did not. So AP, man, maybe he's disappointed, and maybe this Tom Telesco AP marriage, because he doesn't know Tom Telesco.
No. You know what? I forgot about this kid. Tip Ryman, the tight end out of Illinois. I forgot about that kid. This kid could have been a hell of a tight end in the third round.
You said hell of a tight end?
Yeah, I forgot about this kid. Tip Ryman.
Tip
So
Ryman.
Ryman, remember
He said there's no way we could take Tip Ryman and
we can't take Tip Ryman and Glaze in the same draft, bro. That is, look, if we look, no, imagine that draft order, like when they list out the players.
oh wow.
Remember what
Blake
happened?
Corum goes to the Rams.
Nah, man, remember that? I think did we take Tip Ryman? And remember that was like, man, somebody's like some tip followed by something is nasty.
No. Yeah. It was one of our mock drafts that we were doing, and they were we were just looking at the players that are available.
It was like we drafted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, man, that was hilarious, bro.
Man, all right, man. So Rams took a Michigan guy, man. And they take Blake Corum out of Michigan, so you know Jim Harbaugh is going crazy right now.
Man, that's interesting, man, because their back they had last year,
Right.
I think he was second team All-Pro.
It's probably Sean McVay. Sean McVay probably loves him as a player.
Yeah,
So
possibly.
because when you get to the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, at that point it's like let's take our guys.
So far we have a reach in the 3rd round, a very great value pick in the 2nd round, and a guy we obviously didn't need to draft in the 1st round.
Yeah.
This is not coming out to be
So-
a positive draft, man.
It's interesting that they talk about. Look, so I see Vinny over here trying to control the narrative right here.
Well, Vinny Bonsignor he's trying to glaze the pick.
Shout out Vinny, man. Appreciate the stuff that he does. But he said no surprise, Raiders took a right tackle candidate in Maryland's Delmar Glaze. A big run on the position over the first 2 rounds. It's true. A lot of old tackles were getting picked.
Yeah.
Between the end of the 2nd and 3rd. So, I get it. But then it's just like, how do you take best player available in the 1st round, and then your whole philosophy just changes in the 3rd? Like, what happened to taking best player available? Why didn't you
So
make...
that's a really good example.
You don't know Telesco's board. You don't know his board.
Yeah, it's true. This is true.
That Delmar
Put some
Glaze
respect
pick,
on that man's name.
it's a really good example of, and I'll just say it, dumb teams panicking.
Man.
They panicked. They saw the tackles coming off, and we were mentioning it. We were mentioning it, up to a dozen picks ago that we were saying, oh, the tackles are coming off the board. And what happens? We're the team that panics.
So peep this, right? See, good teams draft well. What's going on, Rough Future?
Appreciate the super chat. Raph, he says Raiders defense are going to be lit. Salute y'all. Hey, man, appreciate you coming through.
Too,
hey, man,
It is going to be lit.
That's
El
going to be.
Capitan.
I feel like that's going to be the identity of the team.
That's what it damn well better be. So look, so this is the difference between teams that draft well and teams that don't, right? So we at pick 77, and we draft Delmar Glaze, who's a 22nd ranked tackle, 226th ranked overall. 2 picks later, Chris Ballard drafts Matt Conclaves, who is the 12th ranked tackle, and he's 76th ranked overall. Great value, right? You get a guy that's ranked 77th or 76th at 79th. We took a guy that was ranked 226th at 77th, who was a guy who was projected to be a 5th or 6th round pick in the 3rd round. All right, so I don't want to hear all these people defending Tom Telesco when y'all was killing Mike Mayock for Damon Arnett, even though it's first round pick, or for Cleveland Farrell, even though it's first round pick. That was still, hey, Cleveland Farrell was drafted around early. Alex Leatherwood was drafted around early. This guy is drafted 2 or 3 rounds early.
Yeah.
If you draft a 3rd round pick, he's a guy you should be expecting to start.
Yeah, you want that a 3rd rounder, you're still finding starters.
Shout out Space Beast with a super chat, man. Appreciate you, my guy. He says, lock Toto out like Chandler Jones, man. Lock him out the building, man.
Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson to the Steelers.
Roman Wilson to the Steelers, man. Okay.
So that's another speedster off the board. Gives our guy Russell Wilson or
your guy Justin Fields.
Or could we see a Justin Fields resurgence?
It's possible.
Could we see it?
I think it's real possible. I think Justin Fields feels like it's going to be a competition. I think it's going to go down to the wire.
Man, I don't think so. I think Russell Wilson's already been told he's a starter. Justin Fields went there knowing
he's probably going to give him the lead, but I think he feels like he got a chance. Because Russell Wilson, he's not the.
He has to either play badly or get injured. I mean, they've already told Russell Wilson he's a starter.
But what happens if he loses it? You don't think he's going to lose in the training camp?
It's not a battle. They told him he's a starter.
Isn't there a doesn't the trade change if Justin Fields plays?
If he plays more than 50% of the snaps, it goes from a 6th round pick to a 4th round pick.
Right.
So the Steelers have every incentive to not only start Russell Wilson,
like sit Justin Fields,
but to sit Justin Fields.
Yep.
And then what that also does, like let's say you like Justin Fields, that suppresses his value.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming up on his 5th-year option, but you can elect not to exercise it and then try to sign on to an extension.
And it's actually
On the cheap.
brilliant. It's brilliant because you sit him for the year. That means you have the Steelers can say, hey, it's a cheap contract. You're a backup.
Yeah.
And so now you can possibly get, which I don't think he'll be very good, but you could possibly get a good quarterback for a very cheap contract
Yeah,
because you just sat him for a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a brilliant strategy. I guess that's what good organizations do.
Hey, man. Hey, look, man. It's still hope out here, man. We might. Hey, look. At the end of the day, the draft is the draft. Like we might. Delmar Glaze might be the guy. Obviously, the tight end Brock Bowers might be the next great thing in the NFL. Who, it's still we don't know. We don't know.
I think he's gonna be a hell of a player.
I like Brock Bowers. But it's just like damn. I felt like we could have got maybe a corner. We could have got like an offensive lineman, and we didn't have to reach for offensive lineman in the third. You know what I mean? So. But it is what it is. We'll see how it shakes out. But like I said, I was gonna be negative for that moment in time, but I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna come back, y'all. I'm still gonna be watching games next season.
So
I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be here.
hey man, it's our job.
Hey man, I've been watching games for a long time, man. I'm watching the games for a long time. So before this,
I mean, I think we all know the easiest path to winning for us is through the defense.
Yeah.
Like that's the easiest path because our defense is already top notch. Our offense has some work to do. We obviously don't have the quarterbacks in place that are going to just automatically win us a championship. And so
Right.
the easiest path to success is through the defense, and it's really tough because I just don't know have we addressed the corner position, some positions that can really ramp up this defense and allow us to shut some teams out so our offense only needs to score 17, 20 points.
So I'm gonna look this up, man. TJ Tampa, I'm gonna check. Is he still on the board?
He's still on the board.
He's on the board.
He's still on the board. So TJ Tampa's still on the board. I'm gonna look at what he ran. His 40, because sometimes that could really knock a player down, especially a corner. TJ Tampa. Let's see what he ran. TJ Tampa. All right. So his 40 time. Okay, he did not have a 40 time. Let's see if he had a pro day.
So man, so I'm looking up Delmar Glaze, guy's 6'4", 315, 35-inch arm, 10-inch hands.
He ran a 4.59.
Oh, that is
4.59 40.
That's it. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah. So that right there probably. But he's 6'3", 189 pounds, 32-inch arms.
Yeah.
Ran a 4.59.
All right, yeah.
The 40's not great, but he's got ball skills. He's got great instincts. I
Right.
mean, he makes up for it. Now, okay, I could see him sliding a little bit, but there's a lot of people that had an early second-round grade on him.
Yeah.
So for him to drop this much, I mean, maybe he's still around the fourth. I don't know.
Yeah. Do we fourth round pick easy?
Yeah.
Easy fourth round pick right there.
So man, the national champions, Michigan Wolverines, they've had 6 guys drafted in the draft so far.
That's what happens when you win, man. Winning brings a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, man. Or I mean, when you have six NFL draft picks and counting,
That's true too.
that'll help you win as well.
Yeah.
How many picks does the Browns have? I don't think I've seen them come up very often.
The Browns, I don't know. I mean, some of those picks probably. I don't know if they had a first round pick because of the Deshaun
Browns go
Watson
with
trade.
that's 7.
Zach
Zenter.
Zenter.
That's 7.
Oh man, that's the guy that we mocked to the Raiders.
It's a hell of a pickup in the third round.
Hell of a pickup, man.
Yeah, fact. All right, so let's take a look here, man. Let's take a look.
So that's 7.
So one, he did not run well. So that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
And man, I'm not gonna lie, having a 4.6 corner guard Xavier Worthy might not be the right answer.
Yeah.
So that's probably something to do with it. You have to deal with some fast receivers. Let's see. Ray says people were killing me for pointing out Telesco's late round history. Yeah, man, Ray. I hate to say that you're right, man.
No, you are right. I mean, that is
He's
one of
right.
the things.
No, that's
that's
one
one
of
of
the
the knocks
things,
on Tom Telesco is his late rounds, and that's why the Chargers struggled with depth. they didn't have good depth on the roster. They're great starters, but they didn't have good depth, and that's was a big knock on Tom Telesco.
Yeah. But, but Mark Davis didn't see that, right?
No.
He seen the first couple rounds, like, oh, my God, this is unbelievable. Damn, man. All right, Richard Lyons says, I'm thinking we should have gotten Spencer Rattler. Maybe that's probably what AP was thinking. I think that's what AP was thinking for sure.
I think that's exactly what AP was thinking.
Yep.
As he told them he's out.
Well, they don't have any picks in the 3rd round, so like, hey, he has every right to leave. But the way he left was like
the way he left. But you think about it though. Like, what if there's an opportunity to trade up? You know?
Well, yeah, it's a possibility. But Tom Telesco's never traded up.
He's traded up before. He's never traded back. He traded up for Melvin Gordon.
He's done it one time.
Oh yeah, he did trade up for Melvin Gordon. Oh, oh man, don't ever rely on people and sources when it comes to this.
Yeah.
He did trade up for Melvin Gordon. Yeah, he did. He did.
I think he never traded. He's never traded back.
He's never traded back. Oh yeah, that's what it was. He never traded back.
Never traded back.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that's why when he was approached with the opportunity to trade back,
Yeah.
he was like, what? like what? Like hey, excuse me, Bill. Like,
Yeah.
we can trade back in drafts.
Yeah. Man, AJ Simpson says that pick was so bad. We back to talking about Justin Fields. Hey.
Man.
Hey, man. Raider Ray says most of us wanted to. Okay, everybody was like, hey, in Champ Kelly we trust. I mean, at this point, I don't know. I'm just hoping time,
Yeah, nah, man.
I'm just hoping everything works out, but I can't.
Listen, I'm curious, chat. Let us know what.
I was the Ed Dodds guy.
I was at
Let us
Dodds,
know what the analysts are saying on TV. We're just here watching the draft. We got earphones on. We're listening to each other. Let us know. Let us know what those guys, the NFL analysts, the experts, what are they talking
Right.
about that draft?
Right.
That draft pick.
Raider Ray says Tampa's scheme dependent also could have medical we aren't aware of. And he didn't run well, too. So there's a possibility that could be true as well. But, yeah, man,
Man, it's rough, man.
Yeah, but I was Ed Dodds guy for sure, man.
Yeah, man.
Look at the Colts. Look what they've been doing.
Yeah.
The last two, just look at the last two drafts. You're like, oh, my. They're picking every player that you want. And every player, like, from the Dodds, Michael Pittman's, from the Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, they're getting all the players.
I mean, damn, man. Like, it's like I said, man. Good teams draft well, and bad teams don't.
I like running backs Jalen Wright, Garindo from Louisville, and the kid from Memphis. Is it Ray Davis?
I think Ray Davis is
Kentucky.
Memphis.
Grendel's from Louisville.
Louisville is
Memphis. Kid from Memphis.
Kid from Memphis. That's Blake Watson.
Blake Watson. Okay.
I believe it's Blake Watson.
Okay. You guys are mind readers, lip readers, body language experts when it comes to AP now. Got it.
Yeah, you're right. We are experts.
I mean,
hey, man, this dude got the right answers.
I like it.
I like it, man. Make sure to hit the like button, subscribe. You haven't subscribed, hit the notification bell.
It's like this. Like,
appreciate everybody coming
through. We see
through.
somebody yelling at somebody else. It's like, do you think he's mad? I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm not a mind reader.
I'm not DeAndre Prince in the 6th round. Farrell, what do you think about if we pick DeAndre Prince in the 6th round? Let me see.
DeAndre Prince. Let's take a look at it.
Let's take a look at DeAndre Prince, man. But hey, so Dallas is drafting right now, and the pick is in. Hold on 1 second. DeAndre Prince.
Yeah, man. I don't know who this Glaze guy was. But
DeAndre is some people are calling him. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at DeAndre Prince, cornerback, about 6 feet tall, 30-inch arms, 8 inches. Okay, he's smallish, kind of short arms. Ran a 4.38, 34.5-inch. Damn, why do they list his strength dealt with a tragedy? That's the first sentence? God,
I'd take Kamal Haddon over that guy.
Also, shout out Raider Ray. I think there was a guy that he pointed out to me the other day.
Who?
I think he might have been. Was it out of Florida? The corner. Ray, if you're in the chat. Let's see here.
Yeah, but Blake Watson is a guy out of Memphis.
You said out of Memphis?
Yeah, that was Blake Watson.
Hold on a second.
Tyrone Tracy out of Purdue.
I mean, like, there's still some solid corners on the board.
Right.
You know, you got guys jumping. Like, again, I mentioned Dwight McGlover and Kamal Hayden.
Yeah.
Kyrie Jackson's still there. Chris Abrams Drain. Cam Hart.
Yeah, Cam Hart.
Chris Abrams Drain. Chris Abrams Drain.
DJ James. And
he's a ball hawk.
Chris Abrams Drain is the guy we talked about before. DJ James is a guy people like. Elijah Jones is a guy I really like. He has the size and he's pretty athletic, and he's a guy that enjoys playing man. So that could be a guy. Hey, right there. Maybe in the fourth or fifth round.
Yeah, another guy is Ryan Watts out of Texas, 6'3", 200 pounds. He's a big boy. Ryan Watts, corner out of Texas.
Oh yeah.
I watched a little bit of film on him, and I mean he could be a viable option later in the 6th round.
Oh my God, man! But it's so frustrating, man. Like, how do you not go for a guy like that? Like, why do you just not do it? Pull the trigger. He was in the building. He was a man. He wants to be a Raider too. He wants to be. He
was a Raider fan.
No, not just Ed Dodds. He was actually one of the scouts. I think
Yeah. Well, when Harbaugh was here, I think he was here at that time, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and remember, they asked him. He said he's a Raider. He said in the interview, "Let me finish the job I started." I mean, and look, bro, like this is Tom Telesco getting revenge for what we did to the Chargers, bro. This is Tom Telesco. Like, look.
Because we got him fired.
I'm about to burn this place down.
And you know what's crazy? It's you know what sucks about for AP? It's, like AP's tied to Tom Telesco.
Yeah, man.
It's like he has to win games, and as long as he wins games, Tom Telesco's going to stay around.
Yes.
That's what's. But if AP doesn't win games, then Tom Telesco there's a chance he could stay and hire his coach.
Right.
That's what I think it is. I think that Tom Telesco has that out. He's got that out of saying, look, AP wasn't my guy. I didn't hire him.
Exactly.
Let me hire my guy. So he might be able to buy himself some time after AP.
Who created this situation? Who created this dynamic?
The guy that keeps consulting with Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's not talk about that, man. He is a billionaire, too. He's
multi-billionaire.
Yeah, man. He's definitely winning. He's definitely winning.
He is winning.
Off the field. Let's see here, man.
Man, I just keep looking at the board, and there's so much talent still sitting there.
Marshawn Lloyd. Oh, Marshawn Lloyd to the Packers. It's like your boy got some competition.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. and his contract's not guaranteed too. So Angelo says, "Severe, make it make sense, bro," or give me one of your great one-liner comparisons like last night.
Bro, I don't even look, Angelo. Look, bro. If I could make it make sense, bro, I would.
To tell him the scorpion and the frog story, man. Tell him that. You know what I mean?
He's talking about my line I said about the Bills, man. When I said the Bills are basically with the Chiefs dynamic. I think I told you guys earlier. But man, I don't know what's happening, man.
Loyal to the soil says, "What happened to trust the process?"
Oh no, we already talked about the process.
Hey man, this is gonna get under 808 skin right now.
What process? The losing process for the last 20+ years?
Yeah, man. It's look. We're not here to be sycophants, right? We're not here to just tell you guys what you want to hear, man. We got to be honest, right? You guys want honest opinions about what we see going on, man. We're going to give it to you straight.
Right.
Good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to tell you like when we drafted Jackson Powers Johnson, it was nothing but praise, right? We thought, hey, you know what? Maybe he makes a recovery, right? Maybe after kind of going a different direction than most people would have went in the first round, maybe he recovers the rest of this draft. So we praised him for that. But then you follow that up by telling us, and know what? Hey, 2 picks in a row. He drafted guys that could conceivably be said that was the best player on the board, right? Brock Bowers. Yeah. You can say that was the best player on the board. Depending on your board, you can say Jackson Powers Johnson was the best player on the board. There is nobody besides Tom Telesco and maybe his mom that had this guy Glaze as the best player on the board at that time.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me we're drafting the best player on the board in the first round and in the second round, but in the rounds where it's probably the most important to draft the best players on the board, you totally go away from that strategy.
You reach.
It makes no sense, man. And it's not like if we would have took Fuaga in the first round, or Troy Fatanu in the first round, or Marius Mims in the first round, it's not like those would have been reaches, right? Those guys went within the next 5 picks.
Okay.
So that would have been a reach. We reached on a guy 2 to 3 rounds above where he should have went.
All right. So I'm gonna play the other side. All right. I'm gonna play the other side because
nah, man.
Yeah, because I did say earlier. I did say earlier like I'm gonna be negative for just a little bit. You know what I mean? But to be honest, I'll be honest. But that being said, the Raiders got a playmaker on offense. They got another tight end. Playmaker on offense. Cool. Now they get one of the best offensive linemen on the board. Interior line. A center. Possible future center.
Yes.
When's the last time we've had a good center? Hudson. You know what I mean? And you see the impact of having a good center.
Oh, my guy
went
off the board. Dang.
Elijah Jones.
Dang, bro.
He gets drafted by the Cardinals.
Dang, man. Dang, it's the Ben. Elijah Jones is a dog, man. He went above TJ Tampa. I wasn't expecting that. Dude's a dog, though, man. Dude loves playing in man coverage. He has feisty, athletic, 42.5-inch vert. I mean, ran a 4.4. Mm-hmm. She's 6'2". It's like, and he coming up in run support still. Oh, with the cup fumble, the scoop and oh, come on, man.
Score.
Right. But going back to what I was saying, man, like we get one of the best interior O-linemen in the draft, and Powers Johnson. And now we get an offensive tackle. So we address the need.
Yeah.
We add some competition because Thayer Mumford is going to be there competing. We mentioned Dalton Wagner, so now we got something there where we could be like, okay, we got something there in the offensive line.
But
moving.
Do we?
That
Dalton Wagner's an undrafted free agent. It's like it's just tough.
It's definitely tough.
You're not able to justify this pick.
Right.
That's the hard part.
Yeah. So now like they're probably pivoting because they couldn't get their quarterback in the first round. So they're pivoting. They can't get their first. So now they're addressing their needs. They got weapons. You're telling me that Minshew and AOC can't eat with the weapons on offense?
I'm saying they can eat with the weapons on offense, but I'm saying we still need a tackle. I mean, there are better tackles than you know what you're doing right now. You're glazing right now, Pharaoh. As the kids say.
I'm gonna have to do this to you, man. That's gonna be the pause button.
So look,
that's gonna be the pause button.
So I'm not mad at us taking the tackle, but why draft a tackle that wasn't projected to go into the 6th round or the 5th round in the 3rd, in the basically the top of the 3rd, right? Like that's not, that's not the if that's the process you're doing, I'm not gonna just trust that process.
Damn. AP's in a tough situation.
Bro, AP's in a tough situation. It's like, man.
Because he has to win no matter, like, there's no way where it could be Telesco's fault. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's no way Telesco could be at fault. Because unless you're John Gruden and you got a 10-year contract.
Yeah, bro.
Unless you're John Gruden, you got a 10-year contract. But AP doesn't have that.
It's who does Mark Davis truly have confidence in? Because AP has no head coaching experience. He's got 2 years of NFL experience as a linebackers coach, right? So if it doesn't work out, Tom Telesco has 11 years of being a GM. Mm-hmm. He did develop a pretty good starting roster with the Chargers. He drafted some high caliber players in Herbert and Keenan Allen. Yeah. So it's like he's got a history of developing a good roster and getting some guys on the field. Bro. But AP's got nothing. So if AP ends up going 2-6, who is Mark Davis gonna put the blame on? That's the hard part.
Exactly. Know what, bro? Guaranteed. AP gonna show up in tomorrow's War Room with some black Air Forces on tomorrow.
Oh, the Raiders, man.
He's showing up with some black Air Forces tomorrow, bro. He bringing a whole different kind of energy tomorrow, bro. He gonna have his Raider Letterman jacket on. He gonna have some spy optics on, the black forces on. He gonna have a whole different kind of energy, bro. It's time to be on our Mike. He needs to be on our Mike Vrabel type of time right now, bro. He needs to make people feel real uncomfortable in that room.
I feel like the only way that we can, it's not justifying it, but the only way that we can say that it's going the way that maybe they thought is if Darren Mumford is truly our right tackle. If Darren Mumford, they think he's our right tackle, we get a good interior lineman. I think that's at least Tom Telesco saying we got a good O-line. Our line is complete, but then you always fall back to then why did you pick this kid here?
See, what's not making any sense, right? What doesn't make any sense? This is what doesn't make any sense. Like, are you trying to win now, or are you trying to win later, right? So do you draft a guy like Brock Bowers? That's a win now move, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Austin Powers. Jackson Powers Johnson. That's an Austin Danger Powers.
Hey, we call him Austin Powers from now on. We're
Powers.
calling Jackson Powers. We'll call him Austin Powers, man.
So do you draft? So that's a win now move. That's a win now move, right? But this guy, everything we've seen about this Matt Glaze dude says he needs time to develop. That's not a win now move. So why abandoning your strategy?
Delmar Glaze?
Matt Glaze. Who's Matt Glaze? I'm thinking about Matt Glazer.
Hey, man, whatever you do.
You do you.
She falls on that one. That's what a flag at? Flag on the play. But that's obviously a reach, right? That's a reach, and that's a guy that's a developmental pick. So why abandon the strategy that we had for the first 2 rounds in the 3rd round? It doesn't make any sense.
Nah, I agree, but I'm just trying to look at the other side. Like, hey, look, there's a possibility that some of these guys are going to work out. The first 2 rounds, I feel like you guys are confident that the players are going to be good, but the 3rd round,
Yes.
it's a mixed bag. You know,
Yes.
I see some people say that they really like the player, they like his tape, he's a sleeper, but you know, it could be a situation where, you know, we could be wrong. He could be a possible starter, or maybe develop into a starter.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's still early. It's the draft. It's a crapshoot at the end of the day. We're joking around. We're laughing about it. But hey, the GMs do have their own board. But like look at some of these picks where we didn't even expect some of these guys to go in the 2nd round, 1st round. Look, as much as we talked about Keon Mitchell, what pick did he go? 23?
He went 22nd.
22nd? You know,
Yeah.
Terrion Arnold went to the right after, you know, to the Lions. You know what I mean? These are guys that were projected to go top 15. So it's like, you know, you can't really you can't really say who is going to be that guy. I mean, we'll see. I mean, the thing about Tom Telesco that makes us a little nervous is because we know his history.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We know his history. Like, we know that he takes best player available in the first couple of rounds.
He's a guy that, yeah, he's a good pick. He's a good pick right there. Look at that move.
Jalen McMillan.
Yeah.
And let's be real. I think as Raider fans, we have PTSD.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean,
Trauma.
We have failed miserably for so long in making the right draft picks and building through the draft that we have to be skeptical at this point. We have to be critical because we're sick and tired of losing.
Right.
Right.
We're sick and tired of having these first-round draft picks, and they end up just being busts. You know, or they're just really good athletes, and guess what? They move on to another team and find success because we just don't coach them up properly. We don't provide the system around them to be able to develop. And so it's a lot of just PTSD, where there's trauma behind all these first-round draft picks and just draft picks in general. And so it's hard not to be critical.
One says analysts are saying he's a nasty blocker, but still a bad pick for the value. Maybe just had a bad year. I don't know.
Who?
Delmar Glaze. He's talking about offensive tackle. So, you know, hey, look, we could be. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong. It's just like.
But it's not. But that's the point, is that it's not about the player.
But
at this point.
AP doesn't seem too happy. I'll tell you that.
Yes.
He does not seem happy at all.
It's not about the player. Like we said before, it's also about the value of the pick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we went from taking best player available to reaching for a tackle.
Right.
And it's like, man, like I don't know, man. I just don't know. And Peyton Wilson is still on the board, so is T.J. Tampa.
So let's pivot real quick. Let's look at the best players available. And is there a possibility the Raiders can trade back or trade up to the third round, back into the third round to grab any of these players? Does it make sense? So there you go. You got T.J. Tampa. You got T.J. Tampa still available. Obviously, we know what flag. You know, Ray. Shout out to Ray. He's saying he's scheme dependent. He didn't run well. Ran a base pretty much a 4.6. That could drop a player, especially at his position. Peyton Wilson. Is that a guy that you trade up for? You know,
Not at all, man.
it's
Not us, no.
yeah. So let's take a look, man. Let's see. Let's see. Troy Franklin's still on the board. Wow.
Still on the board.
Wow.
Yeah.
Devontae Walker still on the board.
But Tez Walker had a bad Senior Bowl, so that could be part of the reason why he's still there.
Yeah, but like you wouldn't think that what he's shown like on
film.
film, usually that trumps a lot of the stuff that goes through the process, right?
A lot of I mean, it just depends. It just depends. Like you know, like
Tez Walker, wow.
some people said Tez Walker let Drake May down, and that's why Drake May had a bad year.
Okay.
Because that was one of the biggest knocks on Drake May, is that he didn't have enough weapons around him.
Yeah, that's what
And
people said.
Tez Walker was his number one receiver, right?
Yeah, he
it
was.
was top wide out. Yep. But yeah, man, Johnny Wilson, Kyrie Jackson, those are guys that you probably could wait on. I don't know if you trade up for.
Nah.
How do you guys feel about Jeremiah Trotter?
I'm surprised he's still around.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr.?
Yeah, how you guys feel about him?
Because he's undersized and he's not athletic. He's productive, but he's
Right.
undersized and unathletic. So it's like, you know, I mean.
Christian Jones, you mentioned him earlier, offensive tackle, but at this point they've got their guys. So
yeah, man.
Cam Hart, another corner, Notre Dame corner. I know someone mentioned him earlier.
Elijah Jones was my guy. He's off the board in this race. I mean, of course, he went way earlier. But right now, man, I'm good with Kamal Hayden. I know.
So you're thinking corner in the fourth?
I'm thinking Rattler in the fourth.
Rattler in the fourth?
I think if Rattler falls, I think we go Rattler.
Oh man, the fourth rounders battled out in camp.
Yes.
You got AOC was drafted in the fourth. Rattler, fourth round pick. You know, so we'll see how that shakes out.
And I think Rattler in the fourth is good value.
I think that's great value.
I think that's really good value.
I think that's about where he should be picked.
So let's actually take a look at it. Okay, so Baltimore currently their pick is in. They're going to announce their pick. Let me take a look and see who can. Okay, the Rams do got pick number 99.
Yeah.
And we connected the dots there too.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we got the Ravens right now. Who?
So it's the Ravens right now. The pick is in. They're going to announce their picks shortly. The Eagles. Eagles are going to be picking. The Bills, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, and then Commanders ended in the third round. So the Rams, I would think would be the
Rams could be a spot.
Yeah, or any team that trades up too. It's a possibility someone could just trade up.
So the Jaguars have Mac Jones. They don't need him. Who's the backup behind Josh Allen? But I think that they have to be win now. They can't worry about a quarterback in the third round or backup quarterback in the third round. The Ravens, I don't think they can worry about a backup quarterback in the third round. Neither can the Eagles. All these teams will have to be in win now mode.
Yeah.
The Rams potentially just because. They kind of have to start preparing for life after Matt Stafford, especially since he kind of expressed his displeasure with the team and about his contract and the guaranteed money. The Commanders drafted Jay Daniels already, unless they do what the Commanders did last time.
So the Raiders have the 12th pick of the fourth round, pick 112.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at who, it's going to be the Panthers picking the first pick in the fourth, then it's the Seahawks, Patriots, Cardinals, Chargers, Titans, Giants, Vikings, Falcons, Patriots again, and then I believe the Jets. So none of these teams you would think would get a quarterback. Maybe the Jets. Maybe the Jets.
The Jets theoretically should be in win now mode. I mean, they kind of have to put all their chips in the middle of the table and try to win this year. So you would think they would.
But I think a fourth round would in their situation, they probably could take a flyer. on Rattler.
I mean,
possibly.
I mean, you would think they would do everything they can to make sure that they have depth and they have guys who can help Aaron Rodgers as much as possible.
Okay.
The Panthers, I don't think so. I don't know who their backup is, but I don't think.
No, they got to make sure that they get as much as possible out of
for
Bryce
Young.
Young. Yeah.
The Seahawks have Geno Smith. They traded for Sam Howell. I believe.
Yeah.
And then they have the other guy still, right?
Yeah. Geno Smith and Sam Howell, and then obviously the
guy
former
from-
quarterback from Denver.
From Broncos.
For Broncos, yeah.
Denver's.
I doubt the Patriots do it.
trying to
They
remember his
drafted
name.
Drake May, Drew Lock.
Drew Lock, yeah.
Arizona, I doubt if they do it. I think they're trying to give Kyler Murray, but that would be.
But it's so unpredictable because teams can trade up easy.
Yeah,
Right.
True.
A
And
lot of
Spencer
teams.
Rattler's from Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they might not like him going back to his college roots.
Yeah.
His
Going back to
party.
his hometown.
Yeah, his party. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I mean, I think we're in a good spot, but like you said, though, a team could trade up. I mean, I think we need to add competition to our QB room.
Yeah,
And-
I know.
And
I
technically, we have 3 QBs in the roster.
Yeah.
But nobody can remember the name of that third quarterback, so basically we have 2 QBs in the roster.
AP couldn't remember the third quarterback in the roster at one point.
Yeah, so, it's,
So you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and share this, man. I'm just looking at it right here. I'm gonna share this screen. Let's take a look. So this is what we're seeing right now. This is the 4th round setup right now. Look right here. Panthers have the first pick, as you can see. Seahawks, Patriots, Cardinals. The Raiders have the 12th pick in the 4th round. 12th pick in the 4th round. So they got all these teams. None of these teams really can take a quarterback. Maybe
The Giants could.
Giants possibly could. You know what I mean? Because it's not a huge investment. When you're in the 4th round, it's like,
And the verdict's still on Daniel Jones, and he went down with that bad injury.
So
you just don't know.
right now, where we're at right now is we're all the way. The Buffalo has the pick is in for Buffalo, by the way.
yeah.
And it's Buffalo, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, and Commanders finish out the 3rd.
Yeah.
So the Rams, to me, that's like the #1 team I'm looking at, like that can take Rattler. Just because if you look at the age of Stafford, you can sit him behind Stafford and let him develop in that Sean McVay system. And we already know what Sean McVay does with quarterbacks. It's
And what happened with
Quarterback Kevin.
what happened with that Georgia quarterback that they drafted? I heard something happened to him.
they drafted him, but I don't know if he looked too good last year. But I mean, he was a later round pick. But
the one guy.
he was a Georgia quarterback.
Yeah, I mean he just won championships.
The guy that was old too. I forget his name.
Yeah, he was old.
Yeah, he was old.
But he's not super talented.
Stetson Bennett.
Stetson Bennett. He doesn't have like a big arm too. It's like But then when you compare him to Spencer Rattler, way more talented.
Yeah, way more talented.
You know what I mean?
Spencer Rattler is way more talented.
Exactly. So
Lil Wayne goes to the Buffalo Bills.
Dwayne
Wayne.
Carter, D tackle Dwayne Carter out of Duke gets drafted.
Young Moolah, baby.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, like there's a lot of different possibilities where the Raiders can go. But look, let's take a look at best player available. Let's look at best.
Peyton
available
Wilson is TJ Tampa, and it's gonna be TJ Tampa and Peyton Wilson at the top. I'm sure
Yeah, still there.
they're both still there.
So TJ Tampa is still available. We've been saying this name for a while now, but like teams must not like what they saw or didn't like that he didn't run well. I'm sure the Raiders are thinking about Xavier Worthy, so I don't know if this is the guys that you want to draft, but there's other guys available. Peyton Wilson is a guy possibly that you probably could connect to the Raiders maybe.
Yeah.
Linebacker in the 4th. And the Raiders haven't made any attempts to upgrade the defense, add talent to the defense.
Not at all.
Nothing.
So, that's kind of an interesting way to go about it. But Troy Franklin, deep threat. Add some space to some of these guys. It's going to be taking up a lot of the same parts of the field.
Facts.
Man, so let's take a look. Devontae Walker. I'm not gonna lie, man. He's a deep threat. He's definitely a deep threat. He's definitely a deep threat.
And he's tall.
Yeah.
He's lengthy. You can put the ball up to him.
Yeah,
I mean,
6'2". Yeah,
he can stretch the field.
Yeah, man. And he had the 4th fastest 40 time, so he's explosive, and it shows.
Yeah, nah,
it
he's
shows.
fast.
It shows.
Fast.
Yeah. So, and then, but this is the guy that we were talking about earlier, Chris Average-Drain, out of Missouri, corner, be a possibility. Kyrie Jackson. I know you guys mentioned him, 6'4".
I know people love that guy.
Right.
I'm not super impressed by Kyrie Jackson. I mean, I think people are more impressed with the measurables. Troy Franklin's a guy that's a deep threat as well.
Yeah. So I'm kind of surprised, man, because he was like a late first. Now he's looked like he might be a 4th round pick.
People thought like the latest he would go was like the 2nd.
You think it's his size right here? Maybe it's 176 pounds.
I don't know, Brad. I mean, I don't know.
I think what's tough is that one of the biggest knocks on Bo Nix is that he didn't push the ball downfield.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if Troy Franklin was able to get the separation downfield.
Yeah.
And because he is kind of on that lighter end, maybe they want. If you're looking for a deep threat, maybe they're looking for someone that is just a little more weight to him and can kind of get his body downfield as quickly as possible without getting rerouted too much.
Fact.
Yeah, man. So at this point, man, the Raiders can go a lot of different directions, but I think we all can agree that defense needs to be possibly addressed here.
Facts.
But
because let's look at the current roster, right? If we went corner right now, we have Jack Jones on one side. We have Jacorian Bennett, our 4th round, right? Last year?
Yep.
So we have Jacorian Bennett, and the verdict, I guess, is it's still a little out. He had a rough season last year, a couple penalties and bad situations that I think kind of hurt his momentum and his confidence. And so do we think that Jacorian Bennett could be truly that number 2 corner? Because got Jack Jones as number 1. Do we think Jacorian Bennett could be that number 2, and they're not too concerned about getting a corner in the 4th round, maybe 5th? Maybe they try to grab somebody in the 6th.
Possibly. I mean, we also got Brandon Faison still.
Yeah.
My bad. Hey, I didn't see you. Let me see with you. Okay. So to reinstate Delmar Glaze pick in 21-22, he was a top 2 pass blocker according to PFF. He's 21 with 2,100 snaps played. In 1,280 snaps, he has allowed 5 sacks and 34 pressures. Let me see if I can make this bigger. And has long arms.
Yeah, he has some long arms.
Okay. Hey, man. Hey, if there's some upside there, hey, I love it.
There's upside there. But
I love it.
Sam, it's about the value.
Yeah.
No, that's the most important part. So we can't. He said analysts are saying what? 1.
What happened?
1 said he said what? Scroll up. No. Yeah. He said right there. Yeah.
Oh, this is from earlier, man. This is from earlier, but he says analysts are saying he's nasty blocker, but still a bad pick. This is from earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. I got to catch up on the chat, man. Appreciate you. Hey, appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, hit that notification bell.
Yes, sir,
Man,
yes, sir.
we are going live. We are live in Las Vegas. We was like, you know what? Should we go to Detroit? Nah, we going to Vegas. It sounds a lot better. It's a lot more fun out here compared to Detroit. But no dig at Detroit, but I'd rather go to Vegas.
Exactly right.
You know what I mean? It's the home of the Raiders, man. We had to keep it out here.
Exactly.
But let's move along, man. I'm gonna catch up with the chat real quick. You guys been holding it down, man. Appreciate you. Zion's World says everybody is praising this Bowers kid, yet nobody has answered the question: who is going to throw to him, or Devontae, or anybody else for that matter? AOC is not it, and Garner's just a straight damn.
Shots fired right there. You gotta give him the shots fired. Shots fired right there. Whoa.
Man. No regard for human life right there, man. Like,
I mean, you may not be like Gardner Minshew. I think a straight bum is kind of harsh.
Yes.
I think it's a little stretch, but you have a point, right? We didn't invest in a top-tier running back. We're obviously not investing in a high-paid quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we not focusing more on the offensive line? Yes, again, Jackson Powers, great. It was a great pickup. We really like it.
Yes.
But now you're trying to find a developmental tackle in the early rounds.
Yes.
No, find a developmental tackle in the late rounds and find a potential day one starter in the 3rd. So to your point, yes, we have question marks on who's going to throw the ball, and it's not going to help when your quarterback's laying on his back and can't throw the ball. So how well can Brock Bowers, produce? So it's
Quarterback is laying on his back with glaze.
Oh, God, man.
So it's hard.
To the no, 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 hell no, no, to the no, no, hell to the...
Man, someone needs to stop Severe, man. This dude is out of control.
Man.
Don Fain says CBS Sports grades Glaze pick an A-.
Wow.
Really?
Okay. I like it. All right, drafting is subjective for sure. Doesn't have to be a linear and not always best player available. Bowers screamed best player available. Glaze was obviously best O-tackle on their board during a run on offensive tackles. Possibly, yeah.
They gave it an A-. That is impressive, given the fact that he.
But peep this though, right? He wants to reference CBS grades. What did CBS grade the Brock Bowers pick?
Let's take a look.
I know what it was, but you can go ahead and look at it if you want to.
I'll look it up right now.
Go ahead and look it up.
I'm gonna leave some suspense real quick. You know what I mean? While I look this up.
I know what it was. Since we're using CBS grades as the measure, right? Because they got to be right. Because it's CBS.
All right, let's take a look at CBS grades. I'm about to put it on the screen real quick. Let's see. What pick number 13? Don't say anything, y'all. All right.
Okay.
We see it.
So we're using CBS grades. Remember this. This is what you. So that's why I went to two different publications that both had him ranked low.
So as you can see on the screen, hold up. Let me make this a lot more clear for y'all. As you can see, Raiders, Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia, grade C. He's a heck of a player, though. That's the first thing they said.
Without a doubt.
But didn't they draft Michael Mayer last year and sign Harrison Bryant this year? They have other needs. Don't really like this pick that much. It's not like he's a good blocker for the run game. Strange pick with other needs.
No, but CBS though. It's CBS though, so we can, So yeah. So like I said, that's why I went to NFL.com. Said this guy's a 5th, 6th round pick.
Right.
ESPN said he's the 226th ranked player, but CBS gives it an A-. So that's just the gospel truth.
Right.
So that's why multiple people said he's not good. One person said he's good.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. I agree, man. If we can get personally fine with Tez Franklin. Tez actually came in late due to NCAA transfer issues.
I'd be fine with those guys. But we ran into that same issue, man. As Zion World said so eloquently, so poetically, who's throwing these guys the ball?
Yeah.
So we have all these weapons. Like I said, bro, you can,
bro,
who's throwing these guys the ball, bro?
Hey, man, we gotta add some speed. We gotta add some speed to this offense, bro.
Yeah, man.
Like I like Bowers. I like all these weapons, but how are they gonna be running into each other? It's gonna be too many. It's gonna be too condensed out over there in the middle of the field where they're gonna be working out of in the slot.
We got Trey Tucker, but again, I think his hands are a little questionable. He bobbled a lot of passes, catches last year.
He's a slot receiver.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But we have too many weapons that are gonna just want to be fed in 25 yards and under. And they're going to crowd the field. It's going to, when you have a young quarterback like we do, guys that can't roll, that are not very mobile, you don't want a bunch of possession receivers sitting all over the field. You got to have a receiver that can take the top off and open things up.
So Ray says, now I'm cool off Tez. He struggles terribly with drops. Quentin Johnson all over. Let's go make it like him.
Yeah.
Man,
Look at this guy. Look at this jerk.
They're showing my guy, not my guy, but Jim Harbaugh.
So we got
absolutely
Steelers pick
Cam
us in.
Hart, very good at ND. Seen him all his games. Estime would be awesome too. Okay.
But how many more picks are there?
Estime. The Steelers.
Gorilla says Peyton Wilson. Okay, that's a guy that he has his eye on. Possibly in the 4th round, maybe. Do you see a trade? Is there any? Do you see any trade ups?
Guess who took him?
Oh,
there
man.
You go.
As I was speaking about Peyton Wilson.
Maybe that's what he was saying.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, earlier we were looking at best player available.
No, I'm saying maybe that's what
he's
Gorilla
calling
was
out.
saying.
Is that Peyton
it's kind
Wilson.
of behind because
Oh, it's behind.
Because
okay,
when we were
okay.
talking about best player available, when I shared the screen, so
Okay.
But it was just perfect timing. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so the Steelers just drafted Peyton Wilson. Obviously, they like to go their linebacker hub right there.
Not facts. And this dude, man, this is great value for them, man.
It is.
It's a guy
it's
that,
great value.
yeah, that's like I said. At one point, he was mocked in the late first,
And
and a lot of people had him mocked in the second.
And that's why the Steelers, they draft well. It's
Draft well, man.
value. Drafting is about value, man.
You put this athletic linebacker opposite of T.J. Watt.
Yeah,
What side of the ball do you go on? Like,
Yeah.
where do you attack?
yeah. With the other guy, Highsmith too.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Don Fain says Raider fans have PTSD. Quote of the night: severe case of PTSD. Sky is falling every. Man, yeah, facts. Yeah, we do have PTSD, man. We got trauma. Like, come on, man. Because we've seen everything.
Yes.
We've seen everything when it comes to not going the right way, go wrong. Like, we've seen everything, from tragedies, from people getting fired, from Antonio Brown like recording your head coach and like doing all types of crazy stuff, like
burning his feet off.
freezing and burning it. Like, that's crazy. Freezing and burning your feet.
Yeah,
It's
freezing.
like,
Yeah.
pretty
Burns
much.
from cold.
Yeah, man.
And that's why it's so hard to trust the process.
Yeah. Well, they actually said he was a good run blocker too,
Yeah.
Casper. So I don't know. Like, a lot of people saying a lot of different things, man.
Yeah.
Angelo says, Pharaoh, we have Miller, Parham, Meredith, James, Whitehair, JPJ, Glaze, Wagner, Mumford. What are we doing with all the O-line?
I don't know, man. I don't know, because I mean, I thought they were gonna. Cameron Kitchens went to the Rams, so we don't have to worry about them taking.
Well, I'll say this: GMs do consult with the coaching staff, right? When they make their picks, right? So
Yes.
the Raiders did hire a new O-line coach this year,
James Craig.
James Craig, and he runs a zone blocking system. So obviously he's going to consult with him as far as the type of player that he's looking for.
Yeah.
So maybe this is a James Craig's guy.
Yeah.
James Craig.
Possibly.
And Mike Mayock the other day, I mean, I want to take this for whatever it's worth. He had an interview recently, a few weeks ago, where he talked about how, like, there's no way GMs will not consult with their coaching staff.
Yeah.
There's no way. They're not going to pick guys that they don't want. Like, they're going to try to get the guys that fit their system. So, you know.
Well, Pharaoh, you are, as M. Easy said, you are the body language expert. In your expert opinion, right, drawing on your years of experience, did Antonio Pierce look like he was consulted?
Well, Pierce looked to be really upset, frustrated, but Pierce is a tough guy, man. He'll get through it. But right now, he needs some time. He needs some space. But I mean, I think Pierce he's a head coach.
Yeah.
And head coaches, I'm not a head coach or whatever, but you understand the mentality that they want to win now.
Yeah.
Even with when, for example, Mike Mayock, when he described Gruden, every time a player was available, Gruden was like, "We got to get this guy." Mm-hmm. And sometimes it doesn't work like that. I think I like the balance that a GM gives the coach, because the GM kind of gives that, okay, we need to look at least 5 years down the road. Does this make sense? I understand, and I want the coach to think win now. Yeah. That's what he has to do. Is everything that a head coach.
That's the job of a head coach.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You win.
Exactly. So I you know what? I have no problem with AP being frustrated. I think it might be, I don't know, it might be healthy. It might be a healthy way of it, just,
So the last pick of the third round,
Luke McCaffrey,
to
your
the
guy.
Washington Commanders.
Man, he's another guy, man. That's another man that.
Did they just crush the draft?
They are killing the draft, bro. They may have the best draft right now, bro. They might have the best draft right now.
Commanders?
They might have the best draft right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at what they did.
Let's take a look at the Commanders. Obviously, Jane Daniels.
So let me go ahead and share this real quick. Take a look at let's see. My bad. Excuse me. Man. So let's go and take a look at these last few picks while we were talking. So Peyton Wilson, obviously, it was the last time we gave an update on the player getting drafted by the Steelers. So I want to go ahead and share this for y'all to take a look here. So Peyton Wilson goes to the Steelers. Then Cameron Kitchens from Miami goes to the Rams. So the Rams pass on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
On
They
Spencer.
didn't take Spencer Rattler. So that kind of he just
Spencer Rattler is still on the board. So is Telesco playing this?
Maybe he's playing.
He's playing it the right way.
We don't know what
Maybe he's
Telesco's
playing that
doing.
aspect the right way.
Telesco special is coming up. And then
We have no clue what he's doing.
Yeah,
okay?
maybe he's playing. Maybe he played the Rattler pick the right way.
Right.
But still though, man.
Yeah.
I'm not high on the glaze.
Yeah.
I'm high on the glaze, man. I don't touch glaze. Keep the glaze away from my team.
Someone stop Severe, man. Someone stop
Keep the glaze away from the team, man. Where's Ja Rule when you need him?
Man. So one says, I believe the Rams QB had some mental health issues and stepped away, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
Oh,
so.
wow.
That's Stetson Bennett. I believe you're right.
I didn't know that. So let's look at I didn't know that. That's crazy. So
I know a dude had like hella DUIs.
Yeah.
Yeah, like hella DUIs, like 2 or 3.
Right.
Like Rollin College, bro. How you can know these?
But he won championships.
He's
All
a
right.
winner.
So let's take a look at best available. TJ Tampa again. He's still on the
there.
board. Cedric Gray over here is
North Carolina, he's athletic linebacker.
Very athletic, a little undersized, but very athletic.
Yeah, Jaden Hicks is the guy that somebody brought up earlier. Jatavian Sanders, man. Who's the guy? Did not bring him up earlier?
best player, tight end. You know what I mean? No, but look.
Tom Telex was like, my ears are burning.
But hey, look. According to this, Spencer Rattler is all the way. He's somewhere over here.
He's right there.
He's right
17.
here, man. 17. So out of the 25 players that are listed at best available, Spencer Rattler is listed as number 17.
Yeah, according to ESPN.
According to ESPN,
but
and
you know,
everybody has their own draft board. But
Matt. I keep wanting to call him. I keep on Matt. The boy Delmar Glaze. Well, he wouldn't even been on the page.
Severe, man.
He wouldn't have been on the page, bro. He would have been like two pages down.
Man.
So, Johnny Wilson's still on the board. He's a guy who I think is gonna probably eventually move to tight end and be a kind of a move tight end guy. He's like 6'6".
He's 6'6". He's a big boy.
He's a big
are
receiver.
Are you converting him to tight end though? At 6'6"?
I'd probably move him to tight end.
There's not a lot of receivers that size. Like the one that comes to mind used to play for the Panthers with Cam Newton.
He went to Florida State too. Kelvin Benjamin. But his career kind of went left. I remember, especially he tried to diss Cam Newton too. Yeah.
But he didn't even do nothing after
But dude was always Kelvin Benjamin was always out of shape. Like Kelvin Benjamin almost had to move to tight end just because he was always out of shape.
Man.
I think that's an extremely hard transition to go from receiver to tight end. Like to me, that just doesn't make any sense. You're trying to go from you're standing up all game long, all season long, and now you got to go down and put your hand on the ground and go block somebody.
I mean,
it's a hard transition.
Brock Bowers ain't blocking nobody. You know that for damn sure. So I think it'll be a situation like a Darren Waller.
Right. Yeah, maybe.
Travis Kelce ain't blocking nobody. Kyle Pitts ain't blocking no damn body. Like all these guys nowadays, they rarely block. So if you want to convert them to like maybe don't call him a tight end. You call him like a Y, right?
Yeah.
He's
Dominique saying Rattler to Seattle.
Man, I hope not.
Where does Seattle pick? Are they before us?
Seattle. Well, let's go take a look. Take a look and see where Seattle picks. But I believe they picked before the Raiders. Early too. I think. Let's see here. 4th round. So as you can see on the screen, they're the second pick in the 4th round.
Second pick, yeah, maybe.
But we just talked about all the guys. They just traded for
Yeah.
They traded for Sam Howell.
Yeah.
So I don't think that makes much sense. Thanks, bro.
He gave it a cold shoulder.
Yeah, man. He's like, man, F you, bro.
He's like, you made me do that.
Extra work. I ain't getting paid for this.
But yeah, it could be a possibility.
I still look possibly at the Giants.
Because they have Drew Lock too, so they have Geno Smith.
Yes,
Drew
it's a lot of
Sam
quarterbacks.
Howell.
They already made a commitment with. I think Penix is probably a guy that they would for sure go after, but then after that, it's like you just went after Sam Howell. You gave up some picks. I think that's probably the guy that they probably see if they can develop.
You said the Broncos?
Me?
Yeah, you said the
No,
Broncos.
I think
No, the Broncos-
I think the Giants.
The Giants, yeah, I think the
Giants
Giants will
could
make the
take a
most
shot.
sense. I think the Giants will make the most sense.
Giants.
Make the most sense if they're trying to move away from Rattler. No, away from Daniel Jones.
Yeah, like a backup option to Daniel Jones
yes.
if he falters.
And a little bit of insurance
Yeah.
if he goes down, because our guy DeVito, and he went. Where did he go last year? I think 3-3 last year.
Yeah.
Starter. He was
Yeah.
500 as a starter.
Yeah.
So maybe they like him.
Raider Wolves is kind of a reach, but we need a right tackle. Honestly,
Big reach.
honestly, not an Oregon fan, but a cornerback might be a wash this draft. But if we grab Franklin, Irving, and Rattler, I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Bucky Irving's
Bucky
still
Irving,
out there.
so yeah.
Yeah. He's a kind of undersized running back, right? He's like what, 5? He's like 5'8".
He's undersized. He's going to be more of like
Yeah.
a third down type of back.
I mean,
possibly.
but that guy was that guy.
But he might
produced.
mesh well with what Zamir White then.
Yeah.
He could definitely be a change of pace guy.
Yeah.
To where
Okay.
you get him in that screen game, because
Yeah.
right now I don't know how good Madison could be in a screen game, but Bucky Irving could definitely be a screen game third down guy.
Hey man, that's the luxury of not being on live, man. we got live real reactions, but obviously, the 50-50 show next Monday.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? We might have a different opinion. We right now this is a real reaction to the draft, and we'll figure it out from there. But yeah,
if
man.
it comes out where teams are actually on this kid, right? If they were looking at Delmar Glaze and then there was teams out there that wanted to get him, then maybe you can justify it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, with him being ranked 266, I believe it is,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be hard pressed to believe that we couldn't get him in like the 5th or 6th.
No, 100%. 100%. I think, man. I mean, and if it's like, I'm just not saying it, man. I'm just not saying it, man. If that was the number one tackle on his board, I just don't understand. At this point, everybody says he's a developmental guy.
Yeah.
So even if it's like he's still not a guy that's gonna be a plug and play guy, you know?
Correct.
So I just don't understand the logic, man. We went 2 guys that I think who can be plug and play guys, and we went with a guy who's kind of a project.
Because, Severe, to your point, I think you said it before, right? In those first, second, and third rounds, you want to find instant starters.
Exactly.
You want guys that can plug in and contribute right away.
Exactly.
Not when you go through a player's strengths and weaknesses. Every time you hear development.
Hey, we got a live look at Antonio Pierce. He's not happy, y'all. He's definitely not happy.
Antonio Pierce, grade the draft so far.
Antonio Pierce, how you feeling about the draft, man?
Man.
Hey, man, I thought you about to get a quarterback, man. Damn, man, he does not look happy at all. But that was the picture that was taken yesterday. But I'm really trying to find that War Room video where we seen it. We seen AP like literally leaving the War Room, like kind of like he was mad, like he was done with it. Whatever the Raiders were doing during the draft. I mean, obviously that was their last pick today, but still it didn't seem like he was too happy. So I'm still trying to find that real quick. But any last thoughts, man? Any thoughts on the draft, man? What to look forward to tomorrow? I mean, obviously we kind of touched on some players that they could possibly get tomorrow, but
Yeah.
what are your thoughts, man, on the draft so far?
I'll say it's tough. Obviously, we talked a whole lot about the Raiders, but there's still some talent in these later rounds.
Yes.
Like that's the thing is there's still some corner talent. There's receiver talent. We need depth at receiver. We need depth at linebacker. So there's still talent. So can Tom Telesco kind of make up for this third round pick? I hope so. But there's enough talent to help out this team, and I just hope he goes the right direction.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, same, man, same. I'm the same. It's still a lot of talent left.
Also, we have a live look at Brock Bowers' father.
Yes.
He's man.
Oh man.
Damn, he did not look happy at all. But it makes sense. He grew up. He's a 49er fan.
49er fan.
So he's not too happy that his son is playing with it. But he's wearing black, man. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, man.
He was prepared.
everybody was prepared. Everybody was wearing black. You know what I'm saying? So they were prepared. You know what I mean? But he doesn't look too happy, man.
At all,
He
man.
doesn't look happy.
But like 805 was saying, man, there's still a lot of talent left on the board. Still some guys that we didn't think would be here. Kyrie Jackson, Troy Franklin. You know, if you want to go running back, I know a lot of Raider fans liked Ray Davis. We heard the name Jalen Round all the time. Raylan Allen, I know your guy Isaac Garindo, he's still on the board. You know, and Spencer Rattler is still on the board. You know, Spencer Rattler is still there. So if we want him, he is there. It's a possibility. You know,
Right.
do we make a move up? Do we try to get in front of the Giants and make that move to kind of secure a guy that we were high on, or was that all smoke? So we'll see, man. We shall see.
All right, so someone tagged me right here. I guess this is a little pass set with maybe this is during the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at Demo Glaze real quick. You know, some exclusive stuff here that we're showing to you right now. All right, man. So quick little reaction right here. Okay.
So who was this guy he's going against?
Yeah.
Like that's my.
That's Oscar Schlatter, man.
Exactly. Oh man. My baloney has a first name. It's OSCAR.
So this is Delmar Glaze, man. I think this probably is in the Senior Bowl.
Delmar Glaze versus some guy from HBCU.
This one over Tom Telesco right here, man.
Exactly. This very rep.
Yeah, man. But look, hey, look, we got a good one at right tackle. I'm not. I'm gonna be happy. So
Man, I'm hoping for like the guy has traits.
right.
The guy has traits, and he's long arms.
Yeah.
You know, he's tall. He has the kind of the build you look for when you're looking for a tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have the production, and it's inconsistent. So but those are the kind of guys people that coaches like. Coaches want, hey, give me a guy with some tools. And if you have some tools, then maybe you can work with it.
Yeah, man. So hey, maybe he won him over in the Senior Bowl. That could be a possibility too, man. But look, we reacted live from Vegas, man. This has been a great experience.
Yes.
Shout out Ahern Hotel,
Yes.
John, everybody here, man. They treat us well.
Yes, man.
Hey, it's a great show.
Yeah, man.
My guys right here, man. Hey, my guy right here. Look, we've had a great show, great experience. Hopefully we can do this again. We appreciate everybody coming through. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Any last thoughts you want to say to Raider Nation before we call it a day, man? It's been a long day, man. We've been on here for like 4 or 5 hours, man.
Man, we've been up for a minute, man. I will say this, man. Tom Telesco, he's shaping up to be the Justin Fields of GMs, man. All right.
No, it happened.
He's shaping up to be the That's another Justin Fields mention. I know somebody in the chat gonna say something. He's shaping up to be the Justin Fields of GMs, bro.
The pain in the AP
bro.
space, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like I don't know. Body language says it all, man.
Man.
And that's what's so fun watching the draft. It's like you get to see the players' reactions, the coaches, everybody. We've seen Jaden Daniels kind of show like it didn't seem like he wanted to go to the Commanders
At all, man.
AP didn't seem like he was too happy. But hey, look, at the end of the day, he's a coach. He probably wants it his way. His way or the highway type of vibe. But who knows?
But one thing I'll say is
It's ready to rule if you're hilarious.
both days, day 1, day 2, the chat, you guys have been amazing.
Man.
I mean,
facts,
throwing
man.
us the comments and keeping us going on here, definitely appreciate it. And I do. Again, I hope we all team up and we can make this
Take
thing
a
happen
bathroom
again.
break.
Nah, Joe Milton is still, he's probably, man, 5th round, 5th, 6th round, man.
5th, 6th round.
Yeah,
guy,
man.
bro.
That's-
He'll get drafted. It's
He'll-
probably just going to be late.
Yeah.
Harmon will probably go before him. Pratt's going to go before him. Devin
Yeah.
Leary's going to go before him. Man, our guy, Michael Hires, I believe that's the name. Hires,
Yeah.
the guy we brought in for a look.
Oh, yeah, I was right. Ray Davis.
No,
That's
that's Kentucky.
That's
the guy said
Kentucky.
Memphis.
Yeah.
Memphis.
Kentucky.
Was Los Angeles?
No. Ray Davis is my guy. I think he's going to be the best running back coming out.
But did Los Angeles Raider, did you mention a kid out of Memphis?
Yeah, Memphis is Blake Watson. Ray
Blake
Davis
Watson.
is
Okay,
Kentucky.
got you.
Yeah.
But Ray Davis is on that board, and it looks like running backs have been slipping. I like Ray Davis a lot, actually.
Okay, man. But, you know, I don't know if I would want to take him in the 4th round. Maybe 5th if he's available.
Yeah, at this point, probably not 4th. He might not last to the 5th, but
Right.
that's what happens when you take a tight end.
Tom the Tool Man Telesco.
Oh, man. But Tom Telesco, hey, look, hey, at the end of the day, we don't know, like I said earlier, we don't know how these draft picks are going to pan out. It's still early. And there's still more draft picks left. So tomorrow, hey, the draft is going to be officially completed after the 4 or 5, like 3 rounds left.
Yeah.
Just about 3-4 rounds left. So, hey, man, there's a lot to look forward to. We'll see. We'll see how it shakes out, and we'll give you our final reaction. Man, I think Monday will probably be the first time we'll probably be going live. So make sure to tune in, hit that notification bell, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. My guy, hey, to the right of me, my guy Severe Raider. You can find him all over social media. Obviously, YouTube, subscribe. Real Talk Raider Nation to the left of me, man. Make sure to check them out. We also going live on our channels, all of our channels. So make sure to subscribe, hit the notification bell. You can find us all over social media. Man, like I said, this has been a great time in Las Vegas. I'm coming back again for sure.
Facts.
Hey, I appreciate everybody coming through, man. Hey, man, look, we appreciate everybody coming through, man.
Salute to the chat, man.
Salute to the chat.
Man, salute to everybody,
Big
man.
salute, Hey, we might not always agree on everything, man, but hey, you know, at the end of the day, we all just want what's best for the team.
Yeah, man. Severe about to go watch some tape on Oscar Schlatter, man.
Man, yeah, bro, I'm telling you, man. Telling you. That guy could change the fortunes of our franchise, man.
Hey, man, let's head out of here, man. We've been here for way too long, but appreciate everybody coming through. Till next time, man. Peace. Damn, it's doing the same thing that
Just win, baby. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it.